Chapters 3 and 4 of Book 7 of Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algie Pug. Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel, Florence, HAPGOOD. Book 7, Slang. Chapters 3 and 4. Chapter 3. Slang which weeps and slang which laughs. As the reader perceives, slang in its entirety, slang of 400 years ago, like the slang of today, is permeated with that sombre, symbolical spirit which gives to all words a mien which is now mournful, now menacing. One feels in it the wild and ancient sadness of those vagrants of the court of miracles, who played at cards with packs of their own, some of which have come down to us. The 8 of clubs, for instance, represented a huge tree bearing 8 enormous trefoil leaves, a sort of fantastic personification of the forest. At the foot of this tree a fire was burning, over which 3 hares were roasting a huntsman on a spit, and behind him, on another fire, hung a steaming pot, whence emerged the head of a dog. Nothing can be more melancholy than these reprisals in painting, by a pack of cards, in the presence of steaks for the roasting of smugglers, and of the cauldron for the boiling of counterfeiters. The diverse forms assumed by thought in the realm of slang, even song, even raillery, even menace, all partook of this powerless and dejected character. All the songs, the melodies of some of which have been collected, were humble and lamentable to the point of evoking tears. The pègre is always the poor pègre, and he is always the hare in hiding, the fugitive mouse, the flying bird. He hardly complains, he contents himself with sighing. One of his moans has come down to us: "I do not understand how God, the Father of men, can torture his children and his grandchildren and hear them cry, without himself suffering torture." The wretch, whenever he has time to think, makes himself small before the low, and frail in the presence of society. He lies down flat on his face, he entreats, he appeals to the side of compassion. We feel that he is conscious of his guilt. Towards the middle of the last century, a change took place. Prison songs and thieves' ritournelles assumed, so to speak, an insolent and jovial mien. The plaintive mélure was replaced by the larifla. We find in the 18th century, in nearly all the songs of the galleys and prisons, a diabolical and enigmatical gaiety. We hear this strident and lilting refrain, which we should say had been lighted up by a phosphorescent gleam, and which seems to have been flung into the forest by a will-o'-the-wisp playing the fife. Mira l'habit sous la babo, mire les tons, ribon ribette, sous la babie, mire la babo, mire les tons, ribon ribot. This was sung in a cellar, or in a nook of the forest, while cutting a man's throat. A serious symptom. In the 18th century, the ancient melancholy of the dejected classes vanishes. They began to laugh. They rally the grand Meg and the grand Daube. Given Louis XV, they call the King of France le Marquis de Pantin. And behold, they are almost gay. A sort of gleam proceeds from these miserable wretches, as though their consciences were not heavy within them any more. These lamentable tribes of darkness have no longer merely the desperate audacity of actions, they possess the heedless audacity of mind. A sign that they are losing the sense of their criminality, and that they feel, even among thinkers and dreamers, some indefinable support which the latter themselves know not of. A sign that theft and pillage are beginning to filter into doctrines and sophisms in such a way as to lose somewhat of their ugliness, while communicating much of it to sophisms and doctrines. A sign, in short, of some outbreak which is prodigious and near, unless some diversion shall arise. Let us pause a moment. Whom are we accusing here? Is it the 18th century? Is it philosophy? Certainly not. The work of the 18th century is healthy and good and wholesome. The encyclopedists, Diderot at their head, the physiocrats, Turgot at their head, the philosophers, Voltaire at their head, the Utopians, Rousseau at their head. These are four sacred legions. Humanity's immense advance towards the light is due to them. They are the four vanguards of the human race, marching towards the four cardinal points of progress: Diderot towards the beautiful, Turgot towards the useful, Voltaire towards the true, Rousseau towards the just. But by the side of and above the philosophers, there were the sophists, a venomous vegetation mingled with a healthy growth, hemlock in the virgin forest. While the executioner was burning the great books of the liberators of the century on the grand staircase of the courthouse, writers now forgotten were publishing, with the king's sanction, no one knows what strangely disorganizing writings, which were eagerly read by the unfortunate. Some of these publications, odd to say, which were patronized by a prince, are to be found in the secret library. These facts, significant but unknown, were imperceptible on the surface. Sometimes, in the very obscurity of a fact lurks its danger. It is obscure because it is underhand. Of all these writers, the one who probably then excavated in the masses the most unhealthy gallery was Restif à la Bretonne. This work, peculiar to the whole of Europe, effected more ravages in Germany than anywhere else. In Germany, during a given period, summed up by Schiller in his famous drama The Robbers, theft and pillage rose up in protest against property and labour, assimilated certain specious and false elementary ideas, which, though just in appearance, were absurd in reality, enveloped themselves in these ideas, disappeared within them, after a fashion, assumed an abstract name, passed into the state of theory, and in that shape circulated among the laborious, suffering, and honest masses, unknown even to the imprudent chemists who had prepared the mixture, unknown even to the masses who accepted it. Whenever a fact of this sort presents itself, the case is grave. Suffering engenders wrath, and while the prosperous classes blind themselves or fall asleep, which is the same thing as shutting one's eyes, the hatred of the unfortunate classes lights its torch at some aggrieved or ill-made spirit which dreams in a corner and sets itself to the scrutiny of society. The scrutiny of hatred is a terrible thing. Hence, if the ill fortune of the times so wills it, those fearful commotions, which were formerly called jacqueries, beside which purely political agitations are the merest child's play, which are no longer the conflict of the oppressed and the oppressor, but the revolt of discomfort against comfort, then everything crumbles. Jacqueries are the earthquakes of the people. It is this peril, possibly imminent towards the close of the 18th century, which the French Revolution, that immense act of probity, cut short. The French Revolution, which is nothing else than the idea armed with the sword, rose erect, and with the same abrupt movement closed the door of ill and opened the door of good. It put a stop to torture, promulgated the truth, expelled miasma, rendered the century healthy, crowned the populace. It may be said of it that it created man a second time, by giving him a second soul, the right. The 19th century has inherited and profited by its work, and today the social catastrophe to which we lately alluded is simply impossible. Blind is he who announces it. Foolish is he who fears it. Revolution is the vaccine of Jacquerie. Thanks to the Revolution, social conditions have changed. Feudal and monarchical maladies no longer run in our blood. There is no more of the Middle Ages in our constitution. We no longer live in the days when terrible swarms within made irruptions, when one heard beneath his feet the obscure course of a dull rumble, when indescribable elevations from mole-like tunnels appeared on the surface of civilization, where the soil cracked open, where the roofs of caverns yawned, and where one suddenly beheld monstrous heads emerging from the earth. The revolutionary sense is a moral sense. The sentiment of right, once developed, develops the sentiment of duty. The law of all is liberty, which ends where the liberty of others begins, according to Robespierre's admirable definition. Since '89, the whole people has been dilating into a sublime individual. There is not a poor man who, possessing his right, has not his ray of sun. The die of hunger feels within him the honesty of France. The dignity of the citizen is an internal armour. He who is free is scrupulous. He who votes reigns. Hence incorruptibility. Hence the miscarriage of unhealthy lusts. Hence eyes heroically lowered before temptations. The revolutionary wholesomeness is such that on a day of deliverance, a 14th of July, a 10th of August, there is no longer any populace. The first cry of the enlightened and increasing throngs is, "Death to thieves!" Progress is an honest man. The ideal and the absolute do not filch pocket handkerchiefs. By whom were the wagons containing the wealth of the Tuileries escorted in 1848? By the rag pickers of the Faubourg Saint Antoine. Rags mounted guard over the treasure. Virtue rendered these tatterdemalions resplendent. In those wagons in chests, hardly closed, and some even half open, amid 100 dazzling caskets, was that ancient crown of France, studded with diamonds, surmounted by the carbuncle of royalty, by the Regent diamond, which was worth 30 millions. Barefooted, they guarded that crown. Hence no more Jacquerie. I regret it for the sake of the skilful. The old fear has produced its last effects in that quarter, and henceforth it can no longer be employed in politics. The principal spring of the red spectre is broken. Everyone knows it now. The scarecrow scares no longer. The birds take liberty with the mannikin, foul creatures alight upon it, the bourgeois laugh at it. Chapter 4. The two duties, to watch and to hope. This being the case, is all social danger dispelled? Certainly not. There is no Jacquerie. Society may rest assured on that point. Blood will no longer rush to its head. But let society take heed to the manner in which it breathes. Apoplexy is no longer to be feared, but phthisis is there. Social phthisis is called misery. One can perish from being undermined, as well as from being struck by lightning. Let us not weary of repeating, and sympathetic souls must not forget that this is the first of fraternal obligations, and selfish hearts must understand that the first of political necessities consists in thinking first of all of the disinherited and sorrowing throngs, in solacing, airing, enlightening, loving them, and enlarging their horizon to a magnificent extent, in lavishing upon them education in every form, in offering them the example of labour, never the example of idleness, in diminishing the individual burden by enlarging the notion of the universal aim, in setting a limit to poverty without setting a limit to wealth, in creating vast fields of public and popular activity, in having, like Briareus, 100 hands to extend in all directions to the oppressed and the feeble, in employing the collective power for that grand duty of opening workshops for all arms, schools for all aptitudes, and laboratories for all degrees of intelligence, in augmenting salaries, diminishing trouble, balancing what should be and what is, that is to say, in proportioning enjoyment to effort and a glut to need, in a word, in evolving from the social apparatus more light and more comfort for the benefit of those who suffer and to those who are ignorant. And, let us say it, all this is but the beginning. The true question is this: labour cannot be a law without being a right. We will not insist on this point. This is not the proper place for that. If nature calls itself providence, society should call itself foresight. Intellectual and moral growth is no less indispensable than material improvement. To know is a sacrament. To think is the prime necessity. Truth is nourishment as well as grain. A reason which fasts from science and wisdom grows thin. Let us enter equal complaint against stomachs and minds which do not eat. If there is anything more heart-breaking than a body perishing for lack of bread, it is a soul which is dying from hunger for the light. The whole progress tends in the direction of solution. Some day we shall be amazed. As the human race mounts upward, the deep layers emerge naturally from the zone of distress. The obliteration of misery will be accomplished by a simple elevation of level. We should do wrong were we to doubt this blessed consummation. The past is very strong, it is true, at the present moment. It censures. This rejuvenation of a corpse is surprising. Behold, it is walking and advancing. It seems a victor, this dead body is a conqueror. He arrives with his legions, superstitions, with his sword, despotism, with his banner, ignorance. A while ago he won 10 battles. He advances, he threatens, he laughs, he is at our doors. Let us not despair, on our side. Let us sell the field on which Hannibal is encamped. What have we to fear, we who believe? No such thing as a backflow of ideas exists any more than there exists a return of a river on its course. But let those who do not desire a future reflect on this matter. When they say "no" to progress, it is not the future but themselves that they are condemning. They are giving themselves a sad malady. They are inoculating themselves with the past. There is but one way of rejecting tomorrow, and that is to die. Now, no death, that of the body as late as possible, that of the soul never. This is what we desire. Yes, the enigma will utter its word, the sphinx will speak, the problem will be solved. Yes, the people, sketched out by the 18th century, will be finished by the 19th. He who doubts this is an idiot. The future blossoming, the near blossoming forth of universal well-being is a divinely fatal phenomenon. Immense combined propulsions direct human affairs and conduct them within a given time to a logical state, that is to say, to a state of equilibrium, that is to say, to equity. A force composed of earth and heaven results from humanity and governs it. This force is a worker of miracles. Marvellous issues are no more difficult to it than extraordinary vicissitudes. Aided by science, which comes from one man, and by the event, which comes from another, it is not greatly alarmed by these contradictions in the attitude of problems, which seem impossibilities to the vulgar herd. It is no less skilful at causing a solution to spring forth from the reconciliation of ideas than the lesson from the reconciliation of facts, and we may expect anything from that mysterious power of progress, which brought the Orient and the Occident face to face one fine day in the depth of a sepulchre, and made the imams converse with Bonaparte in the interior of the Great Pyramid. In the meantime, let there be no halt, no hesitation, no pause in the grandiose onward march of minds. Social philosophy consists essentially in science and peace. Its object is, and its results may be, to dissolve wrath by the study of antagonisms. It examines, it scrutinizes, it analyzes. Then it puts together once more, it proceeds by means of reduction, discarding all hatred. More than once, a society has been seen to give way before the wind which is let loose upon mankind. History is full of the shipwrecks of nations and empires, manners, customs, laws, religions, and some fine day that unknown force, the hurricane, passes by and bears them all away. The civilizations of India, of Chaldea, of Persia, of Syria, of Egypt have disappeared one after the other. Why? We know not. What are the causes of these disasters? We do not know. Could these societies have been saved? Was it their fault? Did they persist in the fatal vice which destroyed them? What is the amount of suicide in these terrible deaths of a nation and a race? Questions to which there exists no reply. Darkness enwraps condemned civilizations. They sprung a leak, then they sank. We have nothing more to say, and it is with a sort of terror that we look on at the bottom of that sea which is called the past, behind those colossal waves, at the shipwreck of those immense vessels, Babylon, Nineveh, Tarsus, Thebes, Rome, beneath the fearful gusts which emerge from all the mouths of the shadows. But shadows are there, and light is here. We are not acquainted with the maladies of these ancient civilizations. We do not know the infirmities of our own. Everywhere upon it we have the right of light. We contemplate its beauties. We lay bare its defects. Where it is ill, we probe. and the sickness once diagnosed, the study of the cause leads to the discovery of the remedy. Our civilization, the work of 20 centuries, is its law and its prodigy. It is worth the trouble of saving. It will be saved. It is already much to have solaced it. Its enlightenment is yet another point. All the labours of modern social philosophies must converge towards this point. The thinker of today has a great duty, to auscultate civilization. We repeat that this auscultation brings encouragement. It is by this persistence in encouragement that we wish to conclude these pages, an austere interlude in a mournful drama. Beneath the social mortality we feel human imperishableness. The globe does not perish because it has these wounds, craters, eruptions, sulphur pits here and there, nor because of a volcano which ejects its pus. The maladies of the people do not kill man. And yet anyone who follows the course of social clinics shakes his head at times. The strongest, the tenderest, the most logical have their hours of weakness. Will the future arrive? It seems as though we might almost put this question when we behold so much terrible darkness. Melancholy face-to-face encounter of selfish and wretched. On the part of the selfish, the prejudices, shadows of costly education, appetite increasing through intoxication, a giddiness of prosperity which dulls, a fear of suffering which, in some, goes as far as an aversion for the suffering, an implacable satisfaction, the eye so swollen that it bars the soul. On the side of the wretched, covetousness, envy, hatred of seeing others enjoy, the profound impulses of the human beast towards assuaging its desires, hearts full of mist, sadness, need, fatality, impure and simple ignorance. Shall we continue to raise our eyes to heaven? Is the luminous point which we distinguish there one of those which vanish? The ideal is frightful to behold, thus lost in the depths, small, isolated, imperceptible, brilliant, yet surrounded by those great black menaces monstrously heaped around it, yet no more in danger than a star in the maw of the clouds. End of Book 7, Chapters 3 and 4. Recording by Algie Pugg, Perth, Western Australia.
Chapter 1 of Book 8 of Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angelica Gabriella Wilson. Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence HAPGOOD. Book 8, Enchantments and Desolations. Chapter 1, Full Light. The reader has probably understood that Éponine, having recognized through the gate the inhabitant of that Rue Plumet whither Mignon had sent her, had begun by keeping the ruffians away from the Rue Plumet, and had then conducted Marius thither, and that, after many days spent in ecstasy before that gate, Marius, drawn on by that force which draws the iron to the magnet, and a lover toward the stones of which is built the house of her whom he loves, had finally entered Cosette's garden, as Romeo entered the garden of Juliet. This had proved easier for him than for Romeo. Romeo was obliged to scale a wall. Marius had only to use a little force on one of the bars of the decrepit gate, which vacillated in its rusty recess after the fashion of old people's teeth. Marius was slender and readily passed through. As there was never anyone in the street, and as Marius never entered the garden except at night, he ran no risk of being seen. Beginning with that blessed and holy hour when a kiss betrothed these two souls, Marius was there every evening. If at that period of her existence Cosette had fallen in love with a man in the least unscrupulous or debauched, she would have been lost, for there are generous natures which yield themselves, and Cosette was one of them. One of woman's magnanimities is to yield. Love, at the height where it is absolute, is complicated with some indescribably celestial blindness of modesty. But what dangers you run, O noble souls! How often you give the heart and we take the body! Your heart remains with you. You gaze upon it in the gloom with a shudder. Love has no middle course. It either ruins or it saves. All human destiny lies in this dilemma. This dilemma, ruin or safety, is set forth no more inexorably by any fatality than by love. Love is life, if it is not death. Cradle, also coffin. The same sentiment says yes and no in the human heart. Of all the things that God has made, the human heart is the one which sheds the most light, alas, and the most darkness. God willed that Cosette's love should encounter one of the loves which save. Throughout the whole of the month of May of that year 1832, there were there, in every night, in that poor neglected garden, beneath that thicket which grew thicker and more fragrant day by day, two beings composed of all chastity, all innocence, overflowing with all the felicity of heaven, nearer to the archangels than to mankind, pure, honest, intoxicated, radiant, who shone for each other amid the shadows. It seemed to Cosette that Marius had a crown, and to Marius that Cosette had a nimbus. They touched each other, they gazed at each other, they clasped each other's hands, they pressed close to each other, but there was a distance which they did not pass. Not that they respected it, they did not know of its existence. Marius was conscious of a barrier, Cosette's innocence, and Cosette of a support, Marius's loyalty. The first kiss had also been the last. Marius, since that time, had not gone further than to touch Cosette's hand, or her kerchief, or a lock of hair with his lips. For him, Cosette was a perfume and not a woman. He inhaled her. She refused nothing, and he asked nothing. Cosette was happy, and Marius was satisfied. They lived in this ecstatic state which can be described as the dazzling of one soul by another soul. It was the ineffable first embrace of two maiden souls in the ideal, two swans meeting on the Jungfrau. At that hour of love, an hour when voluptuousness is absolutely mute, beneath the omnipotence of ecstasy, Marius, the pure and seraphic Marius, would rather have gone to a woman of the town than have raised Cosette's robe to the height of her ankle. Once, in the moonlight, Cosette stooped to pick up something on the ground. Her bodice fell apart and permitted a glimpse of the beginning of her throat. Marius turned away his eyes. What took place between these two beings? Nothing. They adored each other. At night, when they were there, that garden seemed a living and sacred spot. All flowers unfolded around them and sent them incense, and they opened their souls and scattered them over the flowers. The wanton and vigorous vegetation quivered, full of strength and intoxication around these two innocents, and they uttered words of love which set the trees to trembling. What words were these? Breaths, nothing more. These breaths sufficed to trouble and to touch all nature round about. Magic power, which we should find it difficult to understand were we to read in a book these conversations which are made to be borne away and dispersed like smoke wreaths by the breeze beneath the leaves. Take from these murmurs of two lovers that melody which proceeds from the soul and which accompanies them like a lyre, and what remains is nothing more than a shade. You say, "What? Is that all?" Ah, yes, childish prattle, repetitions, laughter at nothing, nonsense, everything that is deepest and most sublime in the world. The only things which are worth the trouble of saying and hearing. The man who has never heard, the man who has never uttered these absurdities, these sultry remarks, is an imbecile and a malicious fellow. Cosette said to Marius, "Dost thou know?" In all this, and athwart this celestial maidenliness, and without either of them being able to say how it had come about, they had begun to call each other thou. "Dost thou know? My name is Euphrasie." "Euphrasie? Why no, thy name is Cosette." "Oh, Cosette is a very ugly name that was given to me when I was a little thing. But my real name is Euphrasie. Dost thou like that name, Euphrasie?" "Yes, but Cosette is not ugly." "Do you like it better than Euphrasie?" "Why, yes." "Then I like it better too. Truly it is pretty, Cosette. Call me Cosette." And the smile that she added made of this dialogue an idyll worthy of the grove situated in heaven. On another occasion, she gazed intently at him and exclaimed, "Monsieur, you are handsome. You are good-looking, you are witty, you are not at all stupid. You are much more learned than I am. But I bid you defiance with this word. I love you." and Marius in the very heavens thought he heard a strain sung by a star. Or she bestowed on him this gentle tap because he coughed, and she said to him, "Don't cough, sir. I will not have people cough in my domain without my permission. It is very naughty to cough and disturb me. I want you to be well because, in the first place, if you are not well, I should be very unhappy. What should I do then?" And this was simply divine. Once Marius said to Cosette, "Just imagine, I thought at one time that your name was Ursula." This made the both of them laugh the whole evening. In the middle of another conversation, he chanced to exclaim, "Oh, one day, on the Luxembourg, I had a good mind to finish breaking up a veteran." But he stopped short and went no further. He would have been obliged to speak to Cosette of her garter, and that was impossible. This bordered on a strange theme, the flesh, before which that immense and innocent love recoiled with a sort of sacred fright. Marius pictured life with Cosette to himself like this, without anything else: to come every evening to the Rue Plumet, to displace the old and accommodating bar of the Chief Justice's gate, to sit elbow to elbow on that bench, to gaze through the trees at the scintillion of the oncoming night, to fit a fold of the knee of his trousers into the ample fall of Cosette's gown, to caress her thumbnail, to call her thou, to smell of the same flower, one after the other, forever, indefinitely. During this time, clouds passed above their heads. Every time that the wind blows, it bears with it more of the dreams of men than of the clouds of heaven. This chaste, almost shy love was not devoid of gallantry by any means. To pay compliments to the woman whom a man loves is the first method of bestowing caresses, and he is half audacious who tries it. A compliment is something like a kiss through a veil. Voluptuousness mingles there with its sweet tiny point while it hides itself. The heart draws back before voluptuousness, only to love the more. Marius's blandishments, all saturated with fancy, were, so to speak, of azure hue. The birds, when they fly up yonder, in the direction of the angels, must hear such words. There were mingled with them, nevertheless, life, humanity, all the positiveness of which Marius was capable. It was what is said in the bower, a prelude to what will be said in the chamber, a lyrical effusion, strophe and sonnet intermingled, pleasing hyperboles of cooing, all the refinements of adoration arranged in a bouquet and exhaling celestial perfume, an ineffable twitter of heart to heart.
"Oh," murmured Marius, "how beautiful you are! I dare not look at you. It is all over with me when I contemplate you. You are Grace. I know not what is the matter with me. The hem of your gown and the tip of your shoe is from beneath upsets me. And then, what an enchanted gleam when you open your thought, even but a little. You talk astonishingly good sense. It seems to me at all times that you are a dream. Speak, I listen, I admire. Oh, Cosette, how strange it is and how charming! I am really beside myself. You are adorable, mademoiselle. I study your feet with the microscope, and your soul with the telescope."
And Cosette answered, "I have been loving a little more all the time that is passing this morning." Questions and replies took care of themselves in this dialogue, which always turned with mutual consent upon love, as the pith figures always turn on their peg. Cosette's whole person was ingenuousness, ingenuity, transparency, whiteness, candor, radiance. It might have been said of Cosette that she was clear. She produced on those who saw her the sensation of April and dawn. There was dew in her eyes. Cosette was a condensation of the auroral light in the form of a woman. It was quite simple that Marius should admire her, since he adored her, but the truth is that this little schoolgirl, fresh from the convent, talked with exquisite penetration and uttered, at times, all sorts of true and delicate sayings. Her prattle was conversation. She never made a mistake about anything, and she saw things justly. The woman feels and speaks with the tender instinct of the heart, which is infallible. No one understands so well as a woman how to say things that are, at once, both sweet and deep. Sweetness and depth, they are the whole of woman. In them lies the whole of heaven. In this full felicity, tears welled up in their eyes every instant. A crushed ladybug, a feather fallen from the nest, a branch of hawthorn broken, aroused their pity, and their ecstasy, sweetly mingled with melancholy, seemed to ask nothing better than to weep. The most sovereign symptom of love is a tenderness that is at times almost unbearable. In addition to this, all these contradictions are the lightning play of love. They were fond of laughing. They laughed readily and with a delicious freedom, and so familiarly that they sometimes presented the air of two boys. Still, though unknown to hearts intoxicated with purity, nature is always present and will not be forgotten. She is there with her brutal and sublime object, and however great may be the innocence of souls, one feels in the most modest private interview the adorable and mysterious shade which separates a couple of lovers from a pair of friends. They idolize each other. The permanent and the immutable are persistent. People live. They smile. They laugh. They make little grimaces with the tips of their lips. They interlace their fingers. They call each other thou, and that does not prevent eternity. Two lovers hide themselves in the evening, in the twilight, in the invisible, with the birds, with the roses. They fascinate each other in the darkness with their hearts, which they throw into their eyes. They murmur, they whisper, and in the meantime, immense librations of the planets fill the infinite universe. End of Book 8, Chapter 1. Recording by Angelica Gabriella Wilson.
Chapters 2 and 3 of Book 8 of Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joel Hermanson. Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence HAPGOOD. Book 8, Chapter 2, The Bewilderment of Perfect Happiness. They existed vaguely, frightened at their happiness. They did not notice the cholera which decimated Paris precisely during that very month. They had confided in each other as far as possible, but this had not extended much further than their names. Marius had told Cosette that he was an orphan, that his name was Marius Pontmercy, that he was a lawyer, that he lived by writing things for publishers, that his father had been a colonel, that the latter had been a hero, and that he, Marius, was on bad terms with his grandfather, who was rich. He had also hinted at being a baron, but this had produced no effect on Cosette. She did not know the meaning of the word. Marius was Marius. On her side, she had confided to him that she had been brought up at the Petit Picpus convent, that her mother, like his own, was dead, that her father's name was Monsieur Fauchelevent, that he was very good, that he gave a great deal to the poor, but that he was poor himself, and that he denied himself everything, though he denied her nothing. Strange to say, in the sort of symphony which Marius had lived since he had been in the habit of seeing Cosette, the past, even the most recent past, had become so confused and distant to him, that what Cosette had told him satisfied him completely. It did not even occur to him to tell her about the nocturnal adventure in the hovel, about Thénardier, about the burn, and about the strange attitude and singular flight of her father. Marius had momentarily forgotten all this. In the evening, he did not even know that there had been a morning, what he had done, where he had breakfasted, nor who had spoken to him. He had songs in his ears, which rendered him deaf to every other thought. He only existed at the hours when he saw Cosette. Then, as he was in heaven, it was quite natural that he should forget earth. Both bore languidly the indefinable burden of immaterial pleasures. Thus lived these somnambulists who were called lovers. Alas! Who is there who has not felt all these things? Why does there come an hour when one emerges from this azure, and why does life go on afterwards? Love almost takes the place of thinking. Love is an ardent forgetfulness of all the rest. Then ask logic of passion if you will. There is no more absolute logical sequence in the human heart then there is a perfect geometrical figure in the celestial mechanism. For Cosette and Marius nothing existed except Marius and Cosette. The universe around them had fallen into a hole. They lived in a golden minute. There was nothing before them, nothing behind. It hardly occurred to Marius that Cosette had a father. His brain was dazzled and obliterated. Of what did these lovers talk then? We have seen of the flowers and the swallows, the setting sun and the rising moon, and all sorts of important things. They had told each other everything except everything. The everything of lovers is nothing. But the father, the realities, that lair, the ruffians, that adventure, to what purpose? And was he very sure that this nightmare had actually existed? They were two, and they adored each other. And beyond that, there was nothing. Nothing else existed. It is probable that this vanishing of hell in our rear is inherent to the arrival of paradise. Have we beheld demons? Are there any? Have we trembled? Have we suffered? We no longer know. A rosy cloud hangs over it. So these two beings lived in this manner, high aloft, with all that improbability which is in nature, neither at the nadir nor at the zenith, between man and seraphim, above the mire, below the ether, in the clouds, hardly flesh and blood, soul and ecstasy, from head to foot. Already too sublime to walk the earth, still too heavily charged with humanity to disappear in the blue, suspended like atoms, which are waiting to be precipitated, apparently beyond the bounds of destiny, ignorant of that rut, yesterday, today, tomorrow, amazed, rapturous, floating, soaring, at times so light that they could take their flight out into the infinite, almost prepared to soar away to all eternity. They slept wide awake, thus sweetly lulled. Oh, splendid lethargy of the real overwhelmed by the ideal. Sometimes, beautiful as Cosette was, Marius shut his eyes in her presence. The best way to look at the soul is through closed eyes. Marius and Cosette never asked themselves whither this was to lead them. They considered that they had already arrived. It is a strange claim on man's part to wish that love should lead to something. End of Chapter 2. Book 8, Chapter 3, The Beginning of Shadow. Jean Valjean suspected nothing. Cosette, who was rather less dreamy than Marius, was gay, and that sufficed for Jean Valjean's happiness. The thoughts which Cosette cherished, her tender preoccupations, Marius's image which filled her heart, took away nothing from the incomparable purity of her beautiful, chaste, and smiling brow. She was at the age when the Virgin bears her love as the angel his lily. So Jean Valjean was at ease. And then, when two lovers have come to an understanding, things always go well. The third party who might disturb their love is kept in a state of perfect blindness by a restricted number of precautions, which are always the same in the case of all lovers. Thus, Cosette never objected to any of Jean Valjean's proposals. Did she want to take a walk? Yes, dear little father. Did she want to stay at home? Very good. Did he wish to pass the evening with Cosette? She was delighted. As he always went to bed at 10 o'clock, Marius did not come to the garden on such occasions until after that hour, when from the street he heard Cosette open the long glass door on the veranda. Of course, no one ever met Marius in the daytime. Jean Valjean never even dreamed any longer that Marius was in existence. Only once, one morning, he chanced to say to Cosette, "Why, you have whitewash on your back." On the previous evening, Marius, in a transport, had pushed Cosette against the wall. Old Toussaint, who retired early, thought of nothing but her sleep, and was as ignorant as the whole matter as Jean Valjean. Marius never set foot in the house. When he was with Cosette, They hid themselves in a recess near the steps, in order that they might neither be seen nor heard from the street, and there they sat, frequently contenting themselves, by way of conversation, with pressing each other's hands 20 times a minute as they gazed at the branches of the trees. At such times a thunderbolt might have fallen 30 paces from them, and they would not have noticed it. So deeply was the reverie of one absorbed and sunk in the reverie of the other. Limpid purity, ours wholly white, almost all alike. This sort of love is a recollection of lily petals and the plunge of the dove. The whole extent of the garden lay between them and the street. Every time that Marius entered and left, he carefully adjusted the bar of the gate in such a manner that no displacement was visible. He usually went away about midnight, and returned to Courfeyrac's lodgings. Courfeyrac said to Bahorel,
"Would you believe it? Marius comes home nowadays at 1 o'clock in the morning."
Bahorel replied,
"What do you expect? There's always a petard in a seminary fellow."
At times, Courfeyrac folded his arms, assumed a serious air, and said to Marius,
"You are getting irregular in your habits, young man."
Courfeyrac, being a practical man, did not take in good part this reflection of an invisible paradise upon Marius. He was not much in the light of concealed passions. It made him impatient. And now and then he called upon Marius to come back to reality. One morning he threw him this admonition:
"My dear fellow, you produce upon me the effect of being located in the moon. The realm of dreams, the province of illusions, capital, soap bubble. Come, be a good boy. What's her name?"
But nothing could induce Marius to talk. They might have torn out his nails before one of the 2 sacred syllables of which that ineffable name, Cosette, was composed. True love is as luminous as the dawn and as silent as the tomb. Only Courfeyrac saw this change in Marius, that his taciturnity was of the beaming order. During this sweet month of May, Marius and Cosette learned to know these immense delights, to dispute and to say you for thou, simply that they might say thou the better afterwards, to talk at great length with very minute details, of persons in whom they took not the slightest interest in the world. Another proof that in that ravishing opera called love, the libretto counts for almost nothing. For Marius to listen to Cosette discussing finery, for Cosette to listen to Marius talk in politics, to listen, knee pressed to knee, to the carriages rolling along the Rue des Babylone, to gaze upon the same planet in space, or at the same glowworm gleaming in the grass, to hold their peace together, a still greater delight than conversation, etc., etc. In the meantime, divers complications were approaching. One evening, Marius was on his way to the rendezvous, by way of the Boulevard des Invalides. He habitually walked with drooping head. As he was on the point of turning the corner of the Rue Plumet, he heard someone quite close to him say, "Good evening, Monsieur Marius." He raised his head and recognized Éponine. This produced a singular effect upon him. He had not thought of that girl a single time since the day when she had conducted him to the Rue Plumet. He had not seen her again, and she had gone completely out of his mind. He had no reasons for anything but gratitude towards her. He owed her his happiness, and yet it was embarrassing to him to meet her. It is an error to think that passion, when it is pure and happy, leads man to a state of perfection. It simply leads him, as we have noted, to a state of oblivion. In this situation, man forgets to be bad, but he also forgets to be good. Gratitude, duty, matters essential and important to be remembered, vanish. At any other time, Marius would have behaved quite differently to Éponine. Absorbed in Cosette, he had not even clearly put it to himself that this Éponine was named Éponine Thénardier, and that she bore the name inscribed in his father's will, that name for which, but a few months before, he would have so ardently sacrificed himself. We show Marius as he was. His father himself was fading out of his soul, to some extent, under the splendor of his love. He replied with some embarrassment, "Ah, so it's you, Éponine? Why do you call me you? Have I done anything to you?" "No," he answered. Certainly he had nothing against her, far from it. Only he felt that he could not do otherwise, now that he used thou for Cosette, than say you to Éponine. As he remained silent, she exclaimed, "Say!" Then she paused. It seemed as though words failed that creature formerly so heedless and so bold. She tried to smile, and could not. Then she resumed, "Well?" Then she paused again, and remained with downcast eyes. "Good evening, Mr. Marius," said she suddenly and abruptly, and away she went. End of Book 8, Chapters 2 and 3. Recording by Joel Hermanson. www.joelhermanson.com.
Chapter 4 of Book 8 of Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patricia Hayes. Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel, Florence, HAPGOOD. Book 8, Enchantments and Desolations. Chapter 4, A Cab Runs in English and Barks in Slang. The following day was the 3rd of June, 1832, a date which it is necessary to indicate on account of the grave events which at that epoch hung on the horizon of Paris in the state of lightning-charged clouds. Marius at nightfall was pursuing the same road as on the preceding evening, with the same thoughts of delight in his heart, when he caught sight of Éponine approaching through the trees of the boulevard. 2 days in succession! This was too much. He turned hastily aside, quitted the boulevard, changed his course, and went to the Rue Plumet through the Rue Monsieur. This caused Éponine to follow him to the Rue Plumet, a thing which she had not yet done. Up to that time she had contented herself with watching him on his passage along the boulevard, without ever seeking to encounter him. It was only on the evening before that she had attempted to address him. So Éponine followed him, without his suspecting the fact. She saw him displace the bar and slip into the garden. She approached the railing, felt the bars one after the other, and readily recognized the one which Marius had moved. She murmured in a low and in gloomy accents, "None of that, Lisette." She seated herself on the underpinning of the railing, close beside the bar as though she were guarding it. It was precisely at the point where the railing touched the neighboring wall. There was a dim nook there, in which Éponine was entirely concealed. She remained thus for more than an hour, without stirring and without breathing, a prey to her thoughts. Towards 10 o'clock in the evening, one of the 2 or 3 persons who passed through the Rue Plumet, an old belated bourgeois, who was making haste to escape from this deserted spot of evil repute, as he skirted the garden railings and reached the angle which it made with the wall, heard a dull and threatening voice saying, "I'm no longer surprised that he comes here every evening." The passer-by cast a glance around him, saw no one, dared not peer into the black niche, and was greatly alarmed. He redoubled his pace. This passer-by had reason to make haste, for a very few instants later, 6 men who were marching separately and at some distance from each other, along the wall, and who might have been taken for a gray patrol, entered the Rue Plumet. The first to arrive at the garden railing halted and waited for the others. A second later all 6 reunited. These men began to talk in a low voice. "This is the place," said one of them. "Is there a cab, a dog, in the garden?" asked another. "I don't know. In any case, I have fetched a ball that will make him eat." "Have you some putty to break the pane with?" "Yes." "The railing is old," interpolated a fifth, who had the voice of a ventriloquist. "So much the better," said the second who had spoken. "It won't screech under the saw, and it won't be hard to cut." The sixth, who had not yet opened his lips, now began to inspect the gate, as Éponine had done an hour earlier, grasping each bar in succession and shaking them cautiously. Thus he came to the bar which Marius had loosened. As he was on the point of grasping this bar, a hand emerged abruptly from the darkness, fell upon his arm. He felt himself vigorously thrust aside by a push in the middle of his breast, and a hoarse voice said to him, but not loudly, "There's a dog." At that moment he perceived a pale girl standing before him. The man underwent that shock which the unexpected always brings. He bristled up in hideous wise. Nothing is so formidable to behold as ferocious beasts who are uneasy. Their terrified air evokes terror. He recoiled and stammered, "What jade is this?" "Your daughter." It was in fact Éponine who had addressed Thénardier. At the apparition of Éponine, the other five, that is to say, Claquesous, Gueulemer, Babet, Brujon, and Montparnasse, had noiselessly drawn near, without precipitation, without uttering a word, with the sinister slowness peculiar to these men of the night. Some indescribable but hideous tools were visible in their hands. Gueulemer held one of those pairs of curved pincers which prowlers call fanchons. "Ah, see here! What are you about there? What do you want with us? Are you crazy?" exclaimed Thénardier, as loudly as one can exclaim and still speak low. "What have you come here to hinder our work for?" Éponine burst out laughing, and threw herself on his neck. "I am here, little father, because I am here. Isn't a person allowed to sit on the stones nowadays? It's you who ought not be here. What have you come here for, since it is a biscuit? I told Magnon so. There's nothing to be done here. But embrace me, my good little father. It's a long time since I've seen you. So you're out?" Thénardier tried to disentangle himself from Éponine's arms and grumbled, "That's good. You've embraced me. Yes, I'm out. I'm not in. Now get away with you." But Éponine did not release her hold, and redoubled her caresses. "But how did you manage it, little pa? You have been very clever to get out of that. Tell me about it. And my mother? Where is mother? Tell me about mamma." Thénardier replied, "She's well, I don't know. Let me alone and be off, I tell you." "I won't go." "So there now," pouted Éponine like a spoiled child. "You send me off, and it's 4 months since I saw you, and I've hardly had time to kiss you." And she caught her father around the neck. "Come now, this is stupid," said Babet. "Make haste," said Gueulemer. "The cops may pass." The ventriloquist's voice repeated his distich. "Nous ne sommes pas le jour de l'an." This isn't New Year's Day. "À bécoter papa, maman, to peck at pa and ma." Éponine turned to the 5 ruffians. "Why, it's Monsieur Brujon! Good day, Monsieur Babet! Good day, Monsieur Claquesous! Don't you know me, Monsieur Gueulemer? How goes it, Montparnasse?" "Yes, they know you," ejaculated Thénardier. "But good day, good evening, sheer off, leave us alone." "It's the hour for foxes, not chickens," said Montparnasse. "You see the job we have on hand here," added Babet. Éponine caught Montparnasse's hand. "Take care," he said. "You'll cut yourself. I've a knife open." "My little Montparnasse," responded Éponine very gently, "you must have confidence in people. I am the daughter of my father, perhaps. Monsieur Babet, Monsieur Gueulemer, I am the person who is charged to investigate this matter." It is remarkable that Éponine did not talk slang. That frightful tongue had become impossible to her since she had known Marius. She pressed in her hand small, bony, and feeble as that of a skeleton, Guelemer's huge, coarse fingers, and continued, "You know well that I am no fool. Ordinarily I am believed. I have rendered you service on various occasions. Well, I have made inquiries. You will expose yourselves to no purpose. You see? I swear to you that there is nothing in this house." "There are lone women," said Guelemer. "No persons have moved away." "The candles haven't, anyway," ejaculated Babet. And he pointed out to Éponine across the tops of the trees a light which was wandering about in the mansard roof of the pavilion. It was Toussaint, who had stayed up to spread out some linen to dry. Éponine made a final effort. "Well," said she, "they're very poor folks, and it's a hovel where there isn't a sou." "Go to the devil!" cried Thénardier. "When we've turned the house upside down and put the cellar at the top and the attic below, we'll tell you what there is inside, and whether it's francs or sous or half-farthings." And he pushed her aside with the intention of entering. "My good friend, Mr. Montparnasse," said Éponine, "I entreat you, you are a good fellow, don't enter." "Take care, you'll cut yourself," replied Montparnasse. Thénardier resumed in his decided tone, "Decamp, my girl, and leave men to their own affairs." Éponine released Montparnasse's hand, which she had grasped again, and said, "So you mean to enter this house?" "Rather," grinned the ventriloquist. Then she set her back against the gate, faced the 6 ruffians who were armed to the teeth, and to whom the night lent the visages of demons, and said in a firm, low voice, "Well, I don't mean that you shall." They halted in amazement. The ventriloquist, however, finished his grin. She went on, "Friends, listen well. This is not what you want. Now I am talking. In the first place, if you enter this garden, if you lay a hand on this gate, I'll scream, I'll beat on the door, I'll rouse everybody, I'll have the whole 6 of you seized, I'll call the police." "She'd do it too," said Thénardier in a low tone to Brujon and the ventriloquist. She shook her head and added, "Beginning with my father." Thénardier stepped nearer. "Not so close, my good man," said she. He retreated, growling between his teeth, "Why, what's the matter with her?" And he added, "Bitch." She began to laugh in a terrible way. "As you like. But you shall not enter here. I am not the daughter of a dog, since I am the daughter of a wolf. There are 6 of you. What matters that to me? You are men, while I am woman. You don't frighten me. I tell you that you shan't enter this house because it doesn't suit me. If you approach, I'll bark. I told you, I'm the dog, and I don't care a straw for you. Go your way, you bore me. Go where you please, but don't come here. I forbid it. You can use your knives. I'll use kicks. It's all the same to me. Come on." She advanced a pace nearer the ruffians. She was terrible. She burst out laughing. "Pardine, I am not afraid. I shall be hungry this summer, and I shall be cold this winter. Aren't they ridiculous, these ninnies of men, who think they can scare a girl? What? Scare? Oh, yes, much, because you have finical puppets of mistresses who hide under the bed when you put on a big voice. Forsooth, I ain't afraid of anything, that I ain't." She fastened her intent gaze upon Thénardier and said, "Not even you, father." Then she continued, as she cast her bloodshot, spectre-like eyes upon the ruffians in turn, "What do I care if I'm picked up to-morrow morning on the pavement of the Rue Plumet, killed by the blows of my father's club, or whether I'm found a year from now in the nets at Saint Cloud, or the Isle of Swan, in the midst of rotten old corks and drowned dogs?" She was forced to pause. She was seized by a dry cough. Her breath came from her weak and narrow chest like the death rattle. She resumed, "I have only to cry out, and people will come, and then slap, bang! There are 6 of you. I represent the whole world." Thénardier made a movement towards her. "Don't approach!" she cried. He halted and said gently, "Well, no, I won't approach, but don't speak so loud. So you intend to hinder us in our work, my daughter? But we must earn our living all the same. Have you no longer any kind of feeling for your father?" "You bother me," said Éponine. "We must live, we must eat. Burst!" So saying, she seated herself on the underpinning of the fence and hummed: "Mon bras si dodu, my arm so plump, ma jambe bien faite, my leg well formed, et le temps perdu, and time wasted." She had set her elbow on her knee and her chin in her hand, and she swung her foot with an air of indifference. Her tattered gown permitted a view of her thin shoulder blades. The neighboring street lantern illuminated her profile and her attitude. Nothing more resolute and more surprising could be seen. The 6 rascals, speechless and gloomy at being held in check by a girl, retreated beneath the shadow cast by the lantern, and held counsel with furious and humiliated shrugs. In the meantime she stared at them with a stern but peaceful air. "There's something the matter with her," said Babet. "A reason. Is she in love with the dog? It's a shame to miss this, anyway. 2 women, an old fellow who lodges in the back yard, and curtains that ain't so bad at the windows. The old cove must be a Jew. I think the job's a good one." "Well, go in, then, the rest of you," exclaimed Montparnasse. "Do the job. I'll stay here with the girl, and if she fails us—" He flashed the knife, which he held open in his hand, in the light of the lantern. Thénardier said not a word, and seemed ready for whatever the rest pleased. Brujon, who was somewhat of an oracle, and who had, as the reader knows, put up the job, had not as yet spoken. He seemed thoughtful. He had the reputation of not sticking at anything, and it was known that he had plundered a police post simply out of bravado. Besides this, he made verses and songs which gave him great authority. Babet interrogated him. "Say you nothing, Brujon?" Brujon remained silent an instant longer. Then he shook his head in various ways, and finally concluded to speak. "Oh, that's bad. Let's quit." They went away. As they went, Montparnasse muttered, "Never mind. If they had wanted, I'd have cut her throat." Babet responded, "I wouldn't. I don't hit a lady." At the corner of the street they halted and exchanged the following enigmatical dialogue in a low tone. "Where shall we go to sleep tonight?" "Under Patin, Paris." "Have you the key to the gate, Thénardier?" "Pardi." Éponine, who never took her eyes off of them, saw them retreat by the road by which they had come. She rose and began to creep after them along the walls and the houses. She followed them thus as far as the boulevard. There they parted, and she saw these 6 men plunge into the gloom, where they appeared to melt away. End of Book 8, Chapter 4. Chapter 5 and 6 of Book 8 of Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patricia Hayes. Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence HAPGOOD. Book 8, Enchantments and Desolations. Chapter 5, Things of the Night. After the departure of the ruffians, the Rue Plumet resumed its tranquil nocturnal aspect. That which had just taken place in this street would not have astonished a forest. The lofty trees, the copses, the heaths, the branches rudely interlaced, the tall grass exist in a sombre manner. The savage swarming there catches glimpses of sudden apparitions of the invisible. That which is below man distinguishes, through the mist, that which is beyond man. And the things of which we living beings are ignorant there meet face to face in the night. Nature, bristling and wild, takes alarm at certain approaches in which she fancies that she feels the supernatural. The forces of the gloom know each other and are strangely balanced by each other. Teeth and claws fear what they cannot grasp. Blood-drinking bestiality, voracious appetites, hunger in search of prey, the armed instincts of nails and jaws which have for source and aim the belly, glare and smell out uneasily the impassive spectral forms straying beneath the shroud, erect in its vague and shuddering robe, and which seem to them to live with the dead and terrible life. These brutalities, which are only matter, entertain a confused fear of having to deal with the immense obscurity condensed into an unknown being. A black figure barring the way stops the wild beast short. That which emerges from the cemetery intimidates and disconcerts that which emerges from the cave. The ferocious fear the sinister. Wolves recoil when they encounter a ghoul. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. Marius becomes practical once more to the extent of giving Cosette his address. While this sort of a dog with a human face was mounting guard over the gate, and while the 6 ruffians were yielding to a girl, Marius was by Cosette's side. Never had the sky been more studded with stars and more charming, the trees more trembling, the odor of the grass more penetrating. Never had the birds fallen asleep among the leaves with a sweeter noise. Never had all the harmonies of universal serenity responded more thoroughly to the inward music of love. Never had Marius been more captivated, more happy, more ecstatic. But he had found Cosette sad. Cosette had been weeping. Her eyes were red. This was the first cloud in that wonderful dream. Marius's first word had been, "What is the matter?" And she had replied, "This." Then she had seated herself on the bench near the steps, and while he tremblingly took his place beside her, she had continued, "My father told me this morning to hold myself in readiness, because he has business, and we may go away from here." Marius shivered from head to foot. When one is at the end of one's life, to die means to go away. When one is at the beginning of it, to go away means to die. For the last 6 weeks, Marius had little by little, slowly by degrees, taken possession of Cosette each day. As we have already explained, in the case of first love, the soul is taken long before the body. Later on, one takes the body long before the soul. Sometimes one does not take the soul at all. The Faublas and the Prudhommes add, because there is none. But the sarcasm is, fortunately, a blasphemy. So Marius possessed Cosette, as spirits possess, but he enveloped her with all his soul, and seized her jealously with incredible conviction. He possessed her smile, her breath, her perfume, the profound radiance of her blue eyes, the sweetness of her skin when he touched her hand, the charming mark which she had on her neck, all her thoughts. Therefore, he possessed all Cosette's dreams. He incessantly gazed at, and he sometimes touched lightly with his breath the short locks on the nape of her neck, and he declared to himself that there was not one of those short hairs which did not belong to him, Marius. He gazed upon and adored the things that she wore, her knot of ribbon, her gloves, her sleeves, her shoes, her cuffs, as sacred objects of which he was the master. He dreamed that he was the lord of those pretty shell combs which she wore in her hair. And he even said to himself, in confused and suppressed stammerings of voluptuousness which did not make their way to the light, that there was not a ribbon of her gown, not a mesh in her stockings, not a fold in her bodice, which was not his. Beside Cosette, he felt himself beside his own property, his own thing, his own despot and his slave. It seemed as though they had so intermingled their souls that it would have been impossible to tell them apart had they wished to take them back again. "This is mine." "No, it is mine." "I assure you that you are mistaken. This is my property." What you are taking as your own is myself. Marius was something that made a part of Cosette, and Cosette was something which made a part of Marius. Marius felt Cosette within him. To have Cosette, to possess Cosette, this to him was not to be distinguished from breathing. It was in the midst of this faith, of this intoxication, of this virgin possession, unprecedented and absolute, of this sovereignty, that these words, "We are going away," fell suddenly at a blow, and that the harsh voice of reality cried to him, "Cosette is not yours." Marius awoke. For 6 weeks Marius had been living, as we have said, outside of life. Those words, "going away," caused him to re-enter it harshly. He found not a word to say. Cosette merely felt that his hand was very cold. She said to him in her turn, "What is the matter?" He replied in so low a tone that Cosette hardly heard him, "I did not understand what you said." She began again. "This morning my father told me to settle all my little affairs and to hold myself in readiness, that he would give me his linen to put in a trunk, that he was obliged to go on a journey, that we were to go away, that it is necessary to have a large trunk for me and a small one for him, and that all is to be ready in a week from now, and that we might go to England." "But this is outrageous!" exclaimed Marius. It is certain that, at that moment, no abuse of power, no violence, not one of the abominations of the worst tyrants, no action of Busiris, of Tiberius, or of Henry VIII, could have equalled this in atrocity, in the opinion of Marius. Monsieur Fauchelevent taking his daughter off to England because he had business there. He demanded in a weak voice, "When do you start?" He did not say when. "And when shall you return?" He did not say when. Marius rose and said coldly, "Cosette, shall you go?" Cosette turned toward him her beautiful eyes, all filled with anguish, and replied in a sort of bewilderment, "Where?" "To England. Shall you go?" "Why do you say you to me? I ask you whether you will go." "What do you expect me to do?" she said, clasping her hands. "So you will go? If my father goes, so you will go?" Cosette took Marius' hand and pressed it without replying. "Very well," said Marius. "Then I will go elsewhere." Cosette felt rather than understood the meaning of these words. She turned so pale that her face shone white through the gloom. She stammered, "What do you mean?" Marius looked at her, then raised his eyes to heaven and answered, "Nothing." When his eyes fell again, he saw Cosette smiling at him, the smile of a woman whom one loves possesses a visible radiance, even at night. "How silly we are! Marius, I have an idea." "What is it?" "If we go away, do you go too. I will tell you where. Come and join me wherever I am." Marius was now a thoroughly roused man. He had fallen back into reality. He cried to Cosette, "Go away with you? Are you mad? Why, I have to have money, and I have none. Go to England? But I am in debt now. I owe, I don't know how much, more than 10 louis to Courfeyrac, one of my friends with whom you are not acquainted. I have an old hat which is not worth 3 francs. I have a coat which lacks buttons in front. My shirt is all ragged. My elbows are torn. My boots let in water. For the last 6 weeks I have not thought about it, and I have not told you about it. You only see me at night, and you give me your love. If you were to see me in the daytime, you would give me a sou. Go to England? Ah! I haven't enough money to pay for a passport." He threw himself against a tree which was close at hand, erect, his brow pressed close to the bark, feeling neither the wood which flayed his skin nor the fever which was throbbing in his temples. And there he stood motionless, on the point of falling, like the statue of despair. He remained a long time thus. One could remain for eternity in such abysses. At last he turned around. He heard behind him a faint stifled noise, which was sweet yet sad. It was Cosette sobbing. She had been weeping for more than 2 hours beside Marius as he meditated. He came to her, fell at her knees, and slowly prostrating himself, he took the tip of her foot, which peeped out from beneath her robe, and kissed it. She let him have his way in silence. There are moments when a woman accepts, like a sombre and resigned goddess, the religion of love. "Do not weep," he said. She murmured, "Not when I may be going away, and you cannot come." He went on, "Do you love me?" She replied, sobbing, by that word from paradise, which is never more charming than amid tears, "I adore you." Marius resumed. He continued in a tone which was an indescribable caress, "Do not weep. Tell me, will you do this for me, and cease to weep?" "Do you love me?" said she. He took her hand. "Cosette, I have never given my word of honor to anyone, because my word of honor terrifies me. I feel that my father is by my side. Well, I give you my most sacred word of honor, that if you go away, I shall die." In the tone with which he uttered these words there lay a melancholy so solemn and so tranquil that Cosette trembled. She felt that chill which is produced by a true and gloomy thing as it passes by. The shock made her cease weeping. "Now listen," said he. "Do not expect me tomorrow." "Why?" "Do not expect me until the day after tomorrow." "Oh, why?" "You will see." "A day without seeing you? But that is impossible." "Let us sacrifice one day in order to gain our whole lives, perhaps." And Marius added in a low tone and in an aside, "He is a man who never changes his habits, and he has never received any one except in the evening." "Of what man are you speaking?" asked Cosette. "I said nothing." "What do you hope, then?" "Wait until the day after tomorrow." "You wish it?" "Yes, Cosette." She took his hand in both her hands, raising herself on tiptoe in order to be on a level with him, and tried to read his hope in his eyes. Marius resumed, "Now that I think of it, you ought to know my address. Something might happen. One never knows. I live with that friend named Courfeyrac, Rue de la Verrerie, number 16. He searched in his pocket, pulled out his penknife, and with the blade he wrote on the plaster of the wall, 16 Rue de la Verrerie. In the meantime, Cosette had begun to gaze into his eyes once more. "Tell me your thought, Marius. You have some idea. Tell it to me. Oh, tell me, so I may pass a pleasant night." "This is my idea, that it is impossible that God should mean to part us. Wait, expect me the day after tomorrow." "What shall I do until then?" said Cosette. "You are outside, you go and come. How happy men are! I shall remain entirely alone. Oh, how sad I shall be! What is it that you are going to do tomorrow evening? Tell me." "I am going to try something." "Then I will pray to God, and I will think of you here, so that you may be successful. I will question you no further, since you do not wish it. You are my master. I shall pass the evening tomorrow in singing that music from Euryanthe that you love, and that you came one evening to listen to outside my shutters. But day after tomorrow you will come early. I shall expect you at dusk, at 9 o'clock precisely. I warn you, mon Dieu, how sad it is that these days are so long. On the stroke of 9, do you understand? I shall be in the garden." "And I also." And without having uttered it, moved by the same thought, impelled by those electric currents which place lovers in continual communication, both being intoxicated with delight even in their sorrow, they fell into each other's arms, without perceiving that their lips met, while their uplifted eyes, overflowing with rapture and full of tears, gazed upon the stars. When Marius went forth, the street was deserted. This was the moment when Éponine was following the ruffians to the boulevard. While Marius had been dreaming with his head pressed to the tree, an idea had crossed his mind, an idea, alas! that he himself judged to be senseless and impossible. He had come to a desperate decision. End of Book 8, Chapters 5 and 6.
Chapter 7 of Book 8 of Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Kuiper. Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo, translated by Elizabeth Florence Hapgood. Book 8, Enchantments and Desolations. Chapter 7, The Old Heart and the Young Heart, in the presence of each other. At that epoch, Father Gillenormand was well past his 91st birthday. He still lived with Mademoiselle Gillenormand in the Rue des Filles du Calvaire, numero 6, in the old house which he owned. He was, as the reader will remember, one of those antique old men who await death perfectly erect, whom age bears down without bending, and whom even sorrow cannot curve. Still, his daughter had been saying for some time, "My father is sinking." He no longer boxed the maid's ears. He no longer thumped the landing place so vigorously with his cane when Basque was slow in opening the door. The Revolution of July had exasperated him for the space of barely 6 months. He had viewed almost tranquilly that coupling of words in the Moniteur, Monsieur Humboldt, Comte, Peer of France. The fact is that the old man was deeply dejected. He did not bend, he did not yield. This was no more a characteristic of his physical than of his moral nature. But he felt himself giving way internally. For 4 years he had been waiting for Marius, with his foot firmly planted, that is the exact word, in the conviction that that good-for-nothing young scamp would ring at his door some day or other. Now he had reached the point where, at certain gloomy hours, he said to himself that if Marius made him wait much longer, it was not death that was insupportable to him. It was the idea that perhaps he should never see Marius again. The idea of never seeing Marius again had never entered his brain until that day. Now the thought began to recur to him, and it chilled him. Absence, as is always the case in genuine and natural sentiments, had only served to augment the grandfather's love for the ungrateful child, who had gone off like a flash. It is during December nights, when the cold stands at 10 degrees, that one thinks oftenest of the sun. Monsieur Gillenormand was, or thought himself above all things, incapable of taking a single step, he, the grandfather, towards his grandson. "I would die rather," he said to himself. He did not consider himself as the least to blame, but he thought of Marius only with profound tenderness, and the mute despair of an elderly, kindly old man who is about to vanish in the dark. He began to lose his teeth, which added to his sadness. Monsieur Gillenormand, without, however, acknowledging it to himself, for it would have rendered him furious and ashamed, had never loved a mistress as he loved Marius. He had had placed in his chamber, opposite the head of his bed, so that it should be the first thing on which his eyes fell on waking, an old portrait of his other daughter, who was dead, Madame Pontmercy, a portrait which had been taken when she was 18. He gazed incessantly at that portrait. One day, he happened to say, as he gazed upon it, "I think the likeness is strong." "To my sister?" inquired Mademoiselle Gillenormand. "Yes, certainly." The old man added, "And to him also. Once, as he sat with his knees pressed together and his eyes almost closed, in a despondent attitude, his daughter ventured to say to him, "Father, are you as angry with him as ever?" She paused, not daring to proceed further. "With whom?" he demanded. "With that poor Marius." He raised his aged head, laid his withered and emaciated fist on the table, and exclaimed in his most irritated and vibrant tone:— "Poor Marius, do you say? That gentleman is a knave, a wretched scoundrel, a vain little ingrate, a heartless, soulless, haughty, and wicked man." And he turned away so that his daughter might not see the tear that stood in his eye. 3 days later, he broke a silence which had lasted 4 hours to say to his daughter point blank:— "I had the honor to ask Mademoiselle Gillenormand never to mention him to me." Aunt Gillenormand renounced every effort and pronounced this acute diagnosis:— "My father never cared very much for my sister after her folly. It is clear that he detests Marius." After her folly meant after she had married the colonel. However, as the reader has been able to conjecture, Mademoiselle Gillenormand had failed in her attempt to substitute her favorite, the officer of lancers, for Marius. The substitute, Théodule, had not been a success. Monsieur Gillenormand had not accepted the quid pro quo. A vacancy in the heart does not accommodate itself to a stop-gap. Théodule, on his side, though he scented the inheritance, was disgusted at the task of pleasing. The good man bored the lancer, and the lancer shocked the good man. Lieutenant Théodule was gay, no doubt, but a chatterbox, frivolous but vulgar, a high liver, but a frequenter of bad company. He had mistresses, it is true, and he had a great deal to say about them, it is true also, but he talked badly. All his good qualities had a defect. Monsieur Gillenormand was worn out with hearing him tell about the love affairs that he had in the vicinity of the barracks in the Rue de Babylone. And then Lieutenant Gillenormand sometimes came in his uniform with the tricolored cockade. This rendered him downright intolerable. Finally, Father Gillenormand had said to his daughter:— "I've had enough of that Théodule. I haven't much taste for warriors in time of peace. Receive him if you choose. I don't know, but I prefer slashers to fellows that drag their swords. The clash of blades in battle is less dismal, after all, than the clank of the scabbard on the pavement. And then throwing out your chest like a bully and lacing yourself like a girl with stays under your cuirass is doubly ridiculous. When one is a veritable man, one holds equally aloof from swagger and from affected airs. He is neither a blusterer nor a finicky-hearted man. Keep your Théodule for yourself." It was in vain that his daughter said to him:— "But he is your grandnephew, nevertheless." It turned out that Monsieur Gillenormand, who was a grandfather to the very fingertips, was not in the least a grand uncle. In fact, as he had good sense, and as he had compared the two, Théodule had only served to make him regret Marius all the more. One evening, it was the 24th of June, which did not prevent Father Gillenormand having a rousing fire on the hearth. He had dismissed his daughter, who was sewing in a neighboring apartment. He was alone in his chamber amidst its pastoral scenes, with his feet propped on the andirons, half enveloped in his huge screen of Coromandel lacquer, with its 9 leaves, with his elbow resting on a table where burned 2 candles under a green shade, engulfed in his tapestry armchair, and in his hand a book which he was not reading. He was dressed, according to his wont, like an incroyable, and resembled an antique portrait by Garat. This would have made people run after him in the street had not his daughter covered him up whenever he went out in a vast bishop's wadded cloak, which concealed his attire. At home he never wore a dressing gown, except when he rose and retired. "It gives one a look of age," said he. Father Gillenormand was thinking of Marius lovingly and bitterly, and, as usual, bitterness predominated. His tenderness, once soured, always ended by boiling and turning to indignation. He had reached the point where a man tries to make up his mind and to accept that which rends his heart. He was explaining to himself that there was no longer any reason why Marius should return, that if he intended to return, he should have done it long ago, that he must renounce the idea. He was trying to accustom himself to the thought that all was over, that he should die without having beheld that gentleman again. But his whole nature revolted. His aged paternity would not consent to this. "Well," said he, this was his doleful refrain, "he will not return." His bald head had fallen upon his breast, and he fixed a melancholy and irritated gaze upon the ashes on his hearth. In the very midst of his reverie, his old servant Basque entered and inquired, "Can monsieur receive Monsieur Marius?" The old man sat up erect, pallid, and like a corpse which rises under the influence of a galvanic shock. All his blood had retreated to his heart. He stammered, "Monsieur Marius what?" "I don't know," replied Basque, intimidated and put out of countenance by his master's air. "I have not seen him. Nicolette came in and said to me, 'There's a young man here, say that it is Monsieur Marius.'" Father Gillenormand stammered in a low voice, "Show him in." And he remained in the same attitude, with shaking head and his eyes fixed on the door. It opened once more. A young man entered. It was Marius. Marius halted at the door, as though waiting to be bidden to enter. His almost squalid attire was not perceptible in the obscurity caused by the shade. Nothing could be seen but his calm, grave, and strangely sad face. It was several minutes before Father Gillenormand, dulled with amazement and joy, could see anything except a brightness, as when one is in the presence of an apparition. He was on the point of swooning. He saw Marius through a dazzling light. It was certainly he. It certainly was Marius. At last, after the lapse of 4 years, he grasped him entire, so to speak, in a single glance. He found him noble, handsome, distinguished, well grown, a complete man, with a suitable mien and a charming air. He felt a desire to open his arms, to call him, to fling himself forward. His heart melted with rapture. Affectionate words swelled and overflowed his breast. At length all his tenderness came to the light and reached his lips, and by a contrast which constituted the very foundation of his nature, what came forth was harshness. He said abruptly, "What have you come here for?" Marius replied with embarrassment, "Monsieur." Monsieur Gillenormand would have liked to have Marius throw himself into his arms. He was displeased with Marius and with himself. He was conscious that he was brusque and that Marius was cold. It caused the good man unendurable and irritating anxiety to feel so tender and forlorn within, and only to be able to be hard outside. Bitterness returned. He interrupted Marius in a peevish tone. "Then why did you come?" That "then" signified, "if you do not come to embrace me." Marius looked at his grandfather, whose pallor gave him a face of marble. "Monsieur—" "Have you come to beg my pardon? Do you acknowledge your faults?" He thought he was putting Marius on the right road, and that the child would yield. Marius shivered. It was the denial of his father that was required of him. He dropped his eyes and replied, "No, sir." "Then," exclaimed the old man impetuously, with a grief that was poignant and full of wrath, "what do you want of me?" Marius clasped his hands, advanced a step, and said in a feeble and trembling voice, "Sir, have pity on me." These words touched M. Gillenormand. Uttered a little sooner, they would have rendered him tender, but they came too late. The grandfather rose. He supported himself with both hands on his cane. His lips were white, his brow wavered, but his lofty form towered above Marius as he bowed. "Pity on you, sir! It is youth demanding pity of the old man of 91. You are entering into life, I am leaving it. You go to the play, to balls, to the café, to the billiard hall. You have wit, you please the women, you are a handsome fellow. As for me, I spit on my brands in the heart of summer. You are rich with the only riches that are really such. I possess all the poverty of age, infirmity, isolation. You have your 32 teeth, a good digestion, bright eyes, strength, appetite, health, gaiety, a forest of black hair. I have no longer even white hair. I have lost my teeth. I am losing my legs. I am losing my memory. There are 3 names of streets that I confound incessantly: the Rue Charette, the Rue de Chaume, and the Rue Saint Claude. That is what I have come to. You have before you the whole future full of sunshine, and I am beginning to lose my sight. So far am I advanced into the night. You are in love, that is a matter of course. I am beloved by no one in all the world, and you ask pity of me? Parbleu! Molière forgot that. If that is the way you jest in the courthouse, messieurs the lawyers, I sincerely compliment you. You are droll." And the octogenarian went on in a grave and angry voice, "Come now, what do you want of me?" "Sir," said Marius, "I know that my presence is displeasing to you. But I have come merely to ask one thing of you, and then I shall go away immediately." "You are a fool," said the old man. "Who said that you were to go away?" This was the translation of the tender words which lay at the bottom of his heart. "Ask my pardon. Throw yourself on my neck." M. Gillenormand felt that Marius would leave him in a few moments, that his harsh reception had repelled the lad, that his hardness was driving him away. He said all this to himself, and it augmented his grief, and as his grief was straightway converted into wrath, it increased his harshness. He would have liked to have had Marius understand, and Marius did not understand, which made the good man furious. He began again. "What? You deserted me, your grandfather? You left my house to go no one knows whither. You drove your aunt to despair. You went off, it is easily guessed, to lead a bachelor life. It's more convenient to play the dandy, to come in at all hours, to amuse yourself. You have given me no signs of life. You have contracted debts without even telling me to pay them. You have become a smasher of windows and a blusterer, and at the end of 4 years, you come to me, and that is all you have to say to me." This violent fashion of driving a grandson to tenderness was productive only of silence on the part of Marius. M. Gillenormand folded his arms, a gesture which with him was peculiarly imperious, and apostrophized Marius bitterly. "Let us make an end of this. You have come to ask something of me, you say? Well, what? What is it? Speak." "Sir," said Marius, with the look of a man who feels that he is falling over a precipice, "I have come to ask your permission to marry." M. Gillenormand rang the bell. Basque opened the door halfway. "Call my daughter." A second later, the door was opened once more. Mademoiselle Gillenormand did not enter, but showed herself. Marius was standing mute, with pendant arms and a face of a criminal. M. Gillenormand was pacing back and forth in the room. He turned to his daughter and said to her:— "Nothing.
It is Monsieur Marius. Say good day to him. Monsieur wishes to marry. That is all. Go away."
The curt, hoarse sound of the old man's voice announced a strange degree of excitement. The aunt gazed at Marius with a frightened air, hardly appeared to recognize him, did not allow a gesture or a syllable to escape her, and disappeared at her father's breath, more swiftly than a straw before the hurricane. In the meantime, Father Gillenormand had returned and placed his back against the chimney-piece once more.
"You marry at 21? You have arranged that? You have only a permission to ask, a formality. Sit down, sir. Well, you have had a revolution since I had the honor to see you last. The Jacobins got the upper hand. You must have been delighted. Are you not a Republican since you are a baron? You can make that agree. The Republic makes a good sauce for the barony. Are you one of those decorated by July? Have you taken the Louvre at all, sir? Quite near here, in the Rue Saint-Antoine, opposite the Rue des Normandières, there is a cannonball encrusted in the wall of the third story of a house, with this inscription, July 28th, 1830. Go, take a look at that. It produces a good effect. Ah, those friends of yours do pretty things. By the way, aren't they erecting a fountain in the place of the monument of Monsieur le Duc de Berry? So, you want to marry. Whom? Can one inquire without indiscretion?
He paused, and before Marius had time to answer, he added violently,
"Come now! You have a profession, a fortune made? How much do you earn at your trade of lawyer?"
"Nothing," said Marius, with a sort of firmness and resolution that was almost fierce.
"Nothing? Then all you have to live upon is the 1,200 livres that I allow you?"
Marius did not reply. Monsieur Gillenormand continued.
"Then I understand the girl is rich?"
"As rich as I am."
"What? No dowry?"
"No."
"Expectations?"
"I think not."
"Utterly naked. What's the father?"
"I don't know."
"And what's her name?"
"Mademoiselle Fauchelevent."
"Fauche what?"
"Fauchelevent." "Pft!" ejaculated the old gentleman.
"Sir!"
exclaimed Marius. Monsieur Gillenormand interrupted him with the tone of a man who is speaking to himself.
"That's right. 21 years, no profession, 1,200 livres a year. Madame la Baronne de Pontmercy will go and purchase a couple of sous worth of parsley from the fruitière."
"Sir," repeated Marius, in the despair of the last hope, which was vanishing, "I entreat you, I conjure you in the name of heaven, with clasped hands, sir, I throw myself at your feet, permit me to marry her." The old man burst into a shout of strident and mournful laughter, coughing and laughing at the same time.
You said to yourself, "Pardine, I'll go hunt up that old blockhead, that absurd numbskull. What a shame that I'm not 25, how I'd treat him to a nice, respectful summons. How nicely I'd get along without him. It's nothing to me. I'd say to him, 'You're only too happy to see me, you old idiot. I want to marry. I desire to wed Mademoiselle no matter whom, daughter of Monsieur no matter what. I have no shoes, she has no chemise. That just suits. I want to throw my career, my future, my youth, my life to the dogs. I wish to take a plunge into wretchedness with a woman around my neck. That's an idea, and you must consent to it. And the old fossil will consent. Go, my lad, do as you like. Attach your paving stone. Marry your Pousselivant, your Coupelivant. Never, sir, never."
"Father!"
"Never."
At the tone in which that never was uttered, Marius lost all hope. He traversed the chamber with slow steps, with bowed head, tottering and more like a dying man than like one merely taking his departure. M. Gillenormand followed him with his eyes, and at the moment when the door opened and Marius was on the point of going out, he advanced 4 paces with the senile vivacity of impetuous and spoiled old gentlemen, seized Marius by the collar, brought him back energetically into the room, flung him into an armchair, and said to him: "Tell me all about it." It was that single word, father, which had effected this revolution. Marius stared at him in bewilderment. M. Gillenormand's mobile face was no longer expressive of anything but rough and ineffable good nature. The grandsire had given way before the grandfather.
Come, see here, speak. Tell me about your love affairs. Jabber, tell me everything. Sapristi, how stupid young folks are.
"Father," repeated Marius. The old man's entire countenance lighted up with indescribable radiance.
Yes, that's right. Call me father, and you'll see.
There was now something so kind, so gentle, so open-hearted, and so paternal in this brusqueness, that Marius, in the sudden transition from discouragement to hope, was stunned and intoxicated by it, as it were. He was seated near the table. The light from the candles brought out the dilapidation of his costume, which Father Gillenormand regarded with amazement. "Well, father," said Marius.
Ah, by the way," interrupted M. Gillenormand, "you really have not a penny, then? You are dressed like a pickpocket."
He rummaged in a drawer, drew forth a purse, which he laid on the table.
"Here are 100 louis. Buy yourself a hat."
"Father," pursued Marius, "my good father, if you only knew, I love her. You cannot imagine it. The first time I saw her was at the Luxembourg. She came there. In the beginning I did not pay much heed to her, and then, I don't know how it came about, I fell in love with her. Oh, how unhappy that made me! Now, at last, I see her every day, at her own home. Her father does not know it. Just fancy, they are going away. It is in the garden that we meet, in the evening. Her father means to take her to England. Then I said to myself, I'll go and see my grandfather and tell him all about the affair. I should go mad first. I should die. I should fall ill. I should throw myself into the water. I absolutely must marry her, since I should go mad otherwise. This is the whole truth, and I do not think that I have omitted anything. She lives in a garden with an iron fence in the Rue Plumet. It is in the neighborhood of the Invalides. Father Gillenormand had seated himself with a beaming countenance beside Marius. As he listened to him and drank in the sound of his voice, he enjoyed at the same time a protracted pinch of snuff. At the words Rue Plumet, he interrupted his inhalation and allowed the remainder of his snuff to fall upon his knees.
The Rue Plumet, did you say? Let us see. Are there not barracks in that vicinity? But why, yes, that's it. Your cousin, Théodule, has spoken to me about it. The lancer, the officer, a gay girl, my good friend, a gay girl. Pardieu, yes. The Rue Plumet. It is what used to be called the Rue Plamet. It all comes back to me now. I have heard of that little girl, of the iron railing in the Rue Plumet, in a garden. Pamela, your taste is not bad. She is said to be a very tidy creature. Between ourselves, I think that simpleton of a lancer has been courting her a bit. I don't know where he did it. However, that's not to the purpose. Besides, he is not to be believed. He brags, Marius. I think it quite proper that a young man like you should be in love. It's the right thing at your age. I like you better as a lover than a Jacobin. I like you better in love with a petticoat, sapristi, with 20 petticoats, than with Monsieur de Robespierre. For my part, I will do myself the justice to say that in the line of sans-culotte, I have never loved any one but women. Pretty girls are pretty girls, the deuce. There's no objection to that. As for the little one, she receives you without her father's knowledge. Well, that's in the established order of things. I have had adventures of that same sort myself, more than one. Do you know what is done then? One does not take the matter ferociously. One does not precipitate himself into the tragic. One does not make one's mind to marriage and Monsieur le Maire with his scarf. One simply behaves like a fellow of spirit. One shows good sense. Slip along, mortals. Don't marry. You come and look up your grandfather, who is a good-natured fellow at bottom, and who always has a few rolls of louis in an old drawer. You say to him, "See here, grandfather," and the grandfather says, "That's a simple matter. Youth must amuse itself, and old age must wear out. I have been young, you will be old. Come, my boy, you shall pass it on to your grandson. Here are 200 pistoles. Amuse yourself. Deuce take it, nothing better. That's the way the affair should be treated. You don't marry, but that does no harm. You understand me?"
Marius, petrified and incapable of uttering a syllable, made a sign with his head that he did not. The old man burst out laughing, winked his aged eye, gave him a slap on the knee, stared him full in the face with a mysterious and beaming air, and said to him, with the tenderest of shrugs of the shoulder,
"Ah, booby! Make her your mistress."
Marius turned pale. He had understood nothing of what his grandfather had just said. This twaddle about the Rue Plumet, Pamela, the barracks, the Lancer, had passed before Marius like a dissolving view. Nothing of all that could bear any reference to Cosette, who was a lily. The good man was wandering in his mind, but this wandering terminated in words which Marius did understand, and which were a mortal insult to Cosette. Those words, "Make her your mistress," entered the heart of the strict young man like a sword. He rose, picked up his hat, which lay on the floor, and walked to the door with a firm, assured step. There he turned round, bowed deeply to his grandfather, raised his head erect again, and said, "5 years ago you insulted my father. Today you have insulted my wife. I ask nothing more of you, sir. Farewell." Father Gillenormand, utterly confounded, opened his mouth, extended his arms, tried to rise, and before he could utter a word, the door closed once more, and Marius had disappeared. The old man remained for several minutes motionless, and as though struck by lightning, without the power to speak or breathe, as though a clenched fist grasped his throat. At last he tore himself from his armchair, ran, so far as a man can run at 91, to the door, opened it, and cried, "Help! Help!" His daughter made her appearance, then the domestics. He began again with a pitiful rattle, "Run after him, bring him back. What have I done to him? He is mad, he is going away. Ah, my God! Ah, my God! This time he will not come back." He went to the window which looked out on the street, threw it open with his aged and palsied hands, leaned out more than halfway, while Basque and Nicolette held him behind and shouted, "Marius! Marius! Marius! Marius!" But Marius could no longer hear him, for at that moment he was turning the corner of the Rue Saint Louis. The octogenarian raised his hands to his temples 2 or 3 times with an expression of anguish, recoiled tottering, and fell back into the armchair, pulseless, voiceless, tearless, with quivering head and lips which moved with a stupid air, with nothing in his eyes and nothing any longer in his heart except a gloomy and profound something which resembled night. End of Book 8, Chapter 7. Chapters 1 to 3 of Book 9 of Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Kuiper. Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo, translated by Elizabeth Florence Hapgood. Book 9, Whither Are They Going? Chapters 1 to 3. Chapter 1. Jean Valjean. That same day, towards 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jean Valjean was sitting alone on the back side of one of the most solitary slopes in the Champ de Mars. Either from prudence or from a desire to meditate, or simply in consequence of one of those insensible changes of habit which gradually introduce themselves into the existence of everyone, he now rarely went out with Cosette. He had on his workman's waistcoat and trousers of gray linen, and his long visored cap concealed his countenance. He was calm and happy now beside Cosette. That which had for a time alarmed and troubled him had been dissipated. But for the last week or two anxieties of another nature had come up. One day, while walking on the boulevard, he had caught sight of Thénardier. Thanks to his disguise, Thénardier had not recognized him. But since that day, Jean Valjean had seen him repeatedly, and he was now certain that Thénardier was prowling about in their neighborhood. This had been sufficient to make him come to a decision. Moreover, Paris was not tranquil. Political troubles presented this inconvenient feature for anyone who had anything to conceal in his life, that the police had grown very uneasy and very suspicious, and that while seeking to ferret out a man like Pépin or Maury, they might very readily discover a man like Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean had made up his mind to quit Paris and even France, and go over to England. He had warned Cosette. He wished to set out before the end of the week. He had seated himself on the slope in the Champ de Mars, turning over all sorts of thoughts in his mind. Thénardier, the police, the journey, and the difficulty of procuring a passport. He was troubled from all these points of view. Last of all, an inexplicable circumstance, which had just attracted his attention and from which he had not yet recovered, had added to his state of alarm. On the morning of that very day, when he alone of the household was stirring, while strolling in the garden before Cosette's shutters were open, he had suddenly perceived on the wall the following line engraved, probably with a nail: 16 Rue de la Verrerie. This was perfectly fresh. The grooves in the ancient black mortar were white. A tuft of nettles at the foot of the wall was powdered with a fine, fresh plaster. This had probably been written on the preceding night. What was this? A signal for others, a warning for himself? In any case, it was evident that the garden had been violated and that strangers had made their way into it. He recalled the odd incidents which had already alarmed the household. His mind was now filled with this canvas. He took good care not to speak to Cosette of the line written on the wall, for fear of alarming her. In the midst of his preoccupations, he perceived from a shadow cast by the sun that someone had halted on the crest of the slope immediately behind him. He was on the point of turning round when a paper folded in four fell upon his knees as though a hand had dropped it over his head. He took the paper, unfolded it, and read these words written in large characters with a pencil: "Move away from your house." Jean Valjean sprang hastily to his feet. There was no one on the slope. He gazed all around him and perceived a creature larger than a child, not so large as a man, clad in a gray blouse and trousers of dust-colored cotton velvet, who was jumping over the parapet and who slipped into the moat of the Champ de Mars. Jean Valjean returned home at once in a very thoughtful mood. Chapter 2. Marius. Marius had left M. Gillenormand in despair. He had entered the house with very little hope, and quitted it with immense despair. However, and those who have observed the depths of the human heart will understand this. The officer, the lancer, the ninny, Cousin Théodule, had left no trace in his mind, not the slightest. The dramatic poet might apparently expect some complications from this revelation made point blank by the grandfather to the grandson, but what the drama would gain thereby, truth would lose. Marius was at an age when one believes nothing in the line of evil. Later on comes the age when one believes everything. Suspicions are nothing else than wrinkles. Early youth has none of them. That which overwhelmed Othello glides innocuous over Candide. Suspect Cosette? There are hosts of crimes which Marius could sooner have committed. He began to wander about the streets, the resource of those who suffer. He thought of nothing so far as he could afterwards remember. At 2 o'clock in the morning he returned to Courfeyrac's quarters and flung himself, without undressing, on his mattress. The sun was shining brightly when he sank into that frightful leaden slumber which permits ideas to go and come in the brain. When he awoke, he saw Courfeyrac, Enjolras, Feuillet, and Combeferre standing in the room with their hats on and all ready to go out. Courfeyrac said to him: "Are you coming to General Lamarque's funeral?" It seemed to him that Courfeyrac was speaking Chinese. He went out some time after them. He put in his pocket the pistols which Javert had given him at the time of the adventure on the 3rd of February, and which had remained in his hands. These pistols were still loaded. It would be difficult to say what vague thought he had in his mind when he took them with him. All day long he prowled about without knowing where he was going. It rained at times. He did not perceive it. For his dinner he purchased a penny roll at a baker's, put it in his pocket, and forgot it. It appears that he took a bath in the Seine without being aware of it. There are moments when a man has a furnace within his skull. Marius was passing through one of those moments. He no longer hoped for anything, this step he had taken since the preceding evening. He waited for night with feverish impatience. He had but one idea clearly before his mind. This was, that at 9 o'clock he should see Cosette. This last happiness now constituted his whole future. After that, gloom. At intervals, as he roamed through the most deserted boulevards, it seemed to him that he heard strange noises in Paris. He thrust his head out of his reverie and said: "Is there fighting on hand?" At nightfall, at 9 o'clock precisely, as he had promised Cosette, he was in the Rue Plumet. When he approached the grating, he forgot everything. It was 48 hours since he had seen Cosette. He was about to behold her once more. Every other thought was effaced, and he felt only a profound and unheard-of joy. Those minutes in which one lives centuries always have this sovereign and wonderful property, that at the moment when they are passing, they fill the heart completely. Marius displaced the bar and rushed headlong into the garden. Cosette was not at the spot where she ordinarily waited for him. He traversed the thicket and approached the recess near the flight of steps. "She is waiting for me there," said he. Cosette was not there. He raised his eyes and saw that the shutters of the house were closed. He made the tour of the garden. The garden was deserted. Then he returned to the house and, rendered senseless by love, intoxicated, terrified, exasperated with grief and uneasiness, like a master who returns home at an evil hour, he tapped on the shutters. He knocked and knocked again, at the risk of seeing the window open and her father's gloomy face make its appearance and demand: "What do you want?" This was nothing in comparison with what he dimly caught a glimpse of. When he had rapped, he lifted up his voice and called: "Cosette! Cosette!" he cried. "Cosette!" he repeated imperiously. There was no reply. All was over. No one in the garden, no one in the house. Marius fixed his despairing eyes on that dismal house, which was as black and silent as a tomb, and far more empty. He gazed at the stone seat on which he had passed so many adorable hours with Cosette. Then he seated himself on the flight of steps, his heart filled with sweetness and resolution. He blessed his love in the depths of his thought, and he said to himself that, since Cosette was gone, all that there was left for him was to die. All at once he heard a voice which seemed to proceed from the street, and which was calling to him through the trees. "Mr. Marius!" He started to his feet. "Hey?" said he. "Mr. Marius, are you there?" "Yes." "Mr. Marius," went on the voice, "your friends are waiting for you at the barricade of the Rue de la Chanvrerie." This voice was not wholly unfamiliar to him. It resembled the hoarse, rough voice of Éponine. Marius hastened to the gate, thrust aside the movable bar, passed his head through the aperture, and saw some one who appeared to him to be a young man disappearing at the run into the gloom. Chapter 3. Monsieur Mabeuf. Jean Valjean's purse was of no use to Monsieur Mabeuf. Monsieur Mabeuf, in his venerable infantile austerity, had not accepted the gift of the stars. He had not admitted that a star could coin itself into louis d'or. He had not divined that what had fallen from heaven had come from Gavroche. He had taken the purse to the police commissioner of the quartier, as a lost article placed by the finder at the disposal of claimants. The purse was actually lost. It is unnecessary to say that no one claimed it, and that it did not succor Monsieur Mabeuf. Moreover, Monsieur Mabeuf had continued his downward course. His experiments on indigo had been no more successful in the Jardin des Plantes than in his garden at Austerlitz. The year before, he had owed his housekeeper's wages. Now, as we have seen, he owed 3/4 of his rent. The pawnshop had sold the plates of his Flora after the expiration of 13 months. Some coppersmith had made stewpans of them. His copper plates gone, and being unable to complete even the incomplete copies of his Flora which were in his possession, he had disposed of the text at a miserable price as waste paper to a second-hand bookseller. Nothing now remained to him of his life's work. He set to work to eat up the money for these copies. When he saw that this wretched resource was becoming exhausted, he gave up his garden and allowed it to run to waste. Before this, a long time before, he had given up his 2 eggs and the morsel of beef which he ate from time to time. He dined on bread and potatoes. He had sold the last of his furniture, then all duplicates of his bedding, his clothing, and his blankets, then his herbariums and prints, but he still retained his most precious books, many of which were of the greatest rarity. Among others, Les Quatrains Historiques de la Bible, edition of 1560, La Concordance des Bibles by Pierre de Besse, Les Marguerites de la Marguerite of Jean de la Haye, with a dedication to the Queen of Navarre, the Book de la Charge et Dignité de l'Ambassadeur by Le Sieur de Villers-Hotman, a Florilegium Rabbinicum of 1644, a Tibullus of 1567 with this magnificent inscription, Venitus in Oedipus Manutianus, and lastly a Diogenes Laertius printed at Lyons in 1644, which contained the famous variant of the manuscript 411, 13th century of the Vatican, and those of the 2 manuscripts of Venice, 393 and 394, consulted with such fruitful results by Henri Estienne, and all the passages in Doric dialect which are only found in the celebrated manuscript of the 12th century belonging to the Naples library. Monsieur Mabeuf never had any fire in his chamber, and went to bed at sundown in order not to consume any candles. It seemed as though he had no longer any neighbors. People avoided him when he went out. He perceived the fact. The wretchedness of a child interests a mother. The wretchedness of a young man interests a young girl. The wretchedness of an old man interests no one. It is of all distresses the coldest. Still, Father Mabeuf had not entirely lost his childlike serenity. His eyes acquired some vivacity when they rested on his books. and he smiled when he gazed at the Diogenes Laertius, which was a unique copy. His bookcase with glass doors was the only piece of furniture which he has kept beyond what was strictly indispensable. One day Mother Plutarque said to him, "I have no money to buy any dinner." What she called dinner was a loaf of bread and 4 or 5 potatoes.
On credit,
suggested Monsieur Mabeuf.
you know very well that people refuse me.
Monsieur Mabeuf opened his bookcase, took a long look at all his books, one after another, as a father obliged to decimate his children would gaze upon them before making a choice, then seized one hastily, put it under his arm, and went out. He returned 2 hours later without anything under his arm, laid 30 sous upon the table, and said,
"You will get something for dinner."
From that moment forth, Mother Plutarque saw a sombre veil, which was never more lifted, descend over the old man's candid face. On the following day, on the day after, and on the day after that, it had to be done again. Monsieur Mabeuf went out with a book and returned with a coin. As the second-hand dealers perceived that he was forced to sell, they purchased of him for 20 sous that for which he had paid 20 francs, sometimes at those very shops. Volume by volume, the whole library went the same road. He said at times, "But I am 80," as though he cherished some secret hope that he should arrive at the end of his days before reaching the end of his books. His melancholy increased. Once, however, he had a pleasure. He had gone out with a Robert Estienne, which he had sold for 35 sous under the Quai Malaquais, and he returned with an Aldus, which he had bought for 40 sous in the Rue des Gris.
"I owe 5 sous," he said, beaming on Mother Plutarque.
That day he had no dinner. He belonged to the Horticultural Society. His destitution became known there. The president of the society came to see him, promised to speak to the Minister of Agriculture and Commerce about him, and did so.
"Why, what!" exclaimed the minister. "I should think so! An old savant, a botanist, an inoffensive man! Something must be done for him."
On the following day, Monsieur Mabeuf received an invitation to dine with the minister. Trembling with joy, he showed the letter to Mother Plutarque. "We are saved," said he. On the day appointed, he went to the minister's house. He perceived that his ragged cravat, his long square coat, and his waxed shoes astonished the ushers. No one spoke to him, not even the minister. About 10 o'clock in the evening, while he was still waiting for a word, he heard the minister's wife, a beautiful woman in a low-necked gown, whom he had not ventured to approach, inquire,
"Who is that old gentleman?"
He returned home on foot at midnight, in a driving rainstorm. He had sold an Elzevir to pay for a carriage in which to go thither. He had acquired the habit of reading a few pages in his Diogenes Laertius every night before he went to bed. He knew enough Greek to enjoy the peculiarities of the text which he owned. He had now no other enjoyment. Several weeks passed. All at once, Mother Plutarque fell ill. There is one thing sadder than having no money with which to buy bread at the baker's, and that is having no money to purchase drugs at the apothecary's. One evening, the doctor had ordered a very expensive potion, and the malady was growing worse. A nurse was required. Monsieur Mabeuf opened his bookcase. There was nothing there. The last volume had taken its departure. All that was left to him was Diogenes Laertius. He put this unique copy under his arm and went out. It was the 4th of June, 1832. He went to the Porte Saint-Jacques, to Royal's successor, and returned with 100 francs. He laid the pile of 5-franc pieces on the old serving woman's nightstand, and returned to his chamber without saying a word. On the following morning, at dawn, he seated himself on the overturned post in his garden, and he could be seen over the top of the hedge, sitting the whole morning motionless, with drooping head, his eyes vaguely fixed on the withered flower beds. It rained at intervals; the old man did not seem to perceive the fact. In the afternoon, extraordinary noises broke out in Paris. They resembled shots and the clamors of the multitude. Father Mabeuf raised his head. He saw a gardener passing, and inquired: "What is it?" The gardener, spade on back, replied in the most unconcerned tone: "It's the riots." "What riots?" "Yes, they are fighting." "Why are they fighting?" "Ah, good heavens!" ejaculated the gardener. "In what direction?" went on M. Mabeuf. "In the neighborhood of the arsenal." Father Mabeuf went to his room, took his hat mechanically, sought for a book to place under his arm, found none, said: "Ah, truly," and went off with a bewildered air. End of Book 9, Chapters 1 to 3.
Chapter 1 of Book 10 of Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 10, the 5th of June, 1832. Chapter 1. The surface of the question. Of what is revolt composed? Of nothing and of everything. Of an electricity disengaged little by little, of a flame suddenly darting forth, of a wandering force, of a passing breath. This breath encounters heads which speak, brains which dream, souls which suffer, passions which burn, wretchedness which howls, and bears them away. Whither? At random. Athwart the state, the laws, athwart prosperity and the insolence of others. Irritated convictions, embittered enthusiasms, agitated indignations, instincts of war which have been repressed, youthful courage which has been exalted, generous blindness, curiosity, the taste for change, the thirst for the unexpected, the sentiment which causes one to take pleasure in reading the posters for the new play, and love, the prompter's whistle at the theatre, the vague hatreds, rancours, disappointments, every vanity which thinks that destiny has bankrupted it, discomfort, empty dreams, ambitious that are hedged about, whoever hopes for a downfall, some outcome, in short, at the very bottom, the rabble, that mud which catches fire, such are the elements of revolt, that which is grandest and that which is basest, the beings who prowl outside of all bounds, awaiting an occasion, bohemians, vagrants, vagabonds of the crossroads, those who sleep at night in a desert of houses with no other roof than the cold clouds of heaven, those who, each day, demand their bread from chance and not from toil, the unknown of poverty and nothingness, the bare-armed, the bare-footed, belong to revolt. Whoever cherishes in his soul a secret revolt against any deed whatever on the part of the state, of life, or of fate, is ripe for riot, and as soon as it makes its appearance he begins to quiver, and to feel himself borne away with the whirlwind. Revolt is a sort of water-spout in the social atmosphere which forms suddenly in certain conditions of temperature, and which, as it eddies about, mounts, descends, thunders, tears, raises, crushes, demolishes, uproots, bearing with it great natures and small, the strong man and the feeble mind, the tree trunk and the stalk of straw. Woe to him whom it bears away, as well as to him whom it strikes. It breaks the one against the other. It communicates to those whom it seizes an indescribable and extraordinary power. It fills the first comer with the force of events. It converts everything into projectiles. It makes a cannonball of a rough stone and a general of a porter. If we are to believe certain oracles of crafty political views, a little revolt is desirable from the point of view of power. System, revolt strengthens those governments which it does not overthrow. It puts the army to the test. It consecrates the bourgeoisie. It draws out the muscles of the police. It demonstrates the force of the social framework. It is an exercise in gymnastics. It is almost hygiene. Power is in better health after a revolt, as a man is after a good rubbing down. Revolt, 30 years ago, was regarded from still other points of view. There is for everything a theory which proclaims itself good sense. Philintus against Alcestis. Mediation offered between the false and the true. Explanation, admonition, rather haughty extenuation which, because it is mingled with blame and excuse, thinks itself wisdom, and is often only pedantry. A whole political school called the golden mean has become the outcome of this. As between cold water and hot water, it is the lukewarm water party. This school, with its false depth, all on the surface, which dissects effects without going back to first causes, chides from its height of a demi-science the agitation of the public square. If we listen to this school, the riots which complicated the affair of 1830 deprived that great event of a portion of its purity. The Revolution of July had been a fine popular gale, abruptly followed by blue sky. They made the cloudy sky reappear. They caused that revolution, a first so remarkable for its unanimity, to degenerate into a quarrel. In the Revolution of July, as in all progress accomplished by fits and starts, there had been secret fractures. These riots rendered them perceptible. It might have been said, this is broken. After the Revolution of July, one was sensible only of deliverance. After the riots, one was conscious of a catastrophe. All revolt closes the shops, depresses the funds, throws the exchange into consternation, suspends commerce, clogs business, precipitates failures. No more money, private fortunes rendered uneasy, public credit shaken, industry disconcerted, capital withdrawing, work at a discount, fear everywhere, counter-shocks in every town, hence gulfs. It has been calculated that the first day of a riot cost France 20 millions, the second day 40, the third 60, a 3 days uprising cost 120 millions. That is to say, if only the financial result be taken into consideration, it is equivalent to a disaster, a shipwreck or a lost battle which should annihilate a fleet of 60 ships of the line. No doubt, historically, uprisings have their beauty. The War of the Pavements is no less grandiose and no less pathetic than the War of Thickets. In the one there is the soul of forests, in the other the heart of cities. The one has Jean Chouin, the other has a Jean. Revolts have illuminated with a red glare all the most original points of the Parisian character: generosity, devotion, stormy gaiety, students proving that bravery forms part of intelligence, the National Guard invincible, bivouacs of shopkeepers, fortresses of street urchins, contempt of death on the part of passers-by. Schools and legions clashed together. After all, between the combatants there was only a difference of age. The race is the same. It is the same stoical men who died at the age of 20 for their ideas, at 40 for their families. The army, always a sad thing in civil wars, opposed prudence to audacity. Uprisings, while proving popular intrepidity, also educated the courage of the bourgeois. This is well, but is all this worth the bloodshed? And to the bloodshed add the future darkness, progress compromised, uneasiness among the best men, honest liberals in despair, foreign absolutism happy in these wounds dealt to revolution by its own hand, the vanquished of 1830 triumphing and saying, "We told you so." Add Paris enlarged, possibly, but France most assuredly diminished. Add, for all must needs be told, the massacres which have too often dishonoured the victory of order grown ferocious over liberty gone mad. To sum up all, uprisings have been disastrous. Thus speaks that approximation to wisdom with which the bourgeoisie, that approximation to the people, so willingly contents itself. For our part, we reject this word uprisings as too large, and consequently as too convenient. We make a distinction between one popular movement and another popular movement. We do not inquire whether an uprising costs as much as a battle. Why a battle in the first place? Here the question of war comes up. Is war less of a scourge than an uprising is of a calamity? And then, are all uprisings calamities? And what if the revolt of July did cost 120 millions? The establishment of Philip V in Spain cost France 2 milliards. Even at the same price, we should prefer the 14th of July. However, we reject these figures, which appear to be reasons and which are only words. An uprising being given, we examine it by itself. In all that is said by the doctrinarian objection above presented, there is no question of anything but effect. We seek the cause. We will be explicit. End of Book 10, Chapter 1. Recording by Kate Mackenzie.
Chapter 2 of Book 10 of Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Tetmeyer. Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel, Florence, HAPGOOD. Book 10, the 5th of June, 1832. Chapter 2, The Root of the Matter. There is such a thing as an uprising, and there is such a thing as insurrection. These are two separate phases of wrath. One is in the wrong, the other is in the right. In democratic states, the only ones which are founded on justice, it sometimes happens that the fraction usurps. Then the whole rises, and the necessary claim of its rights may proceed as far as resort to arms. In all questions which result from collective sovereignty, the war of the whole against the fraction is insurrection. The attack of the fraction against the whole is revolt. According as the Tuileries contain a king or the convention, they are justly or unjustly attacked. The same cannon, pointed against the populace, is wrong on the 10th of August and right on the 14th of Vendemiaire. Alike in appearance, fundamentally different in reality, the Swiss defend the false, Bonaparte defends the true. That which universal suffrage has effected in its liberty and in its sovereignty cannot be undone by the street. It is the same in things pertaining purely to civilization. The instinct of the masses, clear-sighted today, may be troubled tomorrow. The same fury legitimate when directed against Hooray and absurd when directed against HUGO. The destruction of machines, the pillage of warehouses, the breaking of rails, the demolition of docks, the false roots of multitudes, the refusal by the people of justice to progress, Remus assassinated by students, Rousseau driven out of Switzerland and stoned, that is revolt. Israel against Moses, Athens against Phocion, Rome against Cicero, that is an uprising. Paris against the Bastille, that is insurrection. The soldiers against Alexander, the sailors against Christopher Columbus. This is the same revolt, impious revolt. Why? Because Alexander is doing for Asia with the sword that which Christopher Columbus is doing for America with the compass. Alexander, like Columbus, is finding a world. These gifts of a world to civilization are such augmentations of light that all resistance in that case is culpable. Sometimes the populace counterfeits fidelity to itself. The masses are traitors to the people. Is there, for example, anything stranger than that long and bloody protest of dealers in contraband salt, a legitimate chronic revolt, which at the decisive moment, on the day of salvation, at the very hour of popular victory, espouses the throne, turns into chouannerie, and, from having been an insurrection against, becomes an uprising for, somber masterpieces of ignorance. The contraband salt dealer escapes the royal gibbets, and with a rope's end round his neck mounts the white cockade. Death to the salt duties, brings forth, Long live the king! The assassins of Saint Barthélemy, the cutthroats of September, the manslaughterers of Avignon, the assassins of Coligny, the assassins of Madame Lamballe, the assassins of Brune, Michelet, Verdetz, Cadenetz, the companions of Jehu, the chevaliers of Brassard, behold an uprising. La Vendée is a grand Catholic uprising. The sound of right in movement is recognizable. It does not always proceed from the trembling of excited masses. There are mad rages, there are cracked bells, all tocsins do not give out the sound of bronze. The brawl of passions and ignorances is quite another thing from the shock of progress. Show me in what direction you are going. Rise, if you will, but let it be that you may grow great. There is no insurrection except in a forward direction. Any other sort of rising is bad. Every violent step towards the rear is a revolt. To retreat is to commit a deed of violence against the human race. Insurrection is a fit of rage on the part of truth. The pavements which the uprising disturbs give forth the spark of right. These pavements bequeath to the uprising only their mud. Danton against Louis XIV is insurrection. Hébert against Danton is revolt. Hence it results that if insurrection in given cases may be, as Lafayette says, the most holy of duties, an uprising may be the most fatal of crimes. There is also a difference in the intensity of heat. Insurrection is often a volcano. Revolt is often only a fire of straw. Revolt, as we have said, is sometimes found among those in power. Polignac is a rioter. Camille Desmoulins is one of the governing powers. Insurrection is sometimes resurrection. The solution of everything by universal suffrage being an absolutely modern fact, and all history anterior to this fact being, for the space of 4,000 years, filled with violated right, and the suffering of peoples, each epoch of history brings with it that protest of which it is capable. Under the Caesars there was no insurrection, but there was juvenal. The facet indignatio replaces the Gracchi. Under the Caesars there is the exile to Syene. There is also the man of the Annales. We do not speak of the immense exile of Patmos, who, on his part also, overwhelms the real world with a protest in the name of the ideal world, who makes of his vision an enormous satire and casts on Rome Nineveh, on Rome Babylon, on Rome Sodom, the flaming reflection of the apocalypse. John on his rock is the Sphinx on its pedestal. We may understand him, he is a Jew, and it is Hebrew, but the man who writes the Annales is of the Latin race. Let us rather say he is a Roman. As the Neros reign in a black way, they should be painted to match. The work of the graving tool alone would be too pale. There must be poured into the channel a concentrated prose which bites. Despots count for something in the question of philosophers. A word that is chained is a terrible word. The writer doubles and trebles his style when silence is imposed on a nation by its master. From this silence there arises a certain mysterious plenitude which filters into thought and there congeals into bronze. The compression of history produces conciseness in the historian. The granite solidity of such and such a celebrated prose is nothing but the accumulation effected by the tyrant. Tyranny constrains the writer to conditions of diameter which are augmentations of force. The Ciceronian period, which hardly sufficed for Verres, would be blunted on Caligula. The less spread of sail in the phrase, the more intensity in the blow. Tacitus thinks with all his might. The honesty of a great heart, condensed in justice and truth, overwhelms as with lightning. Be it remarked in passing that Tacitus is not historically superposed upon Caesar. The Tiberii were reserved for him. Caesar and Tacitus are two successive phenomena, a meeting between whom seems to be mysteriously avoided by the one who, when he sets the centuries on the stage, regulates the entrances and the exits. Caesar is great, Tacitus is great. God spares these two greatnesses by not allowing them to clash with one another. The guardian of justice, in striking Caesar, might strike too hard and be unjust. God does not will it. The great wars of Africa and Spain, the pirates of Sicily destroyed, civilization introduced into Gaul, into Brittany, into Germany, all this glory covers the Rubicon. There is here a sort of delicacy of the divine justice, hesitating to let loose upon the illustrious usurper the formidable historian, sparing Caesar Tacitus, and according extenuating circumstances to genius. Certainly despotism remains despotism, even under the despot of genius. There is corruption under all illustrious tyrants, but the moral pest is still more hideous under infamous tyrants. In such reigns nothing veils the shame, and those who make examples, Tacitus as well as Juvenal, slap this ignominy which cannot reply in the face more usefully in the presence of all humanity. Rome smells worse under Vitellius than under Sylla. Under Claudius and under Domitian there is a deformity of baseness corresponding to the repulsiveness of the tyrant. The villainy of slaves is a direct product of the despot. A miasma exhales from these cowering consciences wherein the master is reflected. Public powers are unclean, hearts are small, consciences are dull, souls are like vermin. Thus it is under Caracalla, thus it is under Commodus, thus it is under Heliogabalus, while from the Roman Senate under Caesar there comes nothing but the odor of the dung which is peculiar to the Aries of the eagles. Hence the advent, apparently tardy, of the Tacituses and the Juvenals. It is in the hour for evidence that the demonstrator makes his appearance. But Juvenal and Tacitus, like Isaiah in biblical times, like Dante in the Middle Ages, is man. Riot and insurrection are the multitude, which is sometimes right and sometimes wrong. In the majority of cases, riot proceeds from a material fact. Insurrection is always a moral phenomenon. Riot is Masaniello, insurrection Spartacus. Insurrection borders on mind, riot on the stomach. Gaster grows irritated, but Gaster assuredly is not always in the wrong. In questions of famine, riot, Buzanque, for example, holds a true, pathetic, and just point of departure. Nevertheless, it remains a riot. Why? It is because, right at bottom, it was wrong in form. Shy although in the right, violent although strong, it struck at random. It walked like a blind elephant. It left behind it the corpses of old men, of women, and of children. It wished the blood of inoffensive and innocent persons without knowing why. The nourishment of the people is a good object. To massacre them is a bad means. All armed protest, even the most legitimate, even that of the 10th of August, even that of July 14th, begin with the same troubles. Before the right gets set free, there is foam and tumult. In the beginning, the insurrection is a riot, just as a river is a torrent. Ordinarily, it ends in that ocean, revolution. Sometimes, however, coming from those lofty mountains which dominate the moral horizon, justice, wisdom, reason, right, formed of the pure snow of the ideal, after a long fall from rock to rock, after having reflected the sky in its transparency and increased by 100 affluents in the majestic mien of triumph, insurrection is suddenly lost in some quagmire, as the Rhine is in a swamp. All this is of the past. The future is another thing. Universal suffrage has this admirable property that it dissolves riot in its inception, and by giving the vote to insurrection, it deprives it of its arms. The disappearance of wars, of street wars as well as of wars on the frontiers, such is the inevitable progression. Whatever today may be, tomorrow will be peace. However, insurrection, riot, and points of difference between the former and the latter, the bourgeois, properly speaking, knows nothing of such shades. In his mind, all is sedition, rebellion pure and simple, the revolt of the dog against his master, an attempt to bite whom must be punished by the chain and the kennel, barking, snapping, until such day as the head of the dog, suddenly enlarged, is outlined vaguely in the gloom face to face with the lion. Then the bourgeois shouts, "Long live the people!" This explanation given, what does the movement of June 1832 signify so far as history is concerned? Is it a revolt? Is it an insurrection? It may happen to us, in placing this formidable event on the stage, to say revolt now and then, but merely to distinguish superficial facts, and always preserving the distinction between revolt, the form, and insurrection, the foundation. This movement of 1832 had, in its rapid outbreak and in its melancholy extinction, so much grandeur that even those who see in it only an uprising never refer to it otherwise than with respect. For them, it is like a relic of 1830. Excited imaginations, say they, are not to be calmed in a day. A revolution cannot be cut off short. It must needs undergo some undulations before it returns to a state of rest, like a mountain sinking into the plain. There are no Alps without their Jura, nor Pyrenees without the Asturias. This pathetic crisis of contemporary history, which the memory of Parisians calls the epoch of the riots, is certainly a characteristic hour amid the stormy hours of this century. A last word before we enter on the recital. The facts which we are about to relate belong to that dramatic and living reality which the historian sometimes neglects for lack of time and space. There, nevertheless, we insist upon it, is life, palpitation, human tremor. Petty details, as we think we have already said, are, so to speak, the foliage of great events, and are lost in the distance of history. The epoch, surnamed of the riots, abounds in details of this nature. Judicial inquiries have not revealed, and perhaps have not sounded the depths, for another reason than history. We shall therefore bring to light, among the known and published peculiarities, things which have not heretofore been known, about facts over which have passed the forgetfulness of some, and the death of others. The majority of the actors in these gigantic scenes have disappeared, beginning with the very next day they held their peace, but of what we shall relate, we shall be able to say, we have seen this. We alter a few names, for history relates and does not inform against, but the deed which we shall paint will be genuine. In accordance with the conditions of the book which we are now writing, we shall show only one side and one episode, and certainly the least known at that, of the 2 days, the 5th and the 6th of June, 1832, but we shall do it in such wise that the reader may catch a glimpse, beneath the gloomy veil which we are about to lift, of the real form of this frightful public adventure. End of Book 10, Chapter 2. Recording by Caitlin Tetmeyer, Imus, Philippines, www.caitlynnisher.xanga.com.
Chapter 3 of Book 10 of Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Kuiper. Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo, translated by Elizabeth Florence Hapgood, Book 10, the 5th of June, 1832. Chapter 3. A Burial. An occasion to be born again. In the spring of 1832, although the cholera had been chilling all minds for the last 3 months, and had cast over their agitation an indescribable and gloomy pacification, Paris had already long been ripe for commotion. As we have said, the great city resembles a piece of artillery. When it is loaded, it suffices for a spark to fall, and the shot is discharged. In June, 1832, the spark was the death of General Lamarque. Lamarque was a man of renown and of action. He had had in succession, under the Empire and under the Restoration, the sorts of bravery requisite for the 2 epochs, the bravery of the battlefield and the bravery of the tribune. He was as eloquent as he had been valiant. A sword was discernible in his speech. Like Foy, his predecessor, after upholding the command, he upheld liberty. He sat between the left and the extreme left, beloved of the people because he accepted the chances of the future, beloved of the populace because he had served the emperor well. He was, in company with Comte Gérard and Hooray, one of Napoleon's marshals in petto. The treaties of 1815 removed him as a personal offense. He hated Wellington with a downright hatred which pleased the multitude, and for 17 years he majestically preserved the sadness of Waterloo, paying hardly any attention to intervening events. In his death agony, at his last hour, he clasped to his breast a sword which had been presented to him by the officers of the 100 Days. Napoleon had died uttering the word army, Lamarque uttering the word country. His death, which was expected, was dreaded by the people as a loss, and by the government as an occasion. This death was an affliction. Like everything that is bitter, affliction may turn to revolt. This is what took place.
On the preceding evening, and on the morning of the 5th of June, the day appointed for Lamarque's burial, the Faubourg Saint Antoine, which the procession was to touch at, assumed a formidable aspect. This tumultuous network of streets was filled with rumours. They armed themselves as best they might. Joiners carried off door weights of their establishments to break down doors. One of them had made himself a dagger of a stocking weaver's hook by breaking off the hook and sharpening the stump. Another, who was in a fever to attack, slept wholly dressed for 3 days. A carpenter named Lombier met a comrade who asked him, "Whither are you going?" "Eh? Well, I have no weapons." "What then?" "I'm going to my timber yard to get my compasses." "What for?" "I don't know," said Lombier. A certain Jacqueline, an expeditious man, accosted some passing artisans. "Come here, you." He treated them to 10 sous worth of wine, and said, "Have you work?" "No." "Go to Fillepierre, between the Barrière Charonne and the Barrière Montréal, and you will find work." At Fillepierre's they found cartridges and arms.
Certain well-known leaders were going the rounds, that is to say, running from one house to another to collect their men. At Barthélemy's near the Barrière du Trône, at Capel's near the Petit Chapeau, the drinkers accosted each other with a grave air. They were heard to say, "Have you your pistol?" "Under my blouse." "And you?" "Under my shirt." In the Rue Traversière, in front of the Bland workshop, and in the yard of the Maison Brulée, in front of toolmakers Bernière's, groups whispered together. Among them was observed a certain Mavot, who never remained more than a week in one shop, as the masters always discharged him, because they were obliged to dispute with him every day. Mavot was killed the following day, at the barricade of the Rue Ménilmontant. Prétot, who was destined to perish also in the struggle, and to the question, "What is your object?" he replied, "Insurrection." Workmen assembled at the corner of the Rue de Bercy waited for a certain Lemarine, the revolutionary agent for the Faubourg Saint-Marceau. Watchwords were exchanged almost publicly. On the 5th of June, accordingly, a day of mingled rain and sun, General Lamarque's funeral procession traversed Paris with official military pomp, somewhat augmented through precaution. 2 battalions with draped drums and reversed arms, 10,000 National Guards with their swords at their sides, escorted the coffin. The hearse was drawn by young men. The officers of the Invalides came immediately behind it, bearing laurel branches. Then came an innumerable strange agitated multitude, the sectionaires of the Friends of the People, the law school, the medical school, refugees of all nationalities, and Spanish, Italian, German, and Polish flags, tricolored horizontal banners, every possible sort of banner, children waving green boughs, stone cutters and carpenters who were on strike at the moment, printers who were recognizable by their paper caps, marched 2 by 2, 3 by 3, uttering cries, nearly all of them brandishing sticks, some brandishing sabres, without order and yet with a single soul. Now a tumultuous rout, again a column. Squads chose themselves leaders. A man armed with a pair of pistols in full view seemed to pass the host in review, and the files separated before him. On the side alleys of the boulevards, in the branches of the trees, on balconies, in windows, on the roofs swarmed the heads of men, women, and children. All eyes were filled with anxiety. An armed throng was passing, and a terrified throng looked on. The government on its side was taking observations. It observed with its hand on its sword. 4 squadrons of carabineers could be seen at the Place Louis XV, in their saddles, with their trumpets at their head, cartridge boxes filled, and muskets loaded, all in readiness to march. In the Latin country and in the Jardin des Plantes, the municipal guard echeloned from street to street. At the Halle aux Vins, a squadron of dragoons. At the Grève, half of the 12th Light Infantry, the other half being at the Bastille. The 6th Dragoons at the Célestins, and the courtyard of the Louvre full of artillery. The remainder of the troops were confined to their barracks, without reckoning the regiments of the environs of Paris. Power being uneasy, held suspended over the menacing multitude 24,000 soldiers in the city and 30,000 in the banlieue. Divers reports were in circulation in the cortège. Legitimist tricks were hinted at. They spoke of the Duc de Reichstadt, whom God had marked out for death at that very moment when the populace were designating him for the empire. One personage, whose name has remained unknown, announced that at a given hour 2 overseers who had been won over would throw open the doors of a factory of arms to the people. That which predominated on the uncovered brows of the majority of those present was enthusiasm mingled with dejection. Here and there also, in that multitude given over to such violent but noble emotions, there were visible genuine visages of criminals and ignoble mouths which said, "Let us plunder." There are certain agitations which stir up the bottoms of marshes and make clouds of mud rise through the water, a phenomenon to which well-drilled policemen are no strangers. The procession proceeded with feverish slowness from the house of the deceased by way of the boulevards as far as the Bastille. It rained from time to time. The rain mattered nothing to that throng. Many incidents: the coffin borne round the Vendôme column, stones thrown at the Duc de Fitz James, who was seen on a balcony with his hat on his head, the Gallic cock torn from a popular flag and dragged in the mire, a policeman wounded with a blow from a sword at the Porte Saint Martin, an officer of the 12th Light Infantry saying aloud, "I am a Republican," the Polytechnic School coming up unexpectedly against orders to remain at home, the shouts of "Long live the Polytechnique! Long live the Republic!" marked the passage of the funeral train. At the Bastille, long lines of curious and formidable people who descended from the Faubourg Saint Antoine effected a junction with the procession, and a certain terrible seething began to agitate the throng. One man was heard to say to another, "Do you see that fellow with the red beard? He's the one who will give the word when we are to fire." It appears that this red beard was present at another riot, the Quénisset affair, entrusted with this same function. The hearse passed the Bastille, traversed the small bridge, and reached the esplanade of the bridge of Austerlitz. There it halted. The crowd, surveyed at that moment with a bird's eye view, would have presented the aspect of a comet, whose head was on the esplanade and whose tail spread out over the Quai Bourdon, covered the Bastille, and was prolonged on the boulevard as far as the Porte Saint Martin. A circle was traced around the hearse. The vast rout held its peace. Lafayette spoke and bade Lamarque farewell. This was a touching and august instant. All heads uncovered, all hearts beat high. All at once, a man on horseback, clad in black, made his appearance in the middle of the group with a red flag, others say with a pike surmounted with a red liberty cap. Lafayette turned his head. Excelmans quitted the procession. This red flag raised a storm and disappeared in the midst of it. From the Boulevard Bourdon to the bridge of Austerlitz, one of those clamors which resemble billows stirred the multitude. 2 prodigious shouts went up: "Lamarque to the Panthéon! Lafayette to the town hall!" Some young men, amid the declamations of the throng, harnessed themselves and began to drag Lamarque in the hearse across the bridge of Austerlitz, and Lafayette in a hackneyed coach along the Quai Morland. In the crowd which surrounded and cheered Lafayette, it was noticed that a German showed himself named Ludwig Snyder, who died a centenarian afterwards, who had also been in the war of 1776, and who had fought at Trenton under Washington and at Brandywine under Lafayette. In the meantime, the municipal cavalry on the left bank had been set in motion and came to bar the bridge. On the right bank, the dragoons emerged from the Célestins and deployed along the Quai Morland. The men who were dragging Lafayette suddenly caught sight of them at the corner of the quay and shouted, "The dragoons!" The dragoons advanced at a walk, in silence, with their pistols in their holsters, their swords in their scabbards, their guns slung in their leather sockets, with an air of gloomy expectation. They halted 200 paces from the little bridge. The carriage in which sat Lafayette advanced to them, their ranks opened and allowed it to pass, and then closed behind it. At that moment, the dragoons and the crowd touched. The women fled in terror. What took place during that fatal minute? No one can say. It is the dark moment when two clouds come together. Some declare that a blast of trumpets sounding the charge was heard in the direction of the arsenal. Others that a blow from a dagger was given by a child to a dragoon. The fact is that 3 shots were suddenly discharged. The first killed Cholet, chief of the squadron. The second killed an old deaf woman who was in the act of closing her window. The third singed the shoulder of an officer. A woman screamed, "They are beginning too soon!" And all at once a squadron of dragoons which had remained in the barracks up to this time was seen to debouch at a gallop, with bared swords, through the Rue Bassompierre and the Boulevard Bourdon, sweeping all before them. Then all is said. The tempest is loosed. Stones rain down. A fusillade breaks forth. Many precipitate themselves to the bottom of the bank and pass the small arm of the Seine, now filled in, the timber yard of the Île Louvrière, that vast citadel ready to hand, bristle with combatants. Stakes are torn up, pistol shots fired, a barricade begun. The young men who are thrust back pass the Austerlitz bridge with the hearse at a run, and the municipal guard, the carabineers, rush up. The dragoons ply their swords. The crowd disperses in all directions. A rumor of war flies to all 4 quarters of Paris. Men shout, "To arms!" They run, tumble down, flee, resist. Wrath spreads abroad the riot as wind spreads a fire. End of Book 10, Chapter 3. Chapters 4 and 5 of Book 10 of Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Kuiper. Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo, translated by Elizabeth Florence Hapgood. Book 10, the 5th of June, 1832, Chapters 4 and 5. Chapter 4. The Ebullitions of Former Days. Nothing is more extraordinary than the first breaking out of a riot. Everything burst forth everywhere at once. Was it foreseen? Yes. Was it prepared? No. Whence comes it? From the pavements. Whence falls it? From the clouds. Here insurrection assumes the character of a plot, there of an improvisation. The first comer seizes a current of the throng and leads it whither he wills, a beginning full of terror in which is mingled a sort of formidable gaiety. First come clamors, the shops are closed, the displays of the merchants disappear. Then come isolated shots, people flee. Blows from gunstocks beat against porte cochère. Servants can be heard laughing in the courtyards of houses and saying, "There's going to be a row." A quarter of an hour had not elapsed when this is what was taking place in 20 different spots in Paris at once. In the Rue Sainte-Croix de la Bretonnerie, 20 young men, bearded and with long hair, entered a dram shop, and emerged a moment later carrying a horizontal tricolored flag covered with crape, and having at their head 3 men armed, one with a sword, one with a gun, and the third with a pike. In the Rue des Nonandières, a very well-dressed bourgeois who had a prominent belly, a sonorous voice, a bald head, a lofty brow, a black beard, and one of those stiff moustaches which will not lie flat, offered cartridges publicly to passers-by. In the Rue Saint-Pierre-Montmartre, men with bare arms carried about a black flag, on which could be read in white letters this inscription: Republic or Death. In the Rue des Jeuneurs, Rue de Cadran, Rue de Montorgueil, Rue Mandar, groups appeared waving flags on which could be distinguished in gold letters the word section with a number. One of these flags was red and blue with an almost imperceptible stripe of white between. They pillaged a factory of small arms on the Boulevard Saint-Martin and 3 armorers' shops, the first in the Rue Beaubourg, the second in the Rue Michel le Comte, the other in the Rue du Temple. In a few minutes the thousand hands of the crowd had seized and carried off 230 guns, nearly all double-barreled, 64 swords, and 83 pistols. In order to provide more arms, one man took the gun, the other the bayonet. Opposite the Quai de la Grève, young men armed with muskets installed themselves in the houses of some women for the purpose of firing. One of them had a flintlock. They rang, entered, and set about making cartridges. One of these women relates, "I did not know what cartridges were. It was my husband who told me." One cluster broke into a curiosity shop in the Rue des Villes Haudriettes and seized yataghans and Turkish arms. The body of a mason who had been killed by a gunshot lay in the Rue de la Perle. And then on the right bank, the left bank, on the quays, on the boulevards, in the Latin country, in the Quartier de Halles, panting men, artisans, students, members of sections read proclamations and shouted, "To arms!" broke street lanterns, unharnessed carriages, unpaved the street, broke into doors of houses, uprooted trees, rummaged cellars, rooted out hogsheads, heaped up paving stones, rough slabs, furniture and planks, and made barricades. They forced the bourgeois to assist them in this. They entered the dwellings of women. They forced them to hand over the swords and guns of their absent husbands, and they wrote on the door with writing, "The arms have been delivered." Some signed their names to receipts for the guns and swords and said, "Send for them tomorrow at the mayor's office." They disarmed isolated sentinels and National Guardsmen in the streets on their way to the town hall. They tore the epaulets from officers. In the Rue du Cimetière Saint-Nicolas, an officer of the National Guard, on being pursued by a crowd armed with clubs and foils, took refuge with difficulty in a house, whence he was only able to emerge at nightfall and in disguise. In the Quartier Saint-Jacques, the students swarmed out of their hotels and ascended the Rue Saint-Hyacinthe to the Café du Progrès, or descended to the Café des Sept Billards in the Rue des Mathurines. There, in front of the door, young men mounted on the stone corner posts distributed arms. They plundered the timber yard in the Rue Transnonain in order to obtain material for barricades. On a single point the inhabitants resisted, at the corner of the Rue Sainte-Avoye and the Rue Simon le Franc, where they destroyed the barricade with their own hands. At a single point the insurgents yielded. They abandoned a barricade begun in the Rue du Temple, after having fired on a detachment of the National Guard, and fled through the Rue de la Cordière. The detachment picked up in the barricades a red flag, a package of cartridges, and 300 pistol balls. The National Guardsmen tore up the flag and carried off its tattered remains on the points of their bayonets. All that we are here relating slowly and successively took place simultaneously at all points in the city in the midst of a vast tumult, like a mass of tongues of lightning in one clap of thunder. In less than an hour 27 barricades sprang out of the earth in the Quartier of the Halles alone. In the center was that famous house, Numero 50, which was the fortress of Gine and her 600 companions, and which, flanked on the one hand by the barricade at Saint-Merry, and on the other by the barricade of the Rue Maubuée, commanded 3 streets, the Rue des Arcis, the Rue Saint-Martin, and the Rue Aubry-le-Boucher which it faced. The barricades at right angles fell back, the one of the Rue Montorgueil on the Grande Truanderie, the other of the Rue Geoffroy Langevin on the Rue Sainte-Avoye, without reckoning innumerable barricades in 20 other quarters of Paris, in the Marais, in the Mont Sainte Geneviève, one in the Rue Ménilmontagne, where was visible a porte cochère torn from its hinges, another near the little bridge of the Hôtel Dieu, made with an écossais, which had been unharnessed and overthrown 300 paces from the Prefecture of Police. At the barricade of the Rue des Ménétriers, a well-dressed man distributed money to the workmen. At the barricade of the Rue Grenetat, a horseman made his appearance and handed to the one who seemed to be the commander of the barricade what had the appearance of a roll of silver. "Here," said he, "this is to pay expenses, wine, etc." A light-haired young man without a cravat went from barricade to barricade carrying passwords. Another, with a naked sword, a blue police cap on his head, placed sentinels. In the interior, beyond the barricades, the wine shops and porters' lodges were converted into guard-houses. Otherwise, the riot was conducted after the most scientific military tactics. The narrow, uneven, sinuous streets, full of angles and turns, were admirably chosen. The neighborhood of the Halles, in particular, a network of streets more intricate than a forest. The Society of the Friends of the People had, it was said, undertaken to direct the insurrection in the Quartier Sainte-Avoye. A man killed in the Rue de Ponceau, who was searched, had on his person a plan of Paris. That which had really undertaken the direction of the uprising was a sort of strange impetuosity which was in the air. The insurrection had abruptly built barricades with one hand, and with the other seized nearly all the posts of the garrison. In less than 3 hours, like a train of powder catching fire, the insurgents had invaded and occupied, on the right bank, the Arsenal, the mayoralty of the Place Royale, the whole of the Marais, the Popincourt arms manufactory, La Galiote, the Château d'Eau, and all the streets near the halls. On the left bank, the barracks of the veterans, Saint Pellegrini, the Place Maubert, the powder magazine of the Deux Moulins, and all the barriers. At 5 o'clock in the evening, they were masters of the Bastille, of the Lingerie, of the Blanc-Manteau. Their scouts had reached the Place des Victoires and menaced the bank, the Petit Père barracks, and the post office. A third of Paris was in the hands of the rioters. The conflict had been begun on a gigantic scale at all points, and, as a result of the disarming domiciliary visits and the armorers' shops hastily invaded, was that the combat which had begun with the throwing of stones was continued with gunshots. About 6 o'clock in the evening, the Passage du Saumon became the field of battle. The uprising was at one end, the troops were at the other. They fired from one gate to the other. An observer, a dreamer, the author of this book, who had gone to get a near view of this volcano, found himself in the passage between the two fires. All that he had to protect him from the bullets was the swell of the 2 half columns which separate the shops. He remained in this delicate situation for nearly half an hour. Meanwhile, the call to arms was beaten. The National Guard armed in haste, the legions emerged from the mayoralties, the regiments from their barracks. Opposite the Passage de l'Ancre, a drummer received a blow from a dagger. Another, in the Rue de Seine, was assailed by 30 young men who broke his instrument and took away his sword. Another was killed in the Rue Grenier Saint-Lazare. In the Rue Michel Comte, 3 officers fell dead one after the other. Many of the municipal guards, on being wounded in the Rue des Lombards, retreated. In front of the Cour Batave, a detachment of National Guards found a red flag bearing the following inscription: Republican Revolution, numero 127. Was this a revolution in fact? The insurrection had made of the center of Paris a sort of inextricable, tortuous, colossal citadel. There was the hearth. There, evidently, was the question. All the rest was nothing but skirmishes. The proof that all would be decided there lay in the fact that there was no fighting going on there as yet. In some regiments the soldiers were uncertain, which added to the fearful uncertainty of the crisis. They recalled the popular ovation which had greeted the neutrality of the 53rd of the line in July, 1830. Two intrepid men tried in great wars. The Marshal Lobau and General Bugeaud were in command. Bugeaud under Lobau. Enormous patrols composed of battalions of the line, enclosed in entire companies of the National Guard, and preceded by a commissary of police wearing his scarf of office, went to reconnoiter the streets in rebellion. The insurgents, on their side, placed vedettes at the corners of all open spaces, and audaciously sent their patrols outside the barricades. Each side was watching the other. The government, with an army in its hand, hesitated. The night was almost upon them, and the Saint Merry tocsin began to make itself heard. The minister of war at that time, Marshal Soult, who had seen Austerlitz, regarded this with a gloomy air. These old sailors, accustomed to correct maneuvers and having as resource and guide only tactics, that compass of battles, are utterly disconcerted in the presence of that immense foam which is called public wrath. The National Guards of the suburbs rushed up in haste and disorder. A battalion of the 12th Light came at a run from Saint Denis. The 14th of the line arrived from Courbevoie. The batteries of the military school had taken up their positions on the Carrousel. Cannons were descending from Vincennes. Solitude was formed around the Tuileries. Louis Philippe was perfectly serene. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. Originality of Paris. During the last 2 years, as we have said, Paris had witnessed more than one insurrection. Nothing is generally more singularly calm than the physiognomy of Paris during an uprising beyond the bounds of the rebellious quarters. Paris very speedily accustoms herself to anything. It is only a riot, and Paris has so many affairs on hand that she does not put herself out for so small a matter. These colossal cities alone can offer such spectacles. These immense enclosures alone can contain at the same time civil war and an odd and indescribable tranquillity. Ordinarily, when an insurrection commences, when the shopkeeper hears the drum, the call to arms, the general alarm, he contents himself with the remark, "There appears to be a squabble in the Rue Saint-Martin," or "in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine." Often he adds carelessly, "or somewhere in that direction." Later on, when the heartrending and mournful hubbub of musketry and firing by platoons becomes audible, the shopkeeper says, "It's getting hot, hello, it's getting hot." A moment later the riot approaches and gains in force. He shuts up his shop precipitously, hastily dons his uniform, that is to say, he places his merchandise in safety and risks his own person. Men fire in a square, in a passage, in a blind alley. They take and retake the barricade. Blood flows. The grape shot riddles the fronts of houses. The balls kill people in their beds. Corpses encumber the streets. A few streets away, the shock of billiard balls can be heard in the cafés. The theaters open their doors and present vaudevilles. The curious laugh and chat a couple of paces distant from these streets filled with war. Hackney carriages go their way. Passers-by are going to a dinner somewhere in town, sometimes in the very quarter where the fighting is going on. In 1831 a fusillade was stopped to allow a wedding party to pass. At the time of the insurrection of 1839 in the Rue Saint-Martin, a little infirm old man pushing a handcart surmounted by a tricolored rag, in which he had carafes filled with some sort of liquid, went and came from barricade to troops and from troops to the barricade, offering his glasses of cocoa impartially, now to the government, now to anarchy. Nothing can be stranger, and this is the peculiar character of uprisings in Paris, which cannot be found in any other capital. To this end, two things are requisite: the size of Paris and its gaiety. The city of Voltaire and Napoleon is necessary. On this occasion, however, in the resort to arms of June 25th, 1832, the great city felt something which was, perhaps, stronger than itself. It was afraid. Closed doors, windows, and shutters were to be seen everywhere, in the most distant and most disinterested quarters. The courageous took to arms, the poltroons hid. The busy and heedless passers-by disappeared. Many streets were empty at 4 o'clock in the morning. Alarming details were hawked about, fatal news was disseminated. That they were masters of the bank, that there were 600 of them in the cloister of Saint Merry alone, entrenched and embattled in the church. That the line was not to be depended on, that Armand Carrel had been to see Marshal Clausel, and that the marshal had said, "Get a regiment first." That Lafayette was ill, but that he had said to them nevertheless, "I am with you, I will follow you wherever there is room for a chair." That one must be on one's guard, that at night there would be people pillaging isolated dwellings in the deserted corners of Paris. There the imagination of the police, that Anne Radcliffe mixed up with the government, was recognizable. That a battery had been established in the Rue Aubry-le-Boucher. That Lobau and Bugeaud were putting their heads together, and that at midnight, or at daybreak at latest, 4 columns would march simultaneously on the centre of the uprising, the first coming from the Bastille, the second from the Porte Saint-Martin, the third from the Grève, the fourth from the Halles, that perhaps also the troops would evacuate Paris and withdraw to the Champs de Mars. That no one knew what would happen, but that this time it certainly was serious. People busied themselves over Marshal Soult's hesitations. Why did he not attack at once? It is certain that he was profoundly absorbed. The old lion seemed to scent an unknown monster in that gloom. Evening came, the theatres did not open. The patrols circulated with an air of irritation, passers-by were searched, suspicious persons were arrested. By 9 o'clock, more than 800 persons had been arrested. The Prefecture of Police was encumbered with them, so was the Conciergerie, so was La Force. At the Conciergerie in particular, the long vault, which is called the Rue de Paris, was littered with trusses of straw, upon which lay a heap of prisoners, whom the man of Lyons, Lagrange, harangued valiantly. All that straw rustled by all these men produced the sound of a heavy shower. Elsewhere, prisoners slept in the open air in the meadows, piled on top of each other. Anxiety reigned everywhere, and a certain tremor, which was not habitual with Paris. People barricaded themselves in their houses. Wives and mothers were uneasy. Nothing was to be heard but this: "Ah, my God, he has not come home." There was hardly even the distant rumble of a vehicle to be heard. People listened on their thresholds to the rumors, the shouts, the tumult, the dull and indistinct sounds, to the things that were said. "It is the cavalry," or "Those are the caissons galloping," to the trumpets, the drums, the firing, and above all, to that lamentable alarm peal from Saint Merry. They waited for the first cannon shot. Men sprang up at the corners of the streets and disappeared shouting, "Go home!" and people made haste to bolt their doors. They said, "How will all this end?" From moment to moment, in proportion as the darkness descended, Paris seemed to take on a more mournful hue from the formidable flaming of the revolt. End of Book 10, Chapters 4 and 5.
Chapters 1 and 2. of Book 11 of Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by May Lowe. Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence HAPGOOD. Book 11. The atom fraternizes with the hurricane. Chapter 1. Some explanations with regard to the origin of Gavroche's poetry. The influence of an academician on this poetry. At the instant when the insurrection, arising from the shock of the populace and the military in front of the arsenal, started a movement in advance and towards the rear in the multitude which was following the hearse, and which, through the whole length of the boulevards, weighed, so to speak, on the head of the procession, there arose a frightful ebb. The rout was shaken, their ranks were broken. All ran, fled, made their escape, some with shouts of attack, others with the pallor of flight. The great river which covered the boulevards divided in a twinkling, overflowed to right and left, and spread in torrents over 200 streets at once with the roar of a sewer that has broken loose. At that moment, a ragged child who was coming down through the Rue Ménilmontant, holding in his hand a branch of blossoming laburnum, which he had just plucked out of the heights of the Belleville, caught sight of an old holster pistol in the show window of a bric-a-brac merchant's shop. "Mother, what's your name? I'm going to borrow your machine." And off he ran with the pistol. 2 minutes later, a flood of frightened bourgeois who were fleeing through the Rue Amelot and the Rue Basse, encountered the lad brandishing his pistol and singing, "La nuit on ne voit rien, le jour on voit très bien. Dans écrit apocrypha, les bourgeois s'ébouriffent, pratiqués avec du tutu chapeau pointu." It was little Gavroche on his way to the wars. On the boulevard, he noticed that the pistol had no trigger. Who was the author of that couplet which served to punctuate his march, and of all the other songs which he was fond of singing on occasion? We know not. Who does know? Himself, perhaps. However, Gavroche was well up in all the popular tunes in circulation, and he mingled them with his own chirpings. An observing urchin and a rogue, he made a potpourri of the voices of nature and the voices of Paris. He combined the repertory of the birds with the repertory of the workshops. He was acquainted with thieves, a tribe contiguous to his own. He had, it appears, been for 3 months apprenticed to a printer. He had one day executed a commission for Monsieur Bourg-Lormian, one of the 40. Gavroche was a gamin of letters. Moreover, Gavroche had no suspicion of the fact that when he had offered the hospitality of his elephant to 2 brats on that villainously rainy night, it was to his own brothers that he had played the part of Providence. His brothers in the evening, his father in the morning, that is what his night had been like. On quitting the Rue des Ballets at daybreak, he had returned in haste to the elephant, had artistically extracted from it the 2 brats, had shared with them some sort of breakfast which he had invented, and had then gone away, confiding them to that good mother, the street, who had brought him up almost entirely. On leaving them, he had appointed to meet them at the same spot in the evening, and had left them this discourse by way of a farewell: "I break a cane, otherwise expressed, I cut my stick, or as they say at the court, I file off. If you don't find papa and mamma, young 'uns, come back here this evening. I'll scramble you up some supper and I'll give you a shakedown." The 2 children, picked up by some policeman and placed in the refuge, or stolen by some mountebank, or having simply strayed off in that immense Chinese puzzle of a Paris, did not return. The lowest depths of the actual social world are full of these lost traces. Gavroche did not see them again. 10 or 12 weeks had elapsed since that night. More than once he had scratched the back of his head and said, "Where the devil are my 2 children?" In the meantime, he had arrived, pistol in hand, in the Rue du Pont aux Choux. He noticed that there was but one shop open in that street, and, a matter of worthy reflection, that it was a pastry cook's shop. This presented a providential occasion to eat another apple turnover before entering the unknown. Gavroche halted, fumbled in his fob, turned his pocket inside out, found nothing, not even a sou, and began to shout, "Help!" It is hard to miss the last cake. Nevertheless, Gavroche pursued his way. 2 minutes later, he was in the Rue Saint Louis. While traversing the Rue du Parc Royal, he felt called upon to make good the loss of the apple turnover which had been impossible, and he indulged himself in the immense delight of tearing down the theatre posters in broad daylight. A little further on catching sight of a group of comfortable-looking persons, who seemed to be landed proprietors, he shrugged his shoulders, and spit out at random before him this mouthful of philosophical bile as they passed. "How fat those moneyed men are! They're drunk. They just wallow in good dinners. Ask 'em what they do with their money. They don't know. They eat it, that's what they do, as much as their bellies will hold." Chapter 2. Gavroche on the march. The brandishing of a triggerless pistol, grasped in one's hand in the open street, is so much of a public function that Gavroche felt his fervour increasing with every moment. Amid the scraps of the Marseillaise which he was singing, he shouted:— "All goes well. I suffer a great deal in my left paw. I'm all broken up with rheumatism, but I'm satisfied, citizens. All that the bourgeois have to do is to bear themselves well. I'll sneeze them out subversive couplets. What are the police spies? Dogs. And I'd just like to have one of them at the end of my pistol. I'm just from the boulevard, my friends. It's getting hot there. It's getting into a little boil. It's simmering. It's time to skim the pot. Forward march, men. Let an impure blood inundate the furrows. I give my days to my country. I shall never see my concubine more. Nini, finished? Yes, Nini? But never mind. Long live joy. Let's fight, Crebleu. I've had enough of despotism." At that moment, the horse of a lancer of the National Guard having fallen, Gavroche laid his pistol on the pavement, and picked up the man. Then he assisted in raising the horse. After which he picked up his pistol and resumed his way. In the Rue de Thorigny all was peace and silence. This apathy, peculiar to the Marais, presented a contrast with the vast surrounding uproar. 4 gossips were chatting in a doorway. Scotland has trios of witches. Paris has quartets of old gossiping hags, and the "Thou shalt be king" could be quite as mournfully hurled at Bonaparte in the Carrefour Baudoyer as at Macbeth on the heath of Armuyr. The croak would be almost identical. The gossips of the Rue de Thorigny busied themselves only with their own concerns. 3 of them were portresses, and the 4th was a rag picker with her basket on her back. All 4 of them seemed to be standing at the 4 corners of old age, which are decrepitude, decay, ruin, and sadness. The rag picker was humble. In this open-air society, it is the rag picker who salutes, and the portress who patronizes. This is caused by the corner for refuse, which is fat or lean, according to the will of the portresses, and after the fancy of the one who makes the heap. There may be kindness in the broom. This rag picker was a grateful creature, and she smiled, with what a smile, on the 3 portresses. Things of this nature were said. "Ah, by the way, is your cat still cross? Good gracious! Cats are naturally the enemies of dogs, you know. It's the dogs who complain. And people also. But the fleas from a cat don't go after people. That's not the trouble. Dogs are dangerous. I remember one year when there were so many dogs that it was necessary to put it in the newspapers. That was at the time when there were at the Tuileries great sheep that drew the little carriage of the King of Rome. Do you remember the King of Rome? I liked the Duc de Bordeaux better. I knew Louis XVIII. I prefer Louis XVIII. Meat is awfully dear, isn't it, Mother Patagon? Ah, don't mention it. The butcher's shop is a horror, a horrible horror. One can't afford anything but the poor cuts nowadays. Here the rag picker interposed. Ladies, business is dull. The refuse heaps are miserable. No one throws anything away any more. They eat everything. There are poorer people than you, la Vaugoulême. Ah, that's true, replied the rag picker with deference. I have a profession. A pause succeeded, and the rag picker, yielding to that necessity for boasting which lies at the bottom of man, added, In the morning, on my return home, I pick over my basket, I sort my things. This makes heaps in my room. I put the rags in a basket, the cores and the stalks in a bucket, the linen in my cupboard, the woollen stuff in my commode, the old papers in the corner of the window, and things that are good to eat in my bowl, the bits of glass in my fireplace, the old shoes behind my door, and the bones under my bed. Gavroche had stopped behind her, and was listening. Old ladies, said he, what do you mean by talking politics? He was assailed by a broadside, composed of a quadruple howl. Here's another rascal. What's he got in his paddle? A pistol? Well, I'd like to know what sort of a beggar brat this is. That sort of animal is never easy unless he's overturning the authorities. Gavroche disdainfully contented himself, by way of reprisal, with elevating the tip of his nose with his thumb and opening his hands wide. The rag picker cried, You malicious, bare-pawed little wretch. The one who answered to the name of Patagon clapped her hands together in horror. There's going to be evil doings, that's certain. The errand boy next door has a little pointed beard. I have seen him pass every day with a young person in a pink bonnet on his arm. To-day I saw him pass, and he had a gun on his arm. Ma'am Bachot says that last week there was a revolution at where's the calf? At Pontoise. And then, there you see him, that horrid scamp, with his pistol. It seems that the Celestins are full of pistols. What do you suppose the government can do with good-for-nothings who don't know how to do anything but contrive ways of upsetting the world, when we had just begun to get a little quiet after all the misfortunes that have happened, good Lord? To that poor queen whom I saw pass in the tumbril. And all this is going to make tobacco dearer. It's infamous! And I shall certainly go to see him beheaded on the guillotine, the wretch. You've got the sniffles, old lady, said Gavroche. Blow your promontory. And he passed on. When he was in the Rue Pavée, the rag picker occurred to his mind, and he indulged in this soliloquy. You're in the wrong to insult the revolutionists, Mother Dust-Heap Corner. This pistol is in your interests. It's so that you may have more good things to eat in your basket. All at once, he heard a shout behind him. It was the portress Patagon who had followed him, and who was shaking her fist at him in the distance and crying, You're nothing but a bastard. Oh, come now, said Gavroche. I don't care a brass farthing for that. Shortly afterwards, he passed the Hôtel Lamoignon. There he uttered this appeal, Forward march to the battle, and he was seized with a fit of melancholy. He gazed at his pistol with an air of reproach, which seemed to attempt to appease it. I'm going off, said he, but you won't go off. One dog may distract the attention from another dog. A very gaunt poodle came along at the moment. Gavroche felt compassion for him. My poor doggy, said he, you must have gone and swallowed a cask, for all the hoops are visible. Then he directed his course towards L'Orme Saint-Gervais. End of Book 11, Chapters 1 and 2. Chapters 3 to 6 of Book 11 of Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by May Lowe. Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 11. The Atom Fraternizes with the Hurricane. Chapter 3. Just Indignation of a Hairdresser. The worthy hairdresser, who had chased from his shop the two little fellows to whom Gavroche had opened the paternal interior of the elephant, was at that moment in his shop, engaged in shaving an old soldier of the Legion who had served under the Empire. They were talking. The hairdresser had, naturally, spoken to the veteran of the riot, then of General Lamarque, and from Lamarque they had passed to the Emperor. Then sprang up a conversation between barber and soldier, which Prudhomme, had he been present, would have enriched with arabesques, and which he would have entitled Dialogue between the Razor and the Sword. "How did the Emperor ride, sir?" said the barber. "Badly. He did not know how to fall, so he never fell." "Did he have fine horses? He must have had fine horses." "On the day when he gave me my cross I noticed his beast. It was a racing mare, perfectly white. Her ears were very wide apart, her saddle deep, a fine head marked with a black star, a very long neck, strongly articulated knees, prominent ribs, oblique shoulders, and a powerful crupper, a little more than 15 hands in height." "A pretty horse," remarked the hairdresser. "It was His Majesty's beast." The hairdresser felt that after this observation a short silence would be fitting, so he conformed himself to it, and then went on. "The Emperor was never wounded but once, was he, sir?" The old soldier replied with the calm and sovereign tone of a man who had been there. "In the heel, at Ratisbon. I never saw him so well dressed as on that day. He was as neat as a new sou." "And you, Mr. Veteran? You must have been often wounded?" "I?" said the soldier. "Ah, not to amount to anything. At Marengo I received 2 sabre blows to the back of my neck, a bullet in the right arm at Austerlitz, another in the left hip at Jena. At Friedland a thrust from a bayonet there. At the Moskowa 7 or 8 lance thrusts, no matter where. At Lutzen a splinter of a shell crushed one of my fingers. Ah, and then at Waterloo a ball from a Bassayan in the thigh, that's all." "How fine that is!" exclaimed the hairdresser, in Pindaric accents. "To die on the field of battle! On my word of honor, rather than die in bed, of an illness, slowly, a bit by bit each day, with drugs, cataplasms, syringes, medicines, I should prefer to receive a cannon ball in my belly." "You're not over fastidious?" said the soldier. He had hardly spoken when a fearful crash shook the shop. The show window had suddenly been fractured. The wig-maker turned pale. "Ah, good God!" he exclaimed. "It's one of them!" "What?" "A cannon ball!" "Here it is," said the soldier, and he picked up something that was rolling about the floor. It was a pebble. The hairdresser ran to the broken window and beheld Gavroche fleeing at the full speed towards the Marché Saint-Jean. As he passed the hairdresser's shop, Gavroche, who had the 2 brats still in his mind, had not been able to resist the impulse to say good day to him, and had flung a stone through his panes. "You see!" shrieked the hairdresser, who from white had turned blue, "that fellow returns and does mischief for the pure pleasure of it. What has anyone done to that gamin?" Chapter 4. The child is amazed at the old man. In the meantime, in the Marché Saint-Jean, where the post had already been disarmed, Gavroche had just effected a junction with a band led by Enjolras, Courfeyrac, Combeferre, and Feuillet. They were armed after a fashion. Bahorel and Jean Prouvaire had found them and swelled the group. Enjolras had a double-barreled hunting gun, Combeferre the gun of a National Guard bearing the number of his legion, and in his belt 2 pistols which his unbuttoned coat allowed to be seen. Jean Prouvaire an old cavalry musket, Bahorel a rifle. Courfeyrac was brandishing an unsheathed sword cane. Feuillet, with a naked sword in his hand, marched at their head, shouting, "Long live Poland!" They reached the Quai Morland, cravateless, hatless, breathless, soaked by the rain, with lightning in their eyes. Gavroche accosted them calmly. "Where are we going?" "Come along," said Courfeyrac. Behind Feuillet marched, or rather bounded, Bahorel, who was like a fish in water in a riot. He wore a scarlet waistcoat, and indulged in the sort of words which break everything. His waistcoat astounded a passer-by, who cried in bewilderment, "Here are the Reds!" "The Reds! The Reds!" retorted Bahorel. "A queer kind of fear, bourgeois. For my part, I don't tremble before a poppy. The little red hat inspires me with no alarm. Take my advice, bourgeois. Let's leave fear of the red to horned cattle." He caught sight of a corner of the wall on which was placarded the most peaceable sheet of paper in the world, a permission to eat eggs, a Lenten admonition addressed by the Archbishop of Paris to his flock. Bahorel exclaimed, "Flock? A polite way of saying geese." And he tore the charge from the nail. This conquered Gavroche. From that instant Gavroche set himself to study Bahorel. "Bahorel," observed Enjolras, "you are wrong. You should have let that charge alone. He is not the person with whom we have to deal. You are wasting your wrath to no purpose. Take care of your supply. One does not fire out of the ranks with the soul any more than with a gun." "Each one in his own fashion, Enjolras," retorted Bahorel. "This bishop's prose shocks me. I want to eat eggs without being permitted. Your style is the hot and cold. I am amusing myself. Besides, I'm not wasting myself. I'm getting a start. And if I tore down that charge, Hercle, 'twas only to whet my appetite." This word, Hercle, struck Gavroche. He sought out all occasions for learning, and that tearer down of posters possessed his esteem. He inquired of him, "What does Hercle mean?" Bahorel answered, "It means cursed name of a dog, in Latin." Here Bahorel recognized at a window a pale young man with a black beard who was watching them as they passed, probably a friend of the ABC. He shouted to him, "Quick, cartridges, parabellum!" "A fine man, that's true," said Gavroche, who now understood Latin. A tumultuous retinue accompanied them. Students, artists, young men affiliated to the HUGO of Hooray, artisans, longshoremen, armed with clubs and bayonets. Some, like Combeferre, with pistols thrust into their trousers. An old man, who appeared to be extremely aged, was walking in the band. He had no arms, and he made great haste, so that he might not be left behind, although he had a thoughtful air. Gavroche caught sight of him. "Qu'est-ce que c'est ça?" said he to Courfeyrac. "He's an old duffer." It was Monsieur Mabeuf. Chapter 5. The Old Man. Let us recount what has taken place. Enjolras and his friends had been on the Boulevard Bourdon, near the public storehouses, at the moment when the dragoons had made their charge. Enjolras, Courfeyrac, and Combeferre were among those who had taken to the Rue Bassompierre, shouting, "To the barricades!" In the Rue Lesdiguières they had met an old man walking along. What had attracted their attention was that the good man was walking in a zigzag, as though he were intoxicated. Moreover, he had his hat in his hand, although it had been raining all the morning, and was raining pretty briskly at the very time. Courfeyrac had recognized Father Mabeuf. He knew him through having many times accompanied Marius as far as his door. As he was acquainted with the peaceful and more than timid habits of the old beadle book collector, and was amazed at the sight of him in the midst of that uproar, a couple of paces from the cavalry charges, almost in the midst of a fusillade. Hatless in the rain, and strolling about among the bullets, he had accosted him, and the following dialogue had been exchanged between the rioter of fire and the octogenarian. "Monsieur Mabeuf, go to your home." "Why?" "There's going to be a row." "That's well." "Thrusts with the sword and firing, Monsieur Mabeuf." "That is well." "Firing from cannon." "That is good. Where are the rest of you going?" "We are going to fling government to the earth." "That is good." And he had set out to follow them. From that moment forth, he had not uttered a word. His step had suddenly become firm. Artisans had offered him their arms, he had refused with a sign of the head. He advanced nearly to the front of the rank of the column, with the movement of a man who is marching, and the countenance of a man who is sleeping. "What a fierce old fellow!" muttered the students. The rumour spread through the troop that he was a former number of the Convention, an old regicide. The mob had turned in through the Rue de la Verrerie. Little Gavroche marched in front, with that deafening song which made of him a sort of trumpet. He sang, "Voici la lune qui paraît, qu'en dirons-nous dans la forêt? Demandez Charlot à Charlotte, tout, pour château, je n'ai qu'un deux, qu'une roue, qu'un liard, et qu'une botte. Pour avoir bout de grand matin, la rosée à la même de thème, deux moigneux, étant et ribotte, zizizi pour partir, je n'ai qu'un dieu, qu'une roue, qu'un liard, et qu'une botte. Et ces deux pauvres petits loups, comme deux grives étincelantes, un tigre envoyé dans sa grotte, don, pour moi don. Je n'ai qu'un dieu, qu'une roue, qu'un liard et qu'une botte. L'un juré et l'autre sacré, qu'en dirons-nous dans la forêt? Demandez Charlotte à Charlotte. Tin, pour patine, je n'ai qu'un dieu, qu'une roue, qu'un liard et qu'une botte. They directed their course towards Sainte-Marie. Chapter 6. Recruits. The band augmented every moment. Near the Rue des Billettes, a man of lofty stature, whose hair was turning grey, and whose bold and daring mien was remarked by Courfeyrac, Enjolras, and Combeferre, but whom none of them knew, joined them. Gavroche, who was occupied in singing, whistling, humming, running on ahead and pounding on the shutters of the shops with the butt of his triggerless pistol, paid no attention to this man. It chanced that in the Rue de la Verrerie they passed in front of Courfeyrac's door. "This happens just right," said Courfeyrac. "I have forgotten my purse, and I have lost my hat." He quitted the mob and ran up to his quarters at full speed. He seized an old hat and his purse. He also seized a large square coffer of the dimensions of a large valise, which was concealed under his soiled linen. As he descended again at a run, the portress hailed him. "Monsieur de Courfeyrac!" "What's your name, portress?" The portress stood bewildered. "Why, you know perfectly well. I'm the concierge. My name is Mother Veuvain." "Well, if you call me Monsieur de Courfeyrac again, I shall call you Mother de Veuvain. Now speak. What's the matter? What do you want?" "There is some one who wants to speak with you." "Who is it?" "I don't know." "Where is he?" "In my lodge." "The devil!" ejaculated Courfeyrac. "But the person has been waiting your return for over an hour," said the portress. At the same time, a sort of pale, thin, small, freckled, and youthful artisan, clad in a tattered blouse and patched trousers of ribbed velvet, and who had rather the air of a girl accoutred as a man than of a man, emerged from the lodge and said to Courfeyrac in a voice which was not the least in the world like a woman's voice, "Monsieur Marius, if you please." "He is not here." "Will he return this evening?" "I know nothing about it." and Courfeyrac added, "For my part, I shall not return." The young man gazed steadily at him and said, "Why not?" "Because." "Where are you going, then?" "What business is that of yours?" "Would you like to have me carry your coffer for you?" "I am going to the barricades." "Would you like to have me go with you?" "If you like," replied Courfeyrac. "The street is free, the pavements belong to everyone." And he made his escape at a run to join his friends. When he had rejoined them, he gave the coffer to one of them to carry. It was only a quarter of an hour after this that he saw the young man, who had actually followed them. A mob does not go precisely where it intends. We have explained that a gust of wind carries it away. They overshot Saint Merry, and found themselves, without precisely knowing how, in the Rue Saint Denis. End of Book 11, Chapters 3 to 6.
Chapter 1 of Book 12 of Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 12, Corinth. Chapter 1. History of Corinth from its foundation. The Parisians who nowadays, on entering on the Rue Rambuteau at the end near the Halles, notice on their right, opposite the Rue Mondétour, a basket maker's shop having for its sign a basket in the form of Napoleon the Great, with this inscription: "Napoleon is made wholly of willow," have no suspicion of the terrible scenes which this very spot witnessed hardly 30 years ago. It was there that lay the Rue de la Chanvrerie, which ancient deeds spell Chanverrerie, and the celebrated public house called Corinth. The reader will remember all that has been said about the barricade effected at this point, and eclipsed, by the way, by the barricade Saint Merry. It was on this famous barricade of the Rue de la Chanvrerie, now fallen into profound obscurity, that we are about to shed a little light. May we be permitted to recur, for the sake of clearness in the recital, to the simple means which we have already employed in the case of Waterloo. Persons who wish to picture to themselves in a tolerably exact manner the constitution of the houses which stood at that epoch near the Pont Saint Eustache, at the northeast angle of the Halles of Paris, where today lies the embouchure of the Rue Rambuteau, have only to imagine an N touching the Rue Saint Denis with its summit, and the Halles with its base, and whose two vertical bars should form the Rue de la Grande Truanderie and the Rue de la Chanvrerie, and whose transverse bars should be formed by the Rue de la Petite Truanderie. The old Rue Mondétour cut the three strokes of the N at the most crooked angles, so that the labyrinth confusion of these four streets sufficed to form, on a space 3 fathoms square, between the Halles and the Rue Saint Denis on the one hand, and between the Rue des Cygnes and the Rue des Prêcheurs on the other, 7 islands of houses, oddly cut up, of varying sizes, placed crosswise and haphazard, and barely separated, like the blocks of stone in a dock, by narrow crannies. We say narrow crannies, and we can give no more just idea of those dark, contracted, many-angled alleys lined with 8-story buildings. These buildings were so decrepit that, in the Rue de la Chanvrerie and the Rue de la Petite Truanderie, the fronts were shored up with beams running from one house to another. The street was narrow and the gutter broad. The pedestrian there walked on a pavement that was always wet, skirting little stalls resembling cellars, big posts encircled with iron hoops, excessive heaps of refuse, and gates armed with enormous century-old gratings. The Rue Rambuteau has devastated all that. The name of Mondétour paints marvellously well the sinuosities of that whole set of streets. A little further on they are found still better expressed by the Rue Pirouette, which ran into the Rue Mondétour. The passer by who got entangled from the Rue Saint Denis in the Rue de la Chanvrerie beheld it gradually close in before him, as though he had entered an elongated funnel. At the end of this street, which was very short, he found further passage barred in the direction of the Halles by a tall row of houses, and he would have thought himself in a blind alley, had he not perceived on the right and left two dark cuts through which he could make his escape. This was the Rue Mondétour, which on one side ran into the Rue des Prêcheurs, and on the other into the Rue du Cygne and the Petite Truanderie. At the bottom of this sort of cul-de-sac, at the angle of the cutting on the right, there was to be seen a house which was not so tall as the rest, and which formed a sort of cape in the street. It is in this house, of 2 stories only, that an illustrious wine shop had been merrily installed 300 years before. This tavern created a joyous noise in the very spot which old Theophilus described in the following couplet: La branlée l'esquelette horrible d'un pauvre amant qui se pendit. There swings the horrible skeleton of a poor lover who hung himself. The situation was good, and tavern keepers succeeded each other there from father to son. In the time of Mathurin Regnier, this cabaret was called the Pot aux Roses, and as the rebus was then in fashion, it had for its signboard a post, Poteau, painted rose color. In the last century, the worthy Natoire, one of the fantastic masters nowadays despised by the stiff school, having got drunk many times in this wine shop, at the very table where Regnier had drunk his fill, had painted, by way of gratitude, a bunch of Corinth grapes on the pink post. The keeper of the cabaret, in his joy, had changed his device, and had caused to be placed in gilt letters beneath the bunch these words: At the bunch of Corinth grapes, aux raisins de Corinthe. Hence the name of Corinth. Nothing is more natural to drunken men than ellipses. The ellipsis is the zigzag of the phrase. Corinth gradually dethroned the Pot aux Roses. The last proprietor of the dynasty, Father Hucheloup, no longer acquainted even with the tradition, had the post painted blue. A room on the ground floor, where the bar was situated, one on the first floor containing a billiard table, a wooden spiral staircase piercing the ceiling, wine on the tables, smoke on the walls, candles in broad daylight, this was the style of this cabaret. A staircase with a trap door in the lower room led to the cellar. On the second floor were the lodgings of the Hucheloup family. They were reached by a staircase which was a ladder rather than a staircase, and had for their entrance only a private door in the large room on the first floor. Under the roof, in 2 mansard attics, were the nests for the servants. The kitchen shared the ground floor with the tap room. Father Hucheloup had, possibly, been born a chemist, but the fact is that he was a cook. People did not confine themselves to drinking alone in his wine shop. They also ate there. Hucheloup had invented a capital thing which could be eaten nowhere but in his house, stuffed carps, which he called carpe au gras. These were eaten by the light of the tallow candle or of a lamp of the time of Louis XVI, on tables to which were nailed waxed cloths in lieu of tablecloths. People came thither from a distance. Hucheloup, one fine morning, had seen fit to notify passers by of this speciality. He had dipped a brush in a pot of black paint, and as he was an orthographer on his own account, as well as a cook after his own fashion, he had improvised on his wall this remarkable inscription: Carpe au gras. One winter, the rainstorms and the showers had taken a fancy to obliterate the S which terminated the first word, and the G which began the third. This is what remained: Carpe Hooray. Time and rain assisting, a humble gastronomical announcement had become a profound piece of advice. In this way it came about that though he knew no French, Father Hucheloup understood Latin, that he had evoked philosophy from his kitchen, and that, desirous simply of effacing Lent, he had equalled Horace. And the striking thing about it was that that also meant enter my wine shop. Nothing of all this is in existence now. The Mondétour labyrinth was disembowelled and widely opened in 1847, and probably no longer exists at the present moment. The Rue de la Chanvrerie and Corinthe have disappeared beneath the pavement of the Rue Rambuteau. As we have already said, Corinthe was the meeting place, if not the rallying point, of Courfeyrac and his friends. It was Grantaire who had discovered Corinthe. He had entered it on account of the Carpe Horas, and had returned thither on account of the Carpes au Gras. There they drank, there they ate, there they shouted. They did not pay much, they paid badly, they did not pay at all, but they were always welcome. Father Hucheloup was a jovial host. Hucheloup, that amiable man, as was just said, was a wine shop keeper with a moustache, an amusing variety. He always had an ill-tempered air, seemed to wish to intimidate his customers, grumbled at the people who entered his establishment, and had rather the mien of seeking a quarrel with them than of serving them with soup. And yet, we insist upon the word, people were always welcome there. This oddity had attracted customers to his shop, and brought him young men, who said to each other, "Come here, Father Hucheloup growl." And he had been a fencing master. All of a sudden he would burst out laughing, a big voice, a good fellow. He had a comic foundation under a tragic exterior. He asked nothing better than to frighten you, very much like those snuff boxes which are in the shape of a pistol. The detonation makes one sneeze. Mother Hucheloup, his wife, was a bearded and very homely creature. About 1830, Father Hucheloup died. With him disappeared the secret of stuffed carps. His inconsolable widow continued to keep the wine shop, but the cooking deteriorated and became execrable. The wine, which had always been bad, became fearfully bad. Nevertheless, Courfeyrac and his friends continued to go to Corinthe, out of pity, as Bossuet said. The widow Hucheloup was breathless and misshapen and given to rustic recollections. She deprived them of their flatness by her pronunciation. She had a way of her own of saying things, which spiced her reminiscences of the village and of her springtime. It had formerly been her delight, so she affirmed, to hear the loup de gorget chanter dans les aubépines, to hear the redbreasts sing in the hawthorn trees. The hall on the first floor, where the restaurant was situated, was a large and long apartment, encumbered with stools, chairs, benches, and tables, and with a crippled, lame, old billiard table. It was reached by a spiral staircase, which terminated in the corner of the room at a square hole like the hatchway of a ship. This room, lighted by a single narrow window, and by a lamp that was always burning, had the air of a garret. All the four-footed furniture comported itself as though it had but three legs. The whitewashed walls had for their only ornament the following quatrain in honor of Mame Hucheloup: Elle étonnait à 10 pas, elle épouvantait à 2. Une verrue habite en son nez hasardeux, on tremblait à chaque instant qu'elle ne vous la moucher, et qu'un beau jour son nez n'est tombé dans sa bouche. She astounds at 10 paces, she frightens at 2. A wart inhabits her hazardous nose. You tremble every instant lest she should blow it at you, and lest some fine day her nose should tumble into her mouth. This was scrawled in charcoal on the wall. Mame Hucheloup, a good likeness, went and came from morning till night before this quatrain with the most perfect tranquillity. Two serving maids, named Matelote and Gibelotte, who had never been known by any other names, helped Mame Hucheloup to set on the tables the jugs of poor wine and the various broths which were served to the hungry patrons in earthenware bowls. Matelote, large and plump, red-haired and noisy, the favorite ex-sultana of the defunct Hucheloup, was homelier than any mythological monster, be it what it may. Still, as it becomes the servant to always keep in the rear of the mistress, she was less homely than Mame Hucheloup. Gibelotte, tall, delicate, white, with a lymphatic pallor, with circles round her eyes and drooping lids, always languid and weary, afflicted with what may be called chronic lassitude, the first up in the house and the last in bed, waited on every one, even the other maid, silently and gently, smiling through her fatigue with a vague and sleepy smile. Before entering the restaurant room, the visitor read on the door the following line written there in chalk by Courfeyrac: "Regale si tu peux, et mange si tu l'oses." Treat if you can, and eat if you dare. End of Book 12, Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Book 12 of Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 12. Corinth. Chapter 2. Preliminary Gaieties. Laigle de Meaux, as the reader knows, lived more with Joly than elsewhere. He had a lodging as a bird has one in a branch. The two friends lived together, ate together, slept together. They had everything in common, even Musichetta to some extent. They were what the subordinate monks who accompany monks are called, bini. On the morning of the 5th of June they went to Corinth to breakfast. Joly, who was all stuffed up, had a catarrh which Laigle was beginning to share. Laigle's coat was threadbare, but Joly was well dressed. It was about 9 o'clock in the morning when they opened the door of Corinth. They ascended to the first floor. Matelote and Gibelotte received them. "Oysters, cheese, and ham," said Laigle. And they seated themselves at a table. The wine shop was empty. There was no one there but themselves. Gibelotte, knowing Joly and Laigle, set a bottle of wine on the table. While they were busy with their first oysters, a head appeared at the hatchway of the staircase, and a voice said: "I am passing by. I smell from the street a delicious odor of Brie cheese. I enter." It was Grantaire. Grantaire took a stool and drew up to the table. At the sight of Grantaire, Gibelotte placed 2 bottles of wine on the table. That made 3. "Are you going to drink those 2 bottles?" Laigle inquired of Grantaire. Grantaire replied: "All are ingenious. Thou alone art ingenious. 2 bottles never yet astonished a man." The others had begun by eating. Grantaire began by drinking. Half a bottle was rapidly gulped down. "So you have a hole in your stomach," began Laigle again. "You have one in your elbow," said Grantaire. And after having emptied his glass, he added: "Ah, by the way, Laigle of the funeral oration, your coat is old." "I should hope so," retorted Laigle. "That's why we get on well together, my coat and I. It has acquired all my folds. It does not bind me anywhere. It is moulded on my deformities. It falls in with all my movements. I am only conscious of it because it keeps me warm. Old coats are just like old friends." "That's true," ejaculated Joly, striking into the dialogue. "An old goat is an old habit." "Especially in the mouth of a man whose head is stuffed up," said Grantaire. "Grantaire," demanded Laigle, "have you just come from the boulevard?" "No. We have just seen the head of the procession pass, Joly and I." "It's a marvellous sight," said Joly. "How quiet this street is!" exclaimed Laigle. "Who would suspect that Paris was turned upside down? How plainly it is to be seen that in former days there were nothing but convents here. In this neighbourhood Dubreuil and Sauval gave a list of them, and so does the Abbé Lebeuf. They were all round here. They fairly swarmed, booted and barefooted, shaven, bearded, grey, black, white, Franciscans, Minims, Capuchins, Carmelites, little Augustines, great Augustines, old Augustines. There was no end of them." "Don't let's talk of monks," interrupted Grantaire. "It makes one want to scratch one's self." Then he exclaimed:— "Boo! I've just swallowed a bad oyster. Now hypochondria is taking possession of me again. The oysters are spoiled, the servants are ugly. I hate the human race. I just passed through the Rue Richelieu in front of the big public library. That pile of oyster shells which is called a library is disgusting even to think of. What paper, what ink, what scrawling! And all that has been written! What rascal was it who said that man was a featherless biped? And then I met a pretty girl of my acquaintance, who is as beautiful as the spring, worthy to be called Floréal, and who is delighted, enraptured, as happy as the angels, because a wretch yesterday, a frightful banker all spotted with smallpox, deigned to take a fancy to her. Alas! woman keeps on the watch for a protector as much as for a lover. Cats chase mice as well as birds. 2 months ago that young woman was virtuous in an attic. She adjusted little brass rings in the eyelet holes of corsets. What do you call it? She sewed. She had a camp bed. She dwelt beside a pot of flowers. She was contented. Now here she is, a bankeress. This transformation took place last night. I met the victim this morning in high spirits. The hideous point about it is, that the jade is as pretty to-day as she was yesterday. Her financier did not show in her face. Roses have this advantage or disadvantage over women, that the traces left upon them by caterpillars are visible. Ah! there is no morality on earth. I call to witness the myrtle, the symbol of love; the laurel, the symbol of air; the olive, that ninny, the symbol of peace; the apple tree, which came nearest wrangling Adam with its pips; and the fig tree, the grandfather of petticoats. As for right, do you know what right is? The Gauls covet Clusium, Rome protects Clusium, and demands what wrong Clusium has done to them. Brennus answers: the wrong that Alba did to you, the wrong that Fidenæ did to you, the wrong that the Eques, the Volsci, and the Sabines have done to you. They were your neighbours. The Clusians are ours. We understand neighbourliness, just as you do. You have stolen Alba. We shall take Clusium. Rome said: you shall not take Clusium. Brennus took Rome. Then he cried: Vae victis! That is what right is. Ah! what beasts of prey there are in this world! What eagles! It makes my flesh creep. He held out his glass to Joly, who filled it. Then he drank and went on, having hardly been interrupted by this glass of wine, of which no one, not even himself, had taken any notice. Brennus who takes Rome is an eagle. The banker who takes the grisette is an eagle. There is no more modesty in the one case than in the other. So we believe in nothing. There is but one reality. Drink. Whatever your opinion may be in favour of the lean cock, like the canton of Uri, or in favour of the fat cock, like the canton of Glaris, it matters little. Drink. You talk to me of the boulevard, of that procession, etc., etc. Come now, is there going to be another revolution? This poverty of means on the part of the good God astounds me. He has to keep greasing the groove of events every moment. There is a hitch. It won't work. Quick, a revolution. The good God has his hands perpetually black with that cart grease. If I were in his place, I'd be perfectly simple about it. I would not wind up my mechanism every minute. I'd lead the human race in a straightforward way. I'd weave matters mesh by mesh, without breaking the thread. I would have no provisional arrangements. I would have no extraordinary repertory. What the rest of you call progress advances by means of two motors, men and events. But, sad to say, from time to time the exceptional becomes necessary. The ordinary troop suffices neither for event nor for men. Among men geniuses are required, among events revolutions. Great accidents are the law. The order of things cannot do without them. And, judging from the apparition of comets, one would be tempted to think that heaven itself finds actors needed for its performance. At the moment when one expects it the least, God placards a meteor on the wall of the firmament. Some queer star turns up, underlined by an enormous tail, and that causes the death of Caesar. Brutus deals him a blow with a knife, and God a blow with a comet. Crac! Behold an aurora borealis! Behold a revolution! Behold a great man! 93 in big letters. Napoleon on guard. The comet of 1811 at the head of the poster. Ah, what a beautiful blue theatre, all studded with unexpected flashes. Boom! Boom! Extraordinary show. Raise your eyes, boobies. Everything is in disorder, the star as well as the drama. Good God! It is too much and not enough. These resources gathered from exception seem magnificence and poverty. My friends, Providence has come down to expedients. What does a revolution prove? That God is in a quandary. He effects a coup d'etat because he, God, has not been able to make both ends meet. In fact, this confirms me in my conjectures as to Jehovah's fortune. And when I see so much distress in heaven and on earth, from the bird who has not a grain of millet to myself without 100,000 livres of income, when I see human destiny, which is very badly worn, and even royal destiny, which is threadbare, witness the Prince de Condé hung, when I see winter, which is nothing but a rent in the zenith through which the wind blows, when I see so many rags even in the perfectly new purple of the morning on the crests of the hills, when I see the drops of dew, those mock pearls, when I see the frost, that paste, when I see humanity ripped apart and events patched up, and so many spots on the sun, and so many holes in the moon, when I see so much misery everywhere, I suspect that God is not rich. The appearance exists, it is true, but I feel that he is hard up. He gives a revolution as a tradesman whose money box is empty gives a ball. God must not be judged from appearances. Beneath the gilding of heaven I perceive a poverty-stricken universe. Creation is bankrupt. That is why I am discontented. Here it is the 4th of June. It is almost night. Ever since this morning I have been waiting for daylight to come. It has not come, and I bet that it won't come all day. This is the inexactness of an ill-paid clerk. Yes, everything is badly arranged. Nothing fits anything else. This old world is all warped. I take my stand on the opposition everything goes awry. The universe is a tease. It's like children. Those who want them have none, and those who don't want them have them. Total, I'm vexed. Besides, L'Aigle des Meaux, that bald head offends my sight. It humiliates me to think that I am of the same age as that baldy. However, I criticize, but I do not insult. The universe is what it is. I speak here without evil intent, and to ease my conscience. Receive, Eternal Father, the assurance of my distinguished consideration. Ah, by all the saints of Olympus, and by all the gods of paradise, I was not intended to be a Parisian. That is to say, to rebound forever, like a shuttlecock between two battledores, from the group of the loungers to the group of the roisterers. I was made to be a Turk, watching Oriental houris all day, executing those exquisite Egyptian dances, as sensuous as the dream of a chaste man, or a Beauceron peasant, or a Venetian gentleman, surrounded by gentlewomen, or a petty German prince, furnishing the half of a foot soldier to the Germanic Confederation, and occupying his leisure with drying his breeches on his hedge, that is to say, his frontier. Those are the positions for which I was born. Yes, I have said a Turk, and I will not retract. I do not understand how people can habitually take Turks in bad part. Mohammed had his good points, respect for the inventor of seraglios, with oris and paradises, with odalisques. Let us not insult Mohammedism, the only religion which is ornamented with a hen roost. Now, I insist on a drink. The earth is a great piece of stupidity, and it appears that they are going to fight, all those imbeciles, and to break each other's profiles, and to massacre each other in the heart of summer, in the month of June, when they might go off with a creature on their arm to breathe the immense heaps of new mown hay in the meadows. Really, people do commit altogether too many follies. An old broken lantern, which I have just seen at a bric-a-brac merchant's, suggests a reflection to my mind. It is time to enlighten the human race. Yes, behold me sad again. That's what comes of swallowing an oyster and a revolution the wrong way. I am growing melancholy once more. Oh, frightful old world! People strive, turn each other out, prostitute themselves, kill each other, and get used to it. And Grantaire, after this fit of eloquence, had a fit of coughing, which was well earned. "A propos of revolution," said Joly, "it is decidedly aberrant that Barius is in love." "Does any one know with whom?" demanded Laigle. "Do." "No?" "Do, I tell you." "Marius' love affairs!" exclaimed Grantaire. "I can imagine it. Marius is a fog, and he must have found a vapor. Marius is of the race of poets. He who says poet, says fool, madman, Timbraeus Apollo. Marius and his Marie, or his Marion, or his Maria, or his Mariette, they must make a queer pair of lovers. I know just what it is like, ecstasies in which they forget to kiss. Pure on earth, but joined in heaven, they are souls possessed of senses. They lie among the stars." Grantaire was attacking his second bottle, and possibly his second harangue, when a new personage emerged from the square aperture of the stairs. It was a boy less than 10 years of age, ragged, very small, yellow, with an odd phiz, a vivacious eye, an enormous amount of hair, drenched with rain and wearing a contented air. The child, unhesitatingly making his choice among the three, addressed himself to Laigle de Meaux. "Are you Monsieur Bossuet?" "That is my nickname," replied Laigle. "What do you want with me?" "This. A tall blond fellow on the boulevard said to me, 'Do you know Mother Hucheloup?' I said, 'Yes, Rue Chanvrerie.' 'The old man's widow,' he said to me. 'Go there. There you will find Monsieur Bossuet. Tell him from me, A, B, C.' It's a joke that they're playing on you, isn't it? He gave me 10 sous." "Joly, lend me 10 sous," said Laigle, and turning to Grantaire, "Grantaire, lend me 10 sous." This made 20 sous, which Laigle handed to the lad. "Thank you, sir," said the urchin. "What is your name?" inquired Laigle. "Navet, Gavroche's friend." "Stay with us," said Laigle. "Breakfast with us," said Grantaire. The child replied: "I can't. I belong in the procession. I'm the one to shout 'Down with Polignac!'" And executing a prolonged scrape of his foot behind him, which is the most respectful of all possible salutes, he took his departure. The child gone, Grantaire took the word. "That is the pure bred gamin. There are a great many varieties of the gamin species. The notary's gamin is called 'skip the gutter'; the cook's gamin is called a scullion; the baker's gamin is called a mitron; the lackey's gamin is called a groom; the marine gamin is called the cabin boy; the soldier's gamin is called the drummer boy; the painter's gamin is called paint grinder; the tradesman's gamin is called an errand boy; The courtesan gamin is called the mignon, the kingly gamin is called the dauphin, the god gamin is called the bambino." In the meantime Laigle was engaged in reflection. He said half aloud:— "A, B, C, that is to say, the burial of Lamarque." "The tall blonde," remarked Grantaire, "is Enjolras, who is sending you a warning." "Shall we go?" ejaculated Bossuet. "It's radig," said Joly. "I have sworn to go through fire, but not through water. I don't want to get a cold." "I shall stay here," said Grantaire. "I prefer a breakfast to a hearse." "Conclusion, we remain," said Laigle. "Well, then, let us drink. Besides, we might miss the funeral without missing the riot." "Ah, the riot! I am with you," cried Joly. Laigle rubbed his hands. "Now we're going to touch up the Revolution of 1830. As a matter of fact, it doesn't hurt the people along the seams." "I don't think much of your Revolution," said Grantaire. "I don't execrate this government. It is the crown tempered by the cotton nightcap. It is a sceptre ending in an umbrella. In fact, I think that to day, with the present weather, Louis Philippe might utilize his royalty in two directions. He might extend the tip of the sceptre end against the people, and open the umbrella end against heaven." The room was dark. Large clouds had just finished the extinction of daylight. There was no one in the wine shop or in the street, every one having gone off to watch events. "Is it midday or midnight?" cried Bossuet. "You can't see your hand before your face. Gibelotte, fetch a light." Grantaire was drinking in a melancholy way. "Enjolras disdains me," he muttered. Enjolras said: "Joly is ill. Grantaire is drunk." It was to Bossuet that he sent Navet. If he had come for me, I would have followed him. So much the worse for Enjolras. I won't go to his funeral. This resolution once arrived at, Bossuet, Joly, and Grantaire did not stir from the wine shop. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the table at which they sat was covered with empty bottles. 2 candles were burning on it, one in a flat copper candlestick, which was perfectly green, the other in the neck of a cracked carafe. Grantaire had seduced Joly and Bossuet to wine. Bossuet and Joly had conducted Grantaire back towards cheerfulness. As for Grantaire, he had got beyond wine, that merely moderate inspirer of dreams, ever since midday. Wine enjoys only a conventional popularity with serious drinkers. There is, in fact, in the matter of inebriety, white magic and black magic. Wine is only white magic. Grantaire was a daring drinker of dreams. The blackness of a terrible fit of drunkenness, yawning before him, far from arresting him, attracted him. He had abandoned the bottle and taken to the beer glass. The beer glass is the abyss. Having neither opium nor hashish on hand, and being desirous of filling his brain with twilight, he had had recourse to that fearful mixture of brandy, stout, absinthe, which produces the most terrible of lethargies. It is of these three vapours, beer, brandy, and absinthe, that the lead of the soul is composed. They are three grooms, the celestial butterfly is drowned in them, and they are formed there in a membranous smoke, vaguely condensed into the wing of the bat, three mute furies, nightmare, night, and death, which hover about the slumbering psyche. Grantaire had not yet reached that lamentable phase. Far from it. He was tremendously gay, and Bossuet and Joly retorted. They clinked glasses. Grantaire added to the eccentric accentuation of words and ideas a peculiarity of gesture. He rested his left fist on his knee with dignity, his arm forming a right angle, and, with cravat untied, seated astride a stool, his full glass in his right hand, he hurled solemn words at the big maidservant Matelote. "Let the doors of the palace be thrown open. Let every one be a member of the French Academy, and have the right to embrace Madame Hucheloup. Let us drink." And turning to Madame Hucheloup, he added:— "Woman, ancient and consecrated by use, Draw near that I may contemplate thee." And Joly exclaimed:— "Matelote and Gibelotte, don't give Grantaire anything more to drink. He has already devoured since this morning, in wild prodigality, 2 francs and 95 centimes." And Grantaire began again:— "Who has been unhooking the stars without my permission, and putting them on the table in the guise of candles?" Bossuet, though very drunk, preserved his equanimity. He was seated on the sill of the open window, wetting his back in the falling rain, and gazing at his 2 friends. All at once he heard a tumult behind him, hurried footsteps, cries of "To arms!" He turned round and saw, in the Rue Saint Denis, at the end of the Rue de la Chanvrerie, Enjolras passing, gun in hand, and Gavroche with his pistol, Feuilly with his sword, Courfeyrac with his sword, and Jean Prouvaire with his blunderbuss, Combeferre with his gun, Bahorel with his gun, and the whole armed and stormy rabble which was following them. The Rue de la Chanvrerie was not more than a gunshot long. Bossuet improvised a speaking trumpet from his 2 hands placed around his mouth, and shouted:— "Courfeyrac! Courfeyrac! Ho he!" Courfeyrac heard the shout, caught sight of Bossuet, and advanced a few paces into the Rue de la Chanvrerie, shouting:— "What do you want?" which crossed a "Where are you going?" "To make a barricade," replied Courfeyrac. "Well, here, this is a good place. Make it here." "That's true, Aigle," said Courfeyrac. And at a signal from Courfeyrac, the mob flung themselves into the Rue de la Chanvrerie. End of Book 12, Chapter 2.
Chapters 3 and 4 of Book 12 of Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martina Hutchins in Berkeley, California. Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence HAPGOOD. Book 12, Corinth. Chapter 3. Night begins to descend upon Grantaire.
The spot was, in fact, admirably adapted. The entrance to the street widened out, the other extremity narrowed together into a pocket without exit.
Corinth created an obstacle. The Rue Mondétour was easily barricaded on the right and the left. No attack was possible except from the Rue Saint Denis, that is to say, in front and in full sight. Bossuet had the comprehensive glance of a fasting Hannibal. Terror had seized on the whole street at the irruption of the mob. There was not a passer-by who did not get out of sight. In the space of a flash of lightning, in the rear, to the right and left, shops, stables, area doors, windows, blinds, attic skylights, shutters of every description were closed, from the ground floor to the roof. A terrified old woman fixed a mattress in front of her window on 2 clothes poles for drying linen, in order to deaden the effect of musketry. The wine shop alone remained open, and that for a very good reason, that the mob had rushed into it. "Ah, my God! Ah, my God!" sighed Mame Hucheloup. Bossuet had gone down to meet Courfeyrac. Joly, who had placed himself at the window, exclaimed: "Courfeyrac, you ought to have brought an umbrella. You will catch gold." In the meantime, in the space of a few minutes, 20 iron bars had been wrenched from the grated front of the wine shop. 10 fathoms of street had been unpaved. Gavroche and Bahorel had seized in its passage and overturned the dray of a lime dealer named Ancot. This dray contained 3 barrels of lime, which they placed beneath the piles of paving stones.
Enjolras raised the cellar trap, and all the widow Hucheloup's empty casks were used to flank the barrels of wine. Julie, with his fingers skilled in painting the delicate sticks of fans, had backed up the barrels and the dray with two massive heaps of blocks of rough stone, blocks which were improvised like the rest and procured no one knows where. The beams which served as props were torn from the neighboring house fronts and laid on the casks. When Bossuet and Courfeyrac turned round, half the street was already barred with a rampart higher than a man. There is nothing like the hand of the populace for building everything that is built by demolishing.
Matelote and Gibelotte had mingled with the workers.
Gibelotte went and came loaded with rubbish. Her lassitude helped on the barricade. She served the barricade as she had served wine, with a sleepy air. An omnibus with two white horses passed the end of the street. Bossuet strode over the paving stones, ran to it, stopped the driver, made the passengers alight, offered his hand to the ladies, dismissed the conductor, and returned, leading the vehicle and the horses by the bridle. "Omnibuses," he said, "do not pass Corinth. Non licet omnibus adire Corinthum." An instant later the horses were unharnessed and went off at their will through the Rue Mondétour, and the omnibus lying on its side completed the bar across the street. Mame Hucheloup, quite upset, had taken refuge in the first story. Her eyes were vague and stared without seeing anything, and she cried in a low tone. Her terrified shrieks did not dare emerge from her throat. "The end of the world has come," she muttered. Joly deposited a kiss on Mame Hucheloup's fat, red, wrinkled neck, and said to Grantaire, "My dear fellow, I have always regarded a woman's neck as an infinitely delicate thing." But Grantaire attained the highest regions of dithyramb. Matelote had mounted to the first floor once more. Grantaire seized her round the waist, and gave vent to long bursts of laughter at the window. "Matelote is homely," he cried. "Matelote is a dream of ugliness. Matelote is a chimera. This is the secret of her birth. A Gothic Pygmalion, who was making gargoyles for cathedrals, fell in love with one of them, the most horrible, one fine morning. He besought love to give it life, and this produced Matelote. Look at her, citizens. She has chromate of lead-colored hair, like Titian's mistress, and she is a good girl. I guarantee she will fight well. Every good girl contains a hero. As for Mother Hucheloup, she's an old warrior. Look at her mustaches. She inherited them from her husband. A hussar indeed. She will fight too. These two alone will strike terror to the heart of the banlieue. Comrades, we shall overthrow the government as true as there are 15 intermediary acids between margaric acid and formic acid. However, that is a matter of perfect indifference to me. Gentlemen, my father always detested me because I could not understand mathematics. I understand only love and liberty. I am Grantaire, the good fellow. Having never had any money, I never acquired the habit of it, and the result is that I have never lacked it. But if I had been rich, there would have been no more poor people. You would have seen. Oh, if the kind hearts only had fat purses, how much better things would go! I picture myself Jesus Christ with Rothschild's fortune. How much good he would do! Matelote, embrace me. You are voluptuous and timid. You have cheeks which invite the kiss of a sister, and lips which claim the kiss of a lover. "Hold your tongue, you cask," said Courfeyrac. Grantaire retorted, "I am the Capitoul and the master of the Floral Games." Enjolras, who was standing on the crest of the barricade, gun in hand, raised his beautiful, austere face. Enjolras, as the reader knows, has something of the Spartan and of the Puritan in his composition. He would have perished at Thermopylae and Leonidas, and burned at Drogheda and Cromwell. "Grantaire," he shouted, "go get rid of the fumes of your wine somewhere else than here. This is the place for enthusiasm, not for drunkenness. Don't disgrace the barricade." This angry speech produced a singular effect on Grantaire. One would have said that he had had a glass of cold water flung in his face. He seemed to be rendered suddenly sober. He sat down, put his elbows on a table near the window, looked at Enjolras with indescribable gentleness, and said to him, "Let me sleep here." "Go and sleep somewhere else," cried Enjolras. But Grantaire, still keeping his tender and troubled eyes fixed on him, replied, "Let me sleep here until I die." Enjolras regarded him with disdainful eyes. "Grantaire, you are incapable of believing, of thinking, of willing, of living, and of dying." Grantaire replied in a grave tone, "You will see." He stammered a few more unintelligible words, then his head fell heavily on the table, and, as is the usual effect of the second period of inebriety into which Enjolras had roughly and abruptly thrust him, an instant later he had fallen asleep.
Chapter 4. An attempt to console the widow Hucheloup. Bahorel, in ecstasies over the barricade, shouted, "Here's the street in its low-necked dress! How well it looks!" Courfeyrac, as he demolished the wine-shop to some extent, sought to console the widowed proprietress. "Mother Hucheloup, weren't you complaining the other day because you had had a notice served on you for infringing the law, because Gibelotte shook a counterpane out of your window?"
"Yes, my good Monsieur Courfeyrac. Ah, good heavens! Are you going to put the table of mine in your horror too? And it was for the counterpane, and also for the pot of flowers which fell from the attic window into the street, that the government collected a fine of 100 francs. If that isn't an abomination, what is? Well, Mother Hucheloup, we are avenging you." Mother Hucheloup did not appear to understand very clearly the benefit which she was to derive from the reprisals made on her account. She was satisfied after the manner of that Arab woman, who, having received a box on the ear from her husband, went to complain to her father, and cried for vengeance, saying, "Father, you owe my husband affront for affront." The father asked, "On which cheek did you receive the blow?" "On the left cheek." The father slapped her right cheek and said, "Now you are satisfied. Go tell your husband that he boxed my daughter's ears, and I have accordingly boxed his wife's." The rain had ceased. Recruits had arrived. Workmen had brought under their blouses a barrel of powder, a basket containing bottles of vitriol, 2 or 3 carnival torches, and a basket filled with fire-pots, left over from the King's festival. This festival was very recent, having taken place on the 1st of May. It was said that these munitions came from a grocer in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine named Pepin. They smashed the only street lantern in the Rue de la Chanvrerie, the lantern corresponding to one in the Rue Saint-Denis, and all the lanterns in the surrounding street, de Mondétour, de Cygne, de Précieuse, and de la Grande, and de la Petite Truanderie. Enjolras, Combeferre, and Courfeyrac directed everything. 2 barricades were now in the process of construction at once, both of them resting on the Corinth house and forming a right angle. The larger shut off the Rue de la Chanvrerie, the other closed the Rue Mondétour on the side of the Rue de Cygne. This last barricade, which was very narrow, was constructed only of casts and paving stones. There were about 50 workers on it. 30 were armed with guns, for on their way they had effected a wholesale loan from an armorer's shop. Nothing could be more bizarre, and at the same time more motley, than this troop. One had a round jacket, a cavalry sabre, and 2 holster pistols. Another was in his shirt sleeves with a round hat and a powder horn slung at his side. A third wore a plastron of 9 sheets of grey paper and was armed with a saddler's awl. There was one who was shouting, "Let us exterminate them to the last man and die at the point of our bayonet." This man had no bayonet. Another spread out his coat, the cross-belt and cartridge box of a National Guardsman, the cover of a cartridge box being ornamented with this inscription in red worsted: Public Order. There were a great many guns bearing the numbers of the legions, few hats, no cravats, many bare arms, some pikes. Add to this all ages, all sorts of faces, small, pale young men, and bronzed longshoremen. All were in haste, and as they helped each other, they discussed the possible chances. That they would receive succor about 3 o'clock in the morning. They were sure of one regiment, that Paris would rise. Terrible sayings with which was mingled a sort of cordial joviality. One would have pronounced them brothers, but they did not know each other's names. Great perils have this fine characteristic, that they bring to light the fraternity of strangers. A fire had been lighted in the kitchen, and there they were engaged in molding into bullets pewter mugs, spoons, forks, and all the brass tableware of the establishment. In the midst of it all they drank. Caps and buckshot were mixed pell-mell on the tables with glasses of wine. In the billiard hall, Mame Hucheloup, Matelote, and Gibelotte, variously modified by terror, which had stupefied one, rendered another breathless, and roused the third, were tearing up old dishcloths and making lint. 3 insurgents were assisting them, 3 bushy-haired, jolly blades with beards and mustaches, who plucked away at the linen with fingers of seamstresses and who made them tremble. The man of lofty stature, whom Courfeyrac, Combeferre, and Enjolras had observed at the moment when he joined the mob at the corner of the Rue des Billettes, was at work on the small barricade and was making himself useful there. Gavroche was working on the larger one. As for the young man who had been waiting for Courfeyrac at his lodgings and who had inquired for Monsieur Marius, he had disappeared at about the time when the omnibus had been overturned. Gavroche, completely carried away and radiant, had undertaken to get everything in readiness. He went, came, mounted, descended, remounted, whistled, and sparkled. He seemed to be there for the encouragement of all. Had he any incentive? Yes, certainly, his poverty. Had he wings? Yes, certainly, his joy. Gavroche was a whirlwind. He was constantly visible. He was incessantly audible. He filled the air as he was everywhere at once. He was a sort of almost irritating ubiquity. No halt was possible with him. The enormous barricade felt him on its haunches. He troubled the loungers. He excited the idle. He reanimated the weary. He grew impatient over the thoughtful. He inspired gaiety in some, and breath in others, wrath in others, movement in all, now pricking a student, now biting an artisan. He alighted, paused, flew off again, hovered over the tumult and the effort, sprang from one party to another, murmuring and humming and harassing the whole company, a fly on the immense revolutionary coach. Perpetual motion was in his little arms, and perpetual clamor in his little lungs. Courage! More paving stones, more cats, more machines! Where are you now? A hod of plaster for me to stop this hole with. Your barricade is very small, it must be carried up. Put everything on it, fling everything there, stick it all in. Break down the house, a barricade is Mother Gibot's tea. Hullo, here's a glass door. This elicited an exclamation from the workers. A glass door? What do you expect us to do with a glass door, tubercle? Hercules yourselves, retorted Gavroche. A glass door is an excellent thing in a barricade. It does not prevent an attack, but it prevents the enemy taking it. So you're never prigged apples over a wall when there are broken bottles? A glass door cuts the horns of the National Guard when they try to mount the barricade. Pardi, glass is a treacherous thing. Well, you haven't a very wildly lively imagination, comrades. However, he was furious over his triggerless pistol. He went from one to another demanding, "A gun! I want a gun! Why don't you give me a gun?" "Give you a gun?" said Combeferre. "Come now," said Gavroche, "why not? I had one in 1830 when we had a dispute with Charles X." And Enjolras shrugged his shoulders. "When there are enough for men, we'll give some to the children." Gavroche wheeled round haughtily and answered, "If you are killed before me, I shall take yours." "Gammon!" said Enjolras. "Greenhorn!" said Gavroche. A dandy who had lost his way and who lounged past the end of the street created a diversion. Gavroche shouted to him, "Come with us, young fellow. Well now, don't we do anything for this old country of ours?" The dandy fled. End of Book 12, Chapter 4. Recording by Martina Hutchins in Berkeley, California.
Chapters 5 and 6 of Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martina Hutchins in Berkeley, California. Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel, Florence, HAPGOOD. Book 12, Corinth. Chapter 5, Preparations. The journals of the day, which said that nearly impregnable structure of the barricade of the Rue de la Chanvrerie, as they call it, reached to the level of the first floor, were mistaken. The fact is that it did not exceed an average height of 6 or 7 feet. It was built in such a manner that the combatants could, at their will, either disappear behind it or dominate the barrier and even scale its crest by means of a quadruple row of paving stones placed on top of each other and arranged as steps in the interior. On the outside, the front of the barricade, composed of piles of paving stones and casks bound together by beams and planks, which were entangled in the wheels of Anco's dray and of the overturned omnibus, had a bristling and inextricable aspect. An aperture large enough to allow a man to pass through had been made between the wall of the house and the extremity of the barricade, which was furthest from the wine shop, so that an exit was possible at this point. The pole of the omnibus was placed upright and held up with ropes, and a red flag, fastened to this pole, floated over the barricade. The little Mondétour barricade, hidden behind the wine-shop building, was not visible. The two barricades united formed a veritable redoubt, and Enjolras and Courfeyrac had not thought fit to barricade the other fragment of the Rue Mondétour, which opens through the Rue des Prêcheurs and issue into the Halles, wishing, no doubt, to preserve a possible communication with the outside, and not entertaining much fear of an attack through the dangerous and difficult street of the Rue des Prêcheurs. With the exception of this issue, which was left free, and which constituted what Folard, in his strategical style, would have termed a branch, and taking into account also the narrow cutting arranged on the Rue de la Chanvrerie, the interior of the barricade, where the wine shop formed a salient angle, presented an irregular shape, closed on all sides. There existed an interval of 20 paces between the grand barrier and the lofty houses which formed the background of the street, so that one might say that the barricade rested on these houses, all inhabited, but closed from top to bottom. All this work was performed without any hindrance, in less than an hour, and without this handful of bold men seeing a single bearskin cap or a single bayonet make their appearance. The very bourgeois who still ventured at this hour of riot to enter the Rue Saint-Denis cast a glance at the Rue de la Chanvrerie, caught sight of the barricade, and redoubled their pace. The two barricades being finished, and the flag run up, a table was dragged out of the wine shop, and Courfeyrac mounted on the table. Enjolras brought the square coffer, and Courfeyrac opened it. This coffer was filled with cartridges. When the mob saw the cartridges, a tremor ran through the bravest, and a momentary silence ensued. Courfeyrac distributed them with a smile. Each one received 30 cartridges. Many had powder, and set about making others with the bullets which they had run. As for the barrel of powder,
It stood on the table on one side, near the door, and was held in reserve. The alarm beat which ran through all Paris did not cease, but it had finally come to be nothing more than a monotonous noise to which they no longer paid any attention. This noise retreated at times, and again drew near with melancholy undulations. They loaded the guns and carbines all together without haste, with solemn gravity. Enjolras went and stationed 3 sentinels outside the barricades, on the Rue de la Chanvrerie, the second in the Rue des Prêcheurs, the third at the corner of the Rue de la Petite Truanderie. Then, the barricades having been built, the posts assigned, the guns loaded, the sentinels stationed, they waited, alone in those redoubtable streets, through which no one passed any longer, surrounded by those dumb houses which seemed dead, and in which no human movement palpitated, enveloped in the deepening shades of twilight, which was drawing on, in the midst of that silence through which something could be felt advancing, and which had about it something tragic and terrifying, isolated, armed, determined, and tranquil. Chapter 6. Waiting. During those hours of waiting, what did they do? We must needs tell, since this is a matter of history. While the men made bullets and the women lint, while a large saucepan of melted brass and lead, destined to the bullet mold, smoked over a glowing brazier, while the sentinels watched, weapon in hand, on the barricade, while Enjolras, whom it was impossible to divert, kept an eye on the sentinels, Combeferre, Courfeyrac, Jean Prouvaire, Feuilly, Bossuet, Joly, Bahorel, and some others, sought each other out and united as in the most peaceful days of their conversations in their student life, and in one corner of this wine shop, which had been converted into a casement, a couple of paces distant from the redoubt which they had built, with their carbines loaded and primed, resting against the backs of their chairs, these fine young fellows, so close to a supreme hour, began to recite love verses. What verses? These. Vous rappelez-vous notre douce vie, lorsque nous étions si gentils deux, et que nous n'avions à cœur d'autre envie que d'être bien mis et d'être amoureux. Lorsque, en ajoutant votre âge à mon âge, nous ne comptons pas à 40 ans, et que, dans notre humble et petit ménage, toute même l'hiver nous attend printemps. Beau jour, Manuel était fier et sage, Paris s'assied à dessein banquet. Faut lancer la fondre et votre corsage avait une épingle où j'ai même piquois. Tu vous contemplez, avocat sans causer, quand je vous menais après le dîner. Vous étiez jolie au point que le rosé me faisions la fait de se retourner. Je l'entendais dire, et elle belle, comme elles sont bonnes, quels cheveux à fleurs. Sous son mantelet, elle cache une aile, son bonnet charmant est à peine éclos. J'irai avec tu, pressant ton bras souple, les passants croyant que le mort charmait. Ave Marie, dans notre heureux couple, les du mois d'avril à bon mois de mai. Nous vivions cachés, comptant porte-close, dévorant la mort, bon fruit défendu. Ma bouche n'avait pas dit une chose, que déjà tout cœur avait répondu. Le second était le doigt bucolique. Oh, j'ai t'adoré du soir à matin. C'est ainsi qu'une amie amoureuse appliquée la crainte du tendre épée latin. Ô place mon belle,
aux places d'enfants. Quand, dans le tendit frais et printanier, tu tirais ton bras sur ta jambe fine, je voyais un astray au fond du grenier. J'ai foutu le planton, mais rien ne me reste, mieux que mes branches et que la monnaie. Tu m'as démontré la bonne céleste, avec une fleur que tu m'as donnée. Je t'obéissais, tu m'étais soumise. Au grenier doré, tes lacets, tes voix allaient en venir dès l'aube en chemise, mirant ton jeune front à ton vu miroir, et qui danse pourrait prendre la mémoire de ces temps d'aurorais et des firmaments, des rubans, des fleurs, des gaz et des moires. Ô l'amour baguait un agate charmant. Nos jardins étaient un pot de tulipes. Tu masquais la vitre avec un jupon. Je prenais le bol de terre des pipes, et je te donnais la tasse et jupon. Et ces grands mêleurs qui nous faisions rire, ton méchant brûlé, ton boa perdu, et ces chers portraits du divin Shakespeare, qu'un soir pour soupir nous avons vendus. Je t'ai mendiant, et tu charitable. J'abassais à vol tes bras frais et ronds. Dante in folio nous serviait de table, pour manger gagnant et sans démérone. La première fois que moi, joyeux bouge, j'ai pris une bassier à ta livre infus. Quand tu tiens à lait décoiffé et rouge, j'ai resté tout pâle et j'ai cru indu. Te rappelles-tu nos bonheurs sans nombre, et tous ces fichus changés et chiffons, au cou des soupirs et nuques pleines d'ombre, se sont envolés dans les cieux profondes. Translation. Do you remember our sweet life, when we were both so young, and when we had no other desire in our hearts than to be well dressed and in love? When, by adding your age to my age, we could not count 40 years between us, and when, in our humble and tiny household, everything was spring to us even in winter. Fair days! Manuel was proud and wise. Paris sat at sacred banquets. Foy launched thunderbolts. And your corsage had a pin on which I pricked myself. Everything gazed upon you. A briefless lawyer, when I took you to the Prado to dine, you were so beautiful that the roses seemed to me to turn round, and I heard them say, "Is she not beautiful? How good she smells! What billowing hair! Beneath her mantle she hides a wing. Her charming bonnet is hardly unfolded." I wandered with thee, pressing thy supple arm. The passers-by thought that love bewitched had wedded, in our happy couple, the gentle month of April to the fair month of May. We lived concealed, content, with closed doors, devouring love, that sweet forbidden fruit. My mouth had not uttered a thing, when thy heart had already responded. The Sorbonne was the bucolic spot where I adored thee from eve till morn. 'Tis thus that an amorous soul applies the chart of the tender to the Latin country. O place Maubert, O place Dauphine, when in the fresh spring-like hut thou didst draw thy stocking on thy delicate leg, I saw a star in the depths of the garret. I have read a great deal of Plato, but nothing of it remains by me. Better than Malebranche and than the Manet, thou didst demonstrate to me celestial goodness,
with the flower which thou gavest me. I obeyed thee. Thou didst submit to me. O gilded garret, to lace thee, to behold thee going and coming from dawn in thy chemise, gazing at thy young brow in thine ancient mirror. And who, when, would forego the memory of those days of aurora, and that firmament of flowers, of gauze, and of more, when love stammers a charming slang? Our gardens consisted of a pot of tulips. Thou didst mask the window with thy petticoat. I took the earthenware bowl and gave thee the Japanese cup. And those great misfortunes which made us laugh, thy cuff scorched, thy boa lost, and that dear portrait of the divine Shakespeare, which we sold one evening that we might sup. I was a beggar, and thou wert charitable. I kissed thy fresh round arms in haste. A folio Dante served us as a table on which to eat merrily a centime's worth of chestnuts. The first time that, in my joyous den, I snatched a kiss from thy fiery lip, when thou wentest forth, dishevelled and blushing, I turned deathly pale, and I believed in God. Dost thou recall our innumerable joys, and all those fiches changed to rags? Oh, what sighs from our hearts full of gloom fluttered forth to the heavenly depths! The hour, the spot, these souvenirs of youth recalled, a few stars which began to twinkle in the sky, the funeral repose of those deserted streets, the imminence of the inexorable adventure, which was in preparation, gave a pathetic charm to these verses murmured in a low tone in the dust by Jean Prouvaire, who, as we have seen, was a gentle poet. In the meantime a lamp had been lighted in the small barricade, and in the large one of those wax torches such as are to be met with on Shrove Tuesday, in front of vehicles loaded with masks, on their way to La Courtille. These torches, as the reader has seen, came from Faubourg Saint-Antoine. The torch had been placed in a sort of cage of paving stones, closed on three sides to shelter it from the wind, and disposed in such a fashion that all the light fell on the flag. The street and the barricade remained sunk in gloom, and nothing was to be seen except the red flag formidably illuminated as by an enormous dark lantern. This light enhanced the scarlet of the flag with an indescribable and terrible purple. End of Book 12, Chapter 6. Recording by Martina Hutchins in Berkeley, California. Chapter 7 and 8 of Book 12 of Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martina Hutchins of Berkeley, California. Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabel Florence HAPGOOD. Book 12, Corinth, Chapter 7. The man recruited in the Rue des Billettes. Night was fully come, nothing made its appearance. All that they heard was confused noises, and at intervals fusillades. But these were rare, badly sustained, and distant. This respite, which was thus prolonged, was a sign that the government was taking its time and collecting its forces. These 50 men were waiting for 60,000. Enjolras felt attacked by that impatience which seizes on strong souls on the threshold of redoubtable events. He went in search of Gavroche, who had set to making cartridges in the tap-room, by the dubious light of 2 candles placed on the counter by way of precaution, on account of the powder which was scattered on the tables. These 2 candles cast no gleam outside. The insurgents had, moreover, taken pains not to have any light in the upper stories. Gavroche was deeply preoccupied at the moment, but not precisely with his cartridges. The man of the Rue des Billettes had just entered the tap-room, and had seated himself at the table which was the least lighted. A musket of large model had fallen into his share, and he held it between his legs. Gavroche, who had been, up to that moment, distracted by 100 amusing things, had not even seen this man. When he entered, Gavroche followed him mechanically with his eyes, admiring his gun. Then, all at once, when the man was seated, the street urchin sprang to his feet. Anyone who had spied upon that man up to that moment would have seen that he was observing everything in the barricade and in the band of insurgents with singular attention. But from the moment when he had entered this room he had fallen into a sort of brown study, and no longer seemed to see anything that was going on. The gamin approached this pensive personage and began to step around him on tiptoe, as one walks in the vicinity of a person whom one is afraid of waking. At the same time, over his childish countenance, which was at once so impudent and so serious, so giddy and so profound, so gay and so heartbreaking, passed all those grimaces of an old man which signify, "Ah, bah! Impossible! My sight is bad. I am dreaming. Can this be? No, it is not. But yes! Why, no!" etc. Gavroche balanced on his heels, clenched both fists in his pockets, moved his neck around like a bird, expended in a gigantic pout all the sagacity of his lower lip. He was astounded, uncertain, incredulous, convinced, dazzled. He had the mien of the chief of the eunuchs in the slave mart, discovering a Venus among the blowsy females, and the air of an amateur recognizing a Raphael in a heap of daubs. His whole being was at work, the instinct which scents out and the intelligence which combines. It was evident that a great event had happened in Gavroche's life. It was at the most intense point of this preoccupation that Enjolras accosted him. "You are small," said Enjolras. "You will not be seen. Go out of the barricade, slip along close to the houses, skirmish about a bit in the streets, and come back and tell me what is going on." Gavroche raised himself on his haunches. "So the little chaps are good for something. That's very lucky. I'll go. In the meanwhile, trust to the little fellows, and distrust the big ones." And Gavroche, raising his head and lowering his voice, added, as he indicated the man of the Rue des Billettes, "Do you see that big fellow there?" "Well?" "He's a police spy." "Are you sure of it?" "It isn't 2 weeks since he pulled me off the cornice of the Port Royal, where I was taking the air, by my ear." Enjolras hastily quitted the urchin, and murmured a few words in a very low tone to a longshoreman from the wine docks who chanced to be at hand. The man left the room and returned almost immediately, accompanied by 3 others. The 4 men, 4 porters, with broad shoulders, went and placed themselves, without doing anything to attract his attention, behind the table on which the man of the Rue des Billettes was leaning with his elbows. They were evidently ready to hurl themselves upon him. When Enjolras approached the man and demanded of him, "Who are you?" At this abrupt query the man started. He plunged his gaze deep into Enjolras' clear eyes, and appeared to grasp the latter's meaning. He smiled with a smile than which nothing was more disdainful, more energetic, and more resolute could be seen in the world, and replied with haughty gravity, "I see what it is. Well, yes. You are a police spy." "I am an agent of the authorities." "And your name?" "Javert." Enjolras made a sign to the 4 men. In the twinkling of an eye, before Javert had time to turn round, he was collared, thrown down, pinioned, and searched. They found on him a little round card, pasted between 2 pieces of glass, and bearing on one side the arms of France engraved, and with this motto, "Supervision and Vigilance," and on the other this note, "Javert, Inspector of Police, aged 52," and the signature of the prefect of police of that day, Monsieur Gisquet. Besides this, he had his watch and his purse, which contained several gold pieces. They left him his purse and his watch. Under the watch, at the bottom of his fob, they felt and seized a paper in an envelope, which Enjolras unfolded, and on which he read these 5 lines, written in the very hand of the prefect of police. As soon as his political mission is accomplished, Inspector Javert will make sure, by special supervision, whether it is true that the malefactors have instituted intrigues on the right bank of the Seine near the Jena bridge. The search ended. They lifted Javert to his feet, bound his arms behind his back, and fastened him to that celebrated post in the middle of the room which had formerly given the wine shop its name. Gavroche, who had looked on at the whole of this scene, and had approved of everything, with a silent toss of his head, stepped up to Javert and said to him, "It's the mouse who has caught the cat." All this was so rapidly executed that it was all over when those about the wine shop noticed it. Javert had not uttered a single cry. At the sight of Javert bound to the post, Courfeyrac, Bossuet, Joly, Combeferre, and the man scattered over the 2 barricades came running up. Javert, with his back to the post, and so surrounded with ropes that he could not make a movement, raised his head with the intrepid serenity of the man who has never lied. "He is a police spy," said Enjolras, and turning to Javert, "You will be shot 10 minutes before the barricade is taken." Javert replied in his most imperious tone, "Why not at once?" "We are saving our powder." "Then finish the business with a blow of a knife." "Spy," said the handsome Enjolras, "we are judges and not assassins." Then he called Gavroche. "Here you, go about your business. Do what I told you." "I'm going," cried Gavroche. And halting as he was on the point of setting out, "By the way, you will give me his gun?" And he added, "I leave you the musician, but I want the clarinet." The gamin made the military salute, and passed gaily through the opening in the large barricade. Chapter 8. Many interrogation points with regard to a certain Le Cabuc, whose name may not have been Le Cabuc. The tragic picture which we have undertaken would not be complete. The reader would not see those grand moments of social birth pangs in a revolutionary birth, which contain convulsion mingled with effort, in their exact and real relief, were we to omit, in the sketch here outlined, an incident full of epic and savage horror, which occurred almost immediately after Gavroche's departure. Mobs, as the reader knows, are like a snowball, and collect as they roll along, a throng of tumultuous men. These men do not ask each other whence they come. Among the passers-by, who had joined the rabble led by Enjolras, Combeferre, and Courfeyrac, there had been a person wearing the jacket of a street porter, which was very threadbare on the shoulders, who gesticulated and vociferated, and who had the look of a drunken savage. This man, whose name or nickname was Le Cabuc, and who was, moreover, an utter stranger to those who pretended to know him, was very drunk, or assumed the appearance of being so, and had seated himself, with several others, at a table which they had dragged outside the wine shop. This Cabuc, while making those who vied with him drunk, seemed to be examining with a thoughtful air the large house at the extremity of the barricade, whose 5 stories commanded the whole street and faced the Rue Saint-Denis. All at once he exclaimed, "Do you know, comrades, it is from that house yonder that we must fire. When we are at the windows, the deuce is in it if anyone can advance into the street." "Yes, but the house is closed," said one of the drinkers. "Let us knock." "They will not open." "Let us break in the door." Le Cabuc runs to the door, which had a very massive knocker, and knocks. The door opens not. He strikes a second blow. No one answers. A third stroke. The same silence. "Is there anyone here?" shouts Cabuc. Nothing stirs. Then he seizes a gun and begins to batter the door with the butt end. It was an ancient alley door, low, vaulted, narrow, solid, entirely of oak, lined on the outside with a sheet of iron and iron stays, a genuine prison postern. The blows from the butt end of the gun made the house tremble, but did not shake the door. Nevertheless, it is probable that the inhabitants were disturbed, for a tiny square window was finally seen to open on the third story, and at this aperture appeared the reverend and terrified face of a gray-haired old man who was the porter and who held a candle. The man who was knocking paused. "Gentlemen," said the porter, "what do you want?" "Open!" said Cabuc. "That cannot be, gentlemen." "Open nevertheless!" "Impossible, gentlemen." Le Cabuc took his gun and aimed at the porter, but as he was below, and as it was very dark, the porter did not see him. "Will you open, yes or no?" "No, gentlemen." "Do you say no?" "I say no, my good—" The porter did not finish. The shot was fired. The ball entered under his chin and came out at the nape of the neck after transversing the jugular vein. The old man fell back without a sigh. The candle fell and was extinguished, and nothing more was to be seen except a motionless head lying on the sill of the small window, and a little whitish smoke which floated off towards the roof. "There!" said Le Cabuc, dropping the butt end of his gun on the pavement. He had hardly uttered this word when he felt a hand laid on his shoulder with the weight of an eagle's talon, and he heard a voice saying to him, "On your knees!" The murderer turned round and saw before him Enjolras' cold, white face. Enjolras held a pistol in his hand. He had hastened up at the sound of the discharge. He had seized Cabuc's collar, blouse, shirt, and suspender with his left hand. "On your knees!" he repeated. And, with an imperious motion, the frail young man of 20 years bent the thick-set and sturdy porter like a reed, and brought him to his knees in the mire. Le Cabuc attempted to resist, but he seemed to have been seized by a superhuman hand. Enjolras, pale, with bare neck and dishevelled hair, and his woman's face, had about him at that moment something of the antique Themis. His dilated nostrils, his downcast eyes, gave to his implacable Greek profile that expression of wrath and that expression of chastity which, as the ancient world viewed the matter, befit justice. The whole barricade hastened up. Then all ranged themselves in a circle at a distance, feeling that it was impossible to utter a word in the presence of the thing which they were about to behold. Le Cabuc, vanquished, no longer tried to struggle, and trembled in every limb. Enjolras released him and drew out his watch. "Collect yourself," said he. "Think or pray. You have 1 minute." "Mercy!" murmured the murderer. Then he dropped his head and stammered a few inarticulate oaths. Enjolras never took his eyes off him. He allowed a minute to pass. Then he replaced his watch in his fob. That done, he grasped Le Cabuc by the hair, as the latter coiled himself into a ball at his knees and shrieked, and placed the muzzle of the pistol to his ear. Many of those intrepid men who had so tranquilly entered upon the most terrible of adventures turned aside their heads. An explosion was heard. The assassin fell to the pavement, face downwards. Enjolras straightened himself up, and cast a convinced and severe glance around him. Then he spurned the corpse with his foot, and said, "Throw that outside." 3 men raised the body of the unhappy wretch, which was still agitated by the last mechanical convulsions of the life that had fled, and flung it over the little barricade of the Rue Mondétour. Enjolras was thoughtful. It was impossible to say what grandiose shadows slowly spread over his redoubtable serenity. All at once he raised his voice.
A silence fell upon them. "Citizens!" said Enjolras, "what that man did was frightful. What I have done is horrible. He killed, therefore I killed him. I had to do it, because insurrection must have its discipline. Assassination is even more of a crime here than elsewhere. We are under the eyes of the Revolution. We are the priests of the Republic. We are the victims of duty, and must not be possible to slander our combat. I have, therefore, tried that man and condemned him to death. As for myself, constrained as I am to do what I have done, and yet abhorring it, I have judged myself also, and you shall soon see to what I have condemned myself." Those who listened to him shuddered. "We will share thy fate," cried Combeferre. "So be it," replied Enjolras. "One word more. In executing this man I have obeyed necessity, but necessity is a monster of the old world. Necessity's name is fatality. Now the law of progress is, that monsters shall disappear before the angels, and that fatality shall vanish before fraternity. It is a bad moment to pronounce the word love. No matter, I do pronounce it, and I glorify it. Love, the future is thine. Death, I make use of thee, but I hate thee. Citizens, in the future there will be neither darkness nor thunderbolts, neither ferocious ignorance nor bloody retaliation. As there will be no more Satan, there will be no more Michael. In the future no one will kill anyone else. The earth will beam with radiance. The human race will love. The day will come, citizens, when all will be conquered, harmony, light, joy, and life. It will come, and it is in order that it may come that we are about to die." Enjolras ceased. His virgin lips closed, and he remained for some time standing on the spot where he had shed blood, in marble immobility. His staring eye caused those around him to speak in low tones. Jean Prouvaire and Combeferre pressed each other's hands silently, and, leaning against each other in an angle of the barricade, they watched, with an admiration in which there was some compassion, that grave young man, executioner and priest, composed of light, like crystal, and also of rock. Let us say at once that later on, after the action, when the bodies were taken to the morgue and searched, a police agent's card was found on Le Cabuc. The author of this book had in his hands in 1848 the special report on this subject made to the prefect of police in 1832. We will add that if we are to believe a tradition of the police, which is strange but probably well founded, Le Cabuc was Claquesous. The fact is that dating from the death of Le Cabuc, there was no longer any question of Claquesous. Claquesous had nowhere left any trace of his disappearance. He would seem to have amalgamated himself with the invisible. His life had been all shadows. His end was night. The whole insurgent group was still under the influence of the emotion of that tragic case, which had been so quickly tried and so quickly terminated, when Courfeyrac again beheld on the barricade the small young man who had inquired of him that morning for Marius. This lad, who had a bold and reckless air, had come by night to join the insurgents. End of Book 12, Chapter 8. End of Book 12, Corinth. Recording by Martina Hutchins in Berkeley, California.
Chapter 1 of Book 13 of Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patricia Hayes. Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 13, Marius Enters the Shadow. Chapter 1, From the Rue Plumet to the Quartier Saint-Denis. The voice which had summoned Marius through the twilight of the barricade of the Rue de la Chanvrerie had produced on him the effect of the voice of destiny. He wished to die. The opportunity presented itself. He knocked at the door of the tomb. A hand in the darkness offered him the key. These melancholy openings which take place in the gloom before despair are tempting. Marius thrust aside the bar which had so often allowed him to pass, emerged from the garden, and said, "I will go." Mad with grief, no longer conscious of anything fixed or solid in his brain, incapable of accepting anything thenceforth of the fate after those 2 months passed in the intoxication of youth and love, overwhelmed at once by all the reveries of despair, he had but one desire remaining, to make a speedy end of all. He set out at rapid pace. He found himself most opportunely armed, as he had Javert's pistols with him. The young man of whom he thought he had caught a glimpse had vanished from his sight in the street. Marius, who had emerged from the Rue Plumet by the boulevard, traversed the Esplanade and the bridge of the Invalides, the Champs-Élysées, the Place Louis XV, and reached the Rue de Rivoli. The shops were open there. The gas was burning under the arcades. Women were making their purchases in the stalls. People were eating ices in the café latte and nibbling small cakes at the English pastry cook's shop. Only a few posting chaises were setting out at a gallop from the Hôtel des Princes and the Hôtel Meurice. Marius entered the Rue Saint-Honoré through the Passage Delorme. There the shops were closed. The merchants were chatting in front of their half-open doors. People were walking about. The street lanterns were lighted. Beginning with the first floor, all the windows were lighted as usual. There was cavalry on the Place du Palais Royal. Marius followed the Rue Saint-Honoré in proportion as he left the Palais Royal behind him. There were fewer lighted windows. The shops were fast shut. No one was chatting on the thresholds. The street grew sombre, and at the same time the crowd increased in density. For the passers-by now amounted to a crowd. No one could be seen to speak in this throng, and yet there arose from it a dull, deep murmur. Near the fountain of the Arbre Sec there were assemblages, motionless and gloomy groups, which were to those who went and came as stones in the midst of running water. At the entrance of the Rue des Prouvaires, the crowd no longer walked. It formed a resisting, massive, solid, compact, almost impenetrable block of people who were huddled together and conversing in low tones. There were hardly any black coats or round hats now, but smock frocks, blouses, caps, and bristling and cadaverous heads. This multitude undulated confusedly in the nocturnal gloom. Its whisperings had the hoarse accent of a vibration. Although not one of them was walking, a dull trampling was audible in the mire. Beyond this dense portion of the throng, in the Rue du Roule, and the Rue des Prouvaires, and the extension of the Rue Saint-Honoré, there were no longer a single window in which a candle was burning. Only the solitary and diminishing rows of lanterns could be seen vanishing into the street in the distance. The lanterns of that date resembled large red stars hanging to ropes and shed upon the pavement a shadow which had the form of a huge spider. These streets were not deserted. There could be descried piles of guns, moving bayonets, and troops bivouacking. No curious observer passed that limit. Their circulation ceased. There the rabble ended, and the army began. Marius willed with the will of a man who hopes no more. He had been summoned, he must go. He found a means to traverse the throng and pass the bivouac of the troops. He shunned the patrols, he avoided the sentinels, he made a circuit, reached the Rue de Béthesy, and directed his course toward the Halles. At the corner of the Rue des Bourdonnais, there were no longer any lanterns. After having passed the zone of the crowd, he had passed the limits of the troops. He found himself in something startling. There was no longer a passer-by, no longer a soldier, no longer a light. There was no one. Solitude, silence, night. I know not chill which seized upon one. Entering a street was like entering a cellar. He continued to advance. He took a few steps. Someone passed close to him at a run. Was it a man or a woman? Were there many of them? He could not have told. It had passed and vanished. Proceeding from circuit to circuit, he reached a lane which he judged to be the Rue de la Poterie. Near the middle of this street he came in contact with an obstacle. He extended his hands. It was an overturned wagon. His foot recognized pools of water, gullies, and paving stones scattered and piled up. A barricade had been begun there and abandoned. He climbed over the stones and found himself on the other side of the barrier. He walked very near the street posts and guided himself along the walls of the houses. A little beyond the barricade it seemed to him that he could make out something white in front of him. He approached. It took on a form. It was two white horses, the horses of the omnibus, harnessed by Bossuet in the morning, who had been straying at random all day from the street to street, and had finally halted there, with the weary patience of brutes who no more understand the actions of men than man understands the actions of Providence. Marius left the horses behind him. As he was approaching a street, which seemed to him to be the Rue du Centre Social, a shot, coming no one knows whence, and traversing the darkness at random, whistled close by him, and the bullet pierced a brass shaving-dish suspended above his head over a hairdresser's shop. This pierced shaving-dish was still to be seen in 1848 in the Rue du Centre Social, at the corner of the pillars of the market. This shot still betokened life. From that instant forth he encountered nothing more. The whole of this itinerary resembled a descent of black steps. Nevertheless, Marius pressed forward. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. An Owl's View of Paris. A being who could have hovered over Paris that night with the wing of the bat or the owl would have had beneath his eyes a gloomy spectacle. All that old quarter of the Halles, which is like a city within a city, through which run the Rue Saint-Denis and Saint-Martin, where 1,000 lanes cross, and of which the insurgents had made their redoubt and their stronghold, would have appeared to him like a dark and enormous cavity hollowed out in the centre of Paris. There the glance fell into an abyss. Thanks to the broken lanterns, thanks to the closed windows, there all radiance, all life, all sound, all movement ceased. The invisible police of the insurrection were on the watch everywhere, and maintained order, that is to say, night. The necessary tactics of insurrection are to drown small numbers in a vast obscurity, to multiply every combatant by the possibilities which that obscurity contains. At dusk, every window where a candle was burning received a shot. The light was extinguished. Sometimes the inhabitant was killed. Hence, nothing was stirring. There was nothing but fright, mourning, stupor in the houses, and in the streets a sort of sacred horror. Not even the long rows of windows and stores, the indentations of the chimneys and the roofs, and the vague reflections which are cast back by the wet and muddy pavements, were visible. An eye cast upward at that mass of shadows might, perhaps, have caught a glimpse here and there, at intervals, of indistinct gleams which brought out broken and eccentric lines and profiles of singular buildings, something like the lights which go and come in ruins. It was at such points that the barricades were situated. The rest was a lake of obscurity, foggy, heavy, and funereal, above which, in motionless and melancholy outlines, rose the tower of Saint-Jacques, and the church of Saint-Merry, and 2 or 3 more of those grand edifices of which man makes giants and the night makes phantoms. All around this deserted and disquieting labyrinth, in the quarters where the Parisian circulation had not been annihilated, and where a few street lanterns still burned, the aerial observer might have distinguished the metallic gleam of swords and bayonets, the dull rumble of artillery, and the swarming of silent battalions whose ranks were swelling from minute to minute, a formidable girdle which was slowly drawing in and around the insurrection. The invested quarter was no longer anything more than a monstrous cavern. Everything there appeared to be asleep or motionless, and as we have just seen, any street which one might come to offered nothing but darkness. A wild darkness, full of traps, full of unseen and formidable shocks, into which it was alarming to penetrate and in which it was terrible to remain, where those who entered shivered before those they awaited, where those who waited shuddered before those who were coming. Invisible combatants were entrenched at every corner of the street. Snares of the sepulchre were concealed in the density of night. All was over. No more light was to be hoped for. Henceforth, except the lightning of guns, no further encounter except the abrupt and rapid apparition of death. Where, how, when, no one knew, but it was certain and inevitable. In this place, which had been marked out for the struggle, the government and the insurrection, the National Guard and popular societies, the bourgeois and the uprising, groping their way, were about to come into contact. The necessity was the same for both. The only possible issue thenceforth was to emerge thence killed or conquerors. A situation so extreme, an obscurity so powerful, that the most timid felt themselves seized with resolution, and the most daring with terror. Moreover, on both sides, the fury, the rage, and the determination were equal. For the one party to advance meant death, and no one dreamed of retreating. For the other, to remain meant death, and no one dreamed of flight. It was indispensable that all should be ended on the following day, that triumph should rest either here or there, that the insurrection should prove itself a revolution or a skirmish. The government understood this as well as the parties. The most insignificant bourgeois felt it. Hence a thought of anguish, which mingled with the impenetrable gloom of this quarter where all was at the point of being decided. Hence a redoubled anxiety around the silence whence a catastrophe was on the point of emerging. Here only one sound was audible, a sound as heart-rending as the death rattle, as menacing as a malediction, the tocsin of Saint Merry. Nothing could be more blood-curdling than the clamor of the wild and desperate bell, wailing amid the shadows. As it often happens, nature seemed to have fallen into accord with what men were about to do. Nothing disturbed the harmony of the whole effect. The stars had disappeared. Heavy clouds filled the horizon with their melancholy folds. A black sky rested on these dead streets, as though an immense winding sheet were being outspread over this immense tomb. While a battle that was still wholly political was in preparation in the same locality which had already witnessed so many revolutionary events, while youth, the secret associations, the schools in the name of principles, and the middle classes in the name of interest, were approaching preparatory to dashing themselves together, clasping and throwing each other, while each one hastened and invited the last and decisive hour of the crisis, far away and quite outside of this fatal quarter, in the most profound depths of the unfathomable cavities of that wretched old Paris, which disappears under the splendor of happy and opulent Paris, the sombre voice of the people could be heard giving utterance to a dull roar. A fearful and sacred voice, which is composed of the roar of the brute and of the word of God, which terrifies the weak and warns the wise, which comes both from below like the voice of the lion, and from on high like the voice of the thunder. End of Book 13, Chapters 1 and 2. Chapter 3 of Book 13 of Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patricia Hayes. Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel, Florence, HAPGOOD. Book 13. Marius enters the shadow. Chapter 3. Marius had reached the Halles. There everything was still calmer, more obscure and more motionless than in the neighboring streets. One would have said that the glacial peace of the sepulchre had sprung forth from the earth, and had spread over the heavens. Nevertheless, a red glow brought out against this black background the lofty roofs of the houses which barred the Rue de la Chanvrerie on the Saint Eustache side. It was the reflection of the torch which was burning in the Corinth barricade. Marius directed his steps toward that red light. It had drawn him to the Marshal Pourri, and he caught a glimpse of the dark mouth of the Rue des Prêcheurs. He entered it. The insurgent sentinel who was guarding the other end did not see him. He felt that he was very close to that which he had come in search of, and he walked on tiptoe. In this manner he reached the elbow of that short section of the Rue Mondétour, which was, as the reader will remember, the only communication which Enjolras had preserved with the outside world. At the corner of the last house on his left, he thrust his head forward and looked into the fragment of the Rue Mondétour. A little beyond the angle of the lane and the Rue de la Chanvrerie, which cast a broad curtain of shadow, in which he was himself engulfed, he perceived some light on the pavement, a bit of the wine shop, and beyond, a flickering lamp within a sort of shapeless wall, and men crouching down with guns on their knees. All this was 10 fathoms distant from him. It was the interior of the barricade. The houses which bordered the lane on the right concealed the rest of the wine shop, the large barricade, and the flag from him. Marius had but a step more to take. Then the unhappy man seated himself on a post, folded his arms, and fell to thinking about his father. He thought of that heroic Colonel Pontmercy, who had been so proud a soldier, who had guarded the frontier of France under the Republic, and had touched the frontier of Asia under Napoleon, who had beheld Genoa, Alexandria, Milan, Turin, Madrid, Vienna, Dresden, Berlin, Moscow, who had left on all the victorious battlefields of Europe drops of that same blood which he, Marius, had in his veins, who had grown gray before his time in discipline and command, who had lived with his sword belt buckled, his epaulets falling on his breast, his cockade blackened with powder, his brow furrowed with his helmet, in barracks, in camp, in the bivouac, in ambulances, and who, at the expiration of 20 years, had returned from the great wars with a scarred cheek, a smiling countenance, tranquil, admirable, pure as a child, having done everything for France, and nothing against her. He said to himself that his day had also come now, that his hour had struck, that, following his father, he too was about to show himself brave, intrepid, bold, to run to meet the bullets, to offer his breast to bayonets, to shed his blood, to seek the enemy, to seek death, that he was about to wage war in his turn and descend to the field of battle, and that the field of battle upon which he was to descend was the street, and that the war in which he was about to engage was civil war. He beheld civil war laid open like a gulf before him, and into this he was about to fall. Then he shuddered. He thought of his father's sword, which his grandfather had sold to a second-hand dealer, and which he had so mournfully regretted. He said to himself that that chaste and valiant sword had done well to escape from him, and to depart in wrath into the gloom, that if it had thus fled, It was because it was intelligent, and because it had foreseen the future, that it had had a presentiment of this rebellion, the war of the gutters, the war of pavements, fusillades through cellar windows, blows given and received in the rear. It was because, coming from Marengo and Friedland, it did not wish to go to the Rue de la Chanvrerie. It was because, after what it had done with the father, it did not wish to do this for the son. He told himself that if that sword were there, if after taking possession of it at his father's pillow, he had dared to take it and carry it off for this combat of darkness between Frenchmen in the streets, it would assuredly have scorched his hands and burst out of flame before his eyes, like the sword of the angel. He told himself that it was fortunate that it was not there, that it had disappeared, that that was well, that that was just, that his grandfather had been the true guardian of his father's glory, and that it was far better that the colonel's sword should be sold at auction, sold to the old clothes man, thrown among the old junk, than it should today wound the side of his country. And then he fell to weeping bitterly. This was horrible. But what was he to do? Live without Cosette he could not. Since she was gone, he must needs die. Had he not given her his word of honor that he would die? She had gone knowing that. This meant that it pleased her that Marius should die. And then it was clear that she no longer loved him, since she had departed thus without warning, without a word, without a letter, although she knew his address. What was the good of living, and why should he live now? Then what? Should he retreat after going so far? Should he flee from danger after having approached it? Should he slip away after having come and peeped into the barricade? Slip away, all in a tremble, saying, "After all, I have had enough of it as it is. I have seen it. That suffices. This is civil war, and I shall take my leave." Should he abandon his friends who were expecting, who were in need of him possibly, who were a mere handful against an army? Should he be untrue at once to his love, to country, to his word? Should he give to his cowardice the pretext of patriotism? But this was impossible. And if the phantom of his father was there in the gloom and beheld him retreating, he would beat him on the loins with the flat of his sword and shout to him, "March on, you poltroon!" Thus a prey to the conflicting movements of his thoughts, he dropped his head. All at once he raised it. A sort of splendid rectification had just been effected in his mind. There is a widening of the sphere of thought which is peculiar to the vicinity of the grave. It makes one see clearly to be near death. The vision of the action into which he felt that he was, perhaps, on the point of entering, appeared to him no more as lamentable, but as superb. The war of the street was suddenly transfigured by some unfathomable inward working of his soul, before the eye of his thought. All the tumultuous interrogation points of reverie recurred to him in throngs, but without troubling him. He left none of them unanswered. Let us see. Why should his father be indignant? Are there not cases where insurrection rises to the dignity of duty? What was there that was degrading for the son of Colonel Pontmercy in the combat which was about to begin? It is no longer Montmirail nor Champaubert. It is something quite different. The question is no longer one of sacred territory, but of a holy idea. The country wails, that may be, but humanity applauds. But is it true that the country does wail? France bleeds, but liberty smiles, and in the presence of liberty's smile, France forgets her wound. And then, if we look at things from a still more lofty point of view, why do we speak of civil war? Civil war, what does that mean? Is there a foreign war? Is not all war between men war between brothers? War is qualified only by its object. There is no such thing as foreign or civil war. There is only just and unjust war. Until that day when the grand human agreement is concluded, war, that at least which is the effort of the future, which is hastening on against the past, which is lagging in the rear, may be necessary. What have we to reproach that war with? War does not become a disgrace. The sword does not become a disgrace except when it is used for assassinating the right, progress, reason, civilization, truth. Then war, whether foreign or civil, is iniquitous. It is called crime. Outside the pale of that holy thing, justice, by what right does one form of man despise another? By what right should the sword of Washington disown the pike of Camille Desmoulins? Leonidas against the stranger, Timoleon against the tyrant, which is greater? The one is the defender, the other the liberator. Shall we brand every appeal to arms within a city limits without taking the object into a consideration? Then note the infamy of Brutus, Marcel, Arnold von Blankenheim, calling the hedgerow war. War of the streets. Why not? That was the war of Ambiorix, of Artevelde, of Marny, of Pelagius. But Ambiorix fought against Rome, Artevelde against France, Marny against Spain, Pelagius against the Moors, all against the foreigner. Well, the monarchy is a foreigner. Oppression is a stranger. The right divine is a stranger. Despotism violates the moral frontier. An invasion violates geographical frontier. Driving out the tyrant or driving out the English, in both cases regaining possession of one's own territory. There comes an hour when protestation no longer suffices. After philosophy, action is required. Live force finishes what the idea has sketched out. Prometheus chained begins. Aristoteton begins. The encyclopedia enlightens souls. The 10th of August electrifies them. After Aeschylus, Thrasybulus. After Diderot, Danton. Multitudes have a tendency to accept the master. Their mass bears witness to apathy. A crowd is easily led as a whole to obedience. Men must be stirred up, pushed on, treated roughly by the very benefit of their deliverance. Their eyes must be wounded by the true. Light must be hurled at them in terrible handfuls. They must be a little thunderstruck themselves at their own well-being. This dazzling awakens them. Hence the necessity of tocsins and wars. Great combatants must rise, must enlighten nations with audacity, and shake up that sad humanity which is covered with gloom by the right divine, Caesarean glory, force, fanaticism, irresponsible power, and absolute majesty. A rabble stupidly occupied in the contemplation, in their twilight splendor, of these sombre triumphs of the night. Down with the tyrant! Of whom are you speaking? Do you call Louis Philippe the tyrant? No, no more than Louis XVI. Both of them are what history is in the habit of calling good kings. But principles are not to be parcelled out. The logic of the true is rectilinear. The peculiarity of truth is that it lacks complacence. No concessions. Then all encroachments on man should be repressed. There is a divine right in Louis XVI. There is because of Bourbon in Louis Philippe. Both represent in a certain measure the confiscation of right. And in order to clear away universal insurrection, they must be combated. It must be done, France being always the one to begin. When the master falls in France, he falls everywhere. In short, what cause is more just, and consequently what war is greater, than that which reestablishes social truth, restores throne to liberty, restores the people to the people, restores sovereignty to man, replaces the purple on the head of France, restores equity and reason in their plenitude, suppresses every germ of antagonism by restoring each one to himself, annihilates the obstacle which royalty presents to the whole immense universal concord, and places the human race once more on a level with the right. These wars build up peace. An enormous fortress of prejudices, privileges, superstitions, lies, exactions, abuses, violences, iniquities, and darkness still stand erect in this world with its towers of hatred. It must be cast down. This monstrous mass must be made to crumble. To conquer at Austerlitz is grand. To take the Bastille is immense. There is no one who has not noticed it in his own case, the soul, and therein lies the marvel of its unity complicated with ubiquity, has a strange aptitude for reasoning almost coldly in the most violent extremities, and it often happens that heart-broken passion and profound despair in the very agony of their blackest monologues treat subjects and discuss theses. Logic is mingled with convulsion, and the thread of syllogism floats, without breaking, in the mournful storm of thought. This was the situation of Marius' mind. As he meditated thus, dejected but resolute, hesitating in every direction, and in short shuddering at what he was about to do, his glance strayed to the interior of the barricade. The insurgents were there conversing in a low voice, without moving, and there was perceptible that quasi-silence which marks the last stage of expectation. Overhead, at the small window in the third story, Marius descried a sort of spectator who appeared to him to be singularly attentive. This was the porter who had been killed by Le Cabuc. Below, by the lights of the torch which was thrust between the paving stones, this head could be vaguely distinguished. Nothing could be stranger in that sombre and uncertain gleam than that vivid, motionless, astonished face, with its bristling hair, its eyes fixed and staring, and its yawning mouth bent over the street in an attitude of curiosity. One would have said that the man who was dead was surveying those who were about to die. A long trail of blood which had flowed from that head descended in reddish threads from the window to the height of the first floor, where it stopped. End of Book 13, Chapter 3.
Chapter 1 of Book 14 of Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jersey City Frankie. Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabella Florence Hapgood. Book 14, The Grandeurs of Despair. Chapter 1, The Flag, Act First. As yet nothing had come. 10 o'clock had sounded from St. Mary. Enjolras and Combeferre had gone and seated themselves, carbines in hand, near the outlet of the grand barricade. They no longer addressed each other. They listened, seeking to catch even the faintest and most distant sound of marching. Suddenly, in the midst of the dismal calm, a clear, gay young voice, which seemed to come from the Rue Saint-Denis, rose and began to sing distinctly to the old popular air of By the Light of the Moon. This bit of poetry terminated by a cry like the crow of a cock. Monets est la mer, mon ami Begade, prête-moi tes grandes armes pour lire dire un mot. En capote bleue, le poule au shako, voici la benlioule, cocorico. They pressed each other's hands. That is Gavroche, said Enjolras. He is warning us, said Combeferre. A hasty rush troubled the deserted street. They beheld a being more agile than a clown climb over the omnibus, and Gavroche bounded into the barricade, all breathless, saying, "My gun! Here they are!" An electric quiver shot through the whole barricade, and the sound of hands seeking their guns became audible. "Would you like my carbine?" said Enjolras to the lad. "I want a big gun," replied Gavroche, and he seized Javert's gun. 2 sentinels had fallen back, and had come in almost at the same moment as Gavroche. They were the sentinels from the end of the street, and the vidette of the Rue de la Petite Truandière. The vidette of the Lane des Prêcheurs had remained at his post, which indicated that nothing was approaching from the direction of the bridges and halls. The Rue de la Chanvrerie, of which a few paving stones alone were dimly visible in the reflection of the light projected on the flag, offered to the insurgents the aspect of a vast black door vaguely opened into its smoke. Each man had taken up his position for the conflict. 43 insurgents, among whom were Enjolras, Combeferre, Courfeyrac, Bossuet, Joly, Parole, and Gavroche, were kneeling inside the large barricade, with their heads on a level with the crest of the barrier, the barrels of their guns and carbines aimed on the stones as though at loopholes, attentive, mute, ready to fire. 6, commanded by Feuilly, had installed themselves with their guns levelled at their shoulders at the windows of the 2 stories of Corinth. Several minutes passed thus. Then a sound of footsteps, measured, heavy, and numerous, became distinctly audible in the direction of St. Leu. This sound, faint at first, then precise, then heavy and sonorous, approached slowly, without halt, without intermission, with a tranquil and terrible continuity. Nothing was to be heard but this. It was that combined silence and sound of the statue of the commander, but this stony step had something indescribably enormous and multiple about it, which awakened the idea of a throng, and at the same time the idea of a spectre. One thought one heard the terrible state legion marching onward. This tread drew near, it drew still nearer and stopped. It seemed as though the breathing of many men could be heard at the end of the street. Nothing was to be seen, however, but at the bottom of that dense obscurity there could be distinguished a multitude of metallic threads, as fine as needles and almost imperceptible, which moved about like those indescribable phosphoric networks which one sees beneath one's closed eyelids in the first mists of slumber at the moment when one is dropping off to sleep. These were bayonets and gun barrels confusedly illuminated by the distant reflection of the torch. A pause ensued, as though both sides were waiting. All at once, from the depths of the darkness, a voice, which was all the more sinister since no one was visible, and which appeared to be the gloom itself speaking, shouted, "Who goes there?" At the same time, the click of guns, as they were lowered into position, was heard. Enjolras replied in a haughty and vibrating tone, "The French Revolution!" "Fire!" shouted the voice. A flash empurpled all the facades in the street, as though the door of a furnace had been flung open and hastily closed again. A fearful detonation burst forth on the barricade. The red flag fell. The discharge had been so violent and so dense that it cut the staff, that is to say, the very tip of the omnibus pole. Bullets which had rebounded from the cornices of the houses penetrated the barricade and wounded several men. The impression produced by this first discharge was freezing. The attack had been rough and of a nature to inspire reflection in the boldest. It was evident that they had to deal with an entire regiment at the very least. "Comrades!" shouted Courfeyrac, "let us not waste our powder. Let us wait until they are in the street before replying. And above all," said Enjolras, "let us raise the flag again." He picked up the flag, which had fallen precisely at his feet. Outside, the clatter of the ramrods in the guns could be heard. The troops were reloading their arms. Enjolras went on, "Who is there here with a bold heart? Who will plant the flag on the barricade again?" Not a man responded. To mount on the barricade at the very moment when, without any doubt, it was again the object of their aim, was simply death. The bravest hesitated to pronounce his own condemnation. Enjolras himself felt a thrill. He repeated, "Does no one volunteer?" Chapter 2. The Flag, Act 2nd. Since they had arrived at Corinth, and had begun the construction of the barricade, no attention had been paid to Father Mabeuf. Monsieur Mabeuf had not quitted the mob, however. He had entered the ground floor of the wine shop, and had seated himself behind the counter. There he had, so to speak, retreated into himself. He no longer seemed to look or to think. Courfeyrac and the others had accosted him 2 or 3 times, warning him of his peril, beseeching him to withdraw, but he did not hear them. When they were not speaking to him, his mouth moved as though he were replying to someone, and as soon as he was addressed, his lips became motionless, and his eyes no longer had the appearance of being alive. Several hours before the barricade was attacked, he had assumed an attitude which he did not afterwards abandon, with both fists planted on his knees, and his head thrust forward as though he were gazing over a precipice. Nothing had been able to move him from this attitude. It did not seem as though his mind were in the barricade. When each had gone to take up his position for the combat, there remained in the tap-room where Javert was bound to the post only a single insurgent with a naked sword watching over Javert, and himself, Mabeuf. At the moment of the attack, at the detonation, the physical shock had reached him and had, as it were, awakened him. He started up abruptly, crossed the room, and at the instant when Enjolras repeated his appeal, "Does no one volunteer?" the old man was seen to make his appearance on the threshold of the wine shop. His presence produced a sort of commotion in the different groups. A shout went up, "It is the voter! It is the member of the convention! It is the representative of the people!" It is probable that he did not hear them. He strode straight up to Enjolras, the insurgents withdrawing before him with a religious fear. He tore the flag from Enjolras, who recoiled in amazement, and then, since no one dared to stop or to assist him, this old man of 80, with shaking head but firm foot, began slowly to ascend the staircase of paving stones arranged in the barricade. This was so melancholy and so grand that all around him cried, "Off with your hats!" At every step that he mounted it was a frightful spectacle. His white locks, his decrepit face, his lofty, bald, and wrinkled brow, his amazed and open mouth, his aged arm upholding the red banner, rose through the gloom and were enlarged in the bloody light of the torch, and the bystanders thought that they beheld the spectre of '93 emerging from the earth with a flag of terror in his hand. When he reached the last step, when this trembling and terrible phantom, erect on that pile of rubbish, in the presence of 1,200 invisible guns, drew himself up in the face of death, as though he were more powerful than it, the whole barricade assumed amid the darkness a supernatural and colossal form. There ensued one of those silences which occur only in the presence of prodigies. In the midst of this silence the old man waved the red flag and shouted, "Long live the Revolution! Long live the Republic! Fraternity! Equality! And death!" Those in the barricade heard a low and rapid whisper, like the murmur of a priest who is dispatching a prayer in haste. It was probably the commissary of police who was making the legal summons at the other end of the street. Then the same piercing voice which had shouted, "Who goes there?" shouted, "Retire!" Monsieur Mabeuf, pale, haggard, his eyes lighted up with the mournful flame of aberration, raised the flag above his head and repeated, "Long live the Republic!" "Fire!" said the voice. A second discharge, similar to the first, rained down upon the barricade. The old man fell on his knees, then rose again, dropped the flag, and fell backward on the pavement, like a log at full length with outstretched arms. Rivulets of blood flowed beneath him. His aged head, pale and sad, seemed to be gazing at the sky. One of those emotions which are superior to man, which make him forget even to defend himself, seized upon the insurgents, and they approached the body with a respectful awe. "What men these regicides were!" said Enjolras. Courfeyrac bent down to Enjolras' ear. "This is for yourself alone. I do not wish to dampen the enthusiasm, but this man was anything rather than a regicide. I knew him. His name was Father Mabeuf. I do not know what was the matter with him today, but he was a brave blockhead. Just look at his head." "The head of a blockhead and the heart of a Brutus," replied Enjolras. Then he raised his voice. "Citizens, this is the example which the old give to the young. We hesitate, he came. We were drawing back, he advanced. This is what those who are trembling with age teach to those who tremble with fear. This aged man is august in the eyes of his country. He has had a long life and a magnificent death. Now let us place the body under cover, that each one of us may defend this old man, dead as he would his father living, and may his presence in our midst render the barricade impregnable." A murmur of gloomy and energetic assent followed these words. Enjolras bent down, raised the old man's head, and fierce as he was, he kissed him on the brow. Then, throwing wide his arms, and handling this dead man with tender precaution, as though he feared to hurt it, he removed his coat, showed the bloody holes in it to all, and said, "This is our flag now." End of Book 14, Chapters 1 and 2. Chapter 3 of Book 14 of Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jersey City Frankie. Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo, translated by Isabella Florence HAPGOOD. Book 14, The Grandeurs of Despair, Chapter 3, Gavroche would have done better to accept Enjolras' carbine. They threw a long black shawl of widow Hucheloup's over Father Mabeuf. 6 men made a litter of their guns. On this they laid the body, and bore it with bared heads, with solemn slowness, to the large table in the tap-room. These men, wholly absorbed in the grave and sacred task in which they were engaged, thought no more of the perilous situation in which they stood. When the corpse passed near Javert, who was still impassive, Enjolras said to the spy, "It will be your turn presently." During all this time little Gavroche, who alone had not quitted his post, but had remained on guard, though he thought he espied some men stealthily approaching the barricade. All at once he shouted, "Look out!" Courfeyrac, Enjolras, Jean Prouvaire, Combeferre, Joly, Parole, Bossuet, and all the rest ran tumultuously from the wine-shop. It was almost too late. They saw a glistening density of bayonets undulating above the barricade. Municipal guards of lofty stature were making their way in, some striding over the omnibus, others through the cut, thrusting before them the urchin who retreated but did not flee. The moment was critical. It was that first redoubtable moment of inundation, when the stream rises to the level of the levee, and when the water begins to filter through the fissures of a dike. A second more and the barricade would have been taken. Bahorel dashed upon the first municipal guard who was entering and killed him on the spot with a blow from his gun. The second killed Bahorel with a blow from his bayonet, and another had already overtaken Courfeyrac, who was shouting, "Follow me!" The largest of all, a sort of colossus, marched on Gavroche with his bayonet fixed. The urchin took in his arms Javert's immense gun, levelled it resolutely at the giant, and fired. No discharge followed. Javert's gun was not loaded. The municipal guard burst into a laugh and raised his bayonet at the child. Before the bayonet had touched Gavroche, the gun slipped from the soldier's grasp. A bullet had struck the municipal guardsman in the centre of the forehead, and he fell over on his back. A second bullet struck the other guard who had assaulted Courfeyrac in the breast and laid him low on the pavement. This was the work of Marius, who had just entered the barricade. Chapter 4. The Barrel of Powder. Marius, still concealed in the turn of the Rue Mondétour, had witnessed, shuddering and irresolute, the first phase of the combat, but he had not long been able to resist that mysterious and sovereign vertigo which may be designated as the call of the abyss. In the presence of the imminence of the peril, in the presence of the death of Monsieur Mabeuf, that melancholy enigma, in the presence of Parole killed, and Courfeyrac shouting, "Follow me!" of that child threatened, of his friends to succor or to avenge, all hesitation had vanished, and he flung himself into the conflict, his two pistols in hand. With his first shot he had saved Gavroche, and with the second delivered Courfeyrac. Amid the sound of the shots, amid the cries of the assaulted guards, the assailants had climbed the entrenchment, on whose summit municipal guards, soldiers of the line, and National Guards from the suburbs could now be seen, gun in hand, rearing themselves to more than half the height of their bodies. They already covered more than two-thirds of the barrier, but they did not leap into the enclosure, as though wavering in the fear of some trap. They gazed into the dark barricade as one would gaze into a lion's den. The light of the torch illuminated only their bayonets, their bearskin caps, and the upper part of their uneasy and angry faces. Marius had no longer any weapons. He had flung away his discharged pistols after firing them, but he had caught sight of the barrel of powder in the tap-room near the door. As he turned half round, gazing in that direction, a soldier took aim at him. At the moment when the soldier was sighting Marius, a hand was laid on the muzzle of the gun and obstructed it. This was done by someone who had darted forward, the young workman in velvet trousers. The shot sped, traversed the hand and possibly also the workman, since he fell, but the ball did not strike Marius. All this, which was rather to be apprehended than seen through the smoke, Marius, who was entering the tap-room, hardly noticed. Still he had, in a confused way, perceived that gun-barrel aimed at him, and the hand which had blocked it, and he had heard the discharge. But in moments like this, the things which one sees vacillate and are precipitated, and one pauses for nothing. One feels obscurely impelled towards more darkness still, and all is cloud. The insurgents, surprised but not terrified, had rallied. Enjolras had shouted, "Wait! Don't fire at random!" In the first confusion they might in fact wound each other. The majority of them had ascended to the window on the first story and to the attic windows, whence they commanded the assailants. The most determined, with Enjolras, Courfeyrac, and Jean Prouvaire and Combeferre, had proudly placed themselves with their backs against the houses at the rear, unsheltered and facing the ranks of soldiers and guards who crowned the barricade. All this was accomplished without haste, with that strange and threatening gravity which precedes engagements. They took aim, point blank, on both sides. They were so close that they could talk together without raising their voices. When they had reached this point, where the spark is on the brink of darting forth, An officer and a gourget extended his sword and said, "Lay down your arms!" "Fire!" replied Enjolras. The two discharges took place at the same moment, and all disappeared in smoke. An acrid and stifling smoke, in which dying and wounded lay with weak, dull groans. When the smoke cleared away, the combatants on both sides could be seen to be thinned out, but still in the same positions, reloading in silence. All at once a thundering voice was heard, shouting, "Be off with you, or I'll blow up the barricade!" All turned in the direction whence the voice proceeded. Marius had entered the tap-room, and had seized the barrel of powder. Then he had taken advantage of the smoke, and the sort of obscure mist which filled the entrenched enclosure, to glide along the barricade as far as that cage of paving stones where the torch was fixed. To tear it from the torch, to replace it by the barrel of powder, to thrust the pile of stones under the barrel, which was instantly staved in, with a sort of horrible obedience. All this had cost Marius but the time necessary to stoop and rise again. And now all, National Guards, municipal guards, officers, soldiers, huddled at the other extremity of the barricade, gazed stupidly at him as he stood with his foot on the stones, his torch in his hand, his haughty face illuminated by a fatal resolution, drooping the flame of the torch towards the redoubtable pile, where they could make out the broken barrel of powder, and giving vent to that startling cry, "Be off with you, or I'll blow up the barricade!" Marius on that barricade after the octogenarian was the vision of the young revolution after the apparition of the old. "Blow up the barricade," said a sergeant, "and yourself with it." Marius retorted, "And myself also!" And he dropped the torch towards the barrel of powder. But there was no longer any one on the barrier. The assailants, abandoning their dead and wounded, flowed back pell-mell and in disorder towards the extremity of the street, and there were again lost in the night. It was a headlong flight. The barricade was free. Chapter 5. End of the verses of Jean Prouvaire. All flocked around Marius. Courfeyrac flung himself on his neck. "Here you are! What luck!" said Combeferre. "You came in opportunely," ejaculated Bossuet. "If it had not been for you, I should have been dead," began Courfeyrac again. "If it had not been for you, I should have been gobbled up," added Gavroche. Marius asked, "Where is the chief?" "You are he," said Enjolras. Marius had a furnace in his brain all day long. Now it was a whirlwind. This whirlwind which was within him produced on him the effect of being outside of him and of bearing him away. It seemed to him that he was already at an immense distance from life, his 2 luminous months of joy and love ending abruptly at that frightful precipice. Cosette lost to him, that barricade, Monsieur Mabeuf getting himself killed for the Republic, himself the leader of the insurgents. All these things appeared to him like a tremendous nightmare. He was obliged to make a mental effort to recall the fact that all that surrounded him was real. Marius had already seen too much of life not to know that nothing is more imminent than the impossible, and that what is already necessary to foresee is the unforeseen. He had looked on at his own drama as a piece which one does not understand. In the mists which enveloped his thoughts he did not recognize Javert, who, bound to his post, had not so much as moved his head during the whole of the attack on the barricade, and who had gazed on the revolt seething around him with the resignation of a martyr and the majesty of a judge. Marius had not even seen him. In the meanwhile, the assailants did not stir. They could be heard marching and swarming through at the end of the street, but they did not venture into it, either because they were awaiting orders or because they were awaiting reinforcements before hurling themselves afresh on this impregnable redoubt. The insurgents had posted sentinels, and some of them, who were medical students, set about caring for the wounded. They had thrown the tables out of the wine shop, with the exception of the 2 tables reserved for lint and cartridges, and of the one in which lay Father Mabeuf. They had added them to the barricade, and had replaced them in the tap-room with mattresses from the bed of the widow Hucheloup and her servants. On these mattresses they had laid the wounded. As for the 3 poor creatures who inhabited Corinthe, no one knew what had become of them. They were finally found, however, hidden in the cellar. A poignant emotion clouded the joy of the disencumbered barricade. The roll was called. One of the insurgents was missing. And who was it? One of the dearest, one of the most valiant, Jean Prouvaire. He was sought among the wounded. He was not there. He was sought among the dead. He was not there. He was evidently a prisoner. Combeferre said to Enjolras, "They have our friend. We have their agent. Are you set on the death of that spy?" "Yes," replied Enjolras, "but less so than on the life of Jean Prouvaire. This took place in the tap-room near Javert's post." "Well," resumed Combeferre, "I am going to fasten my handkerchief to this cane and go as a flag of truce, to offer to exchange our man for theirs." "Listen," said Enjolras, laying his hand on Combeferre's arm. At the end of the street there was a significant clash of arms. They heard a manly voice shout, "Vive la France! Long live France! Long live the future!" They recognized the voice of Prouvaire. A flash passed, a report rang out. Silence fell again. "They've killed him!" exclaimed Combeferre. Enjolras glanced at Javert and said to him, "Your friends have just shot you." End of Book 14, Chapters 3, 4, and 5. Recording by Jersey City Frankie.
Chapters 6 and 7 of Book 14 of Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Eastman. Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 14. The Grandeurs of Despair. Chapter 6. The Agony of Death after the Agony of Life. A peculiarity of this species of war is that the attack of the barricades is almost always made from the front, and that the assailants generally abstain from turning the position, either because they fear ambushes, or because they are afraid of getting entangled in the tortuous streets. The assailants' whole attention had been directed, therefore, to the Grand Barricade, which was evidently the spot always menaced, and there the struggle would infallibly recommence. But Marius thought of the Little Barricade, and went thither. It was deserted, and guarded only by the fire-pot, which trembled between the paving-stones. Moreover, the Mondétour alley, and the branches of the Rue de la Petite Truanderie and the Rue de Sagna were profoundly calm. As Marius was withdrawing after concluding his inspection, he heard his name pronounced feebly in the darkness. "Monsieur Marius." He started, for he recognized the voice which had called to him 2 hours before through the gate in the Rue Plumet. Only the voice now seemed to be nothing more than a breath. He looked about him, but saw no one. Marius thought he had been mistaken, that it was an illusion added by his mind to the extraordinary realities which were clashing around him. He advanced a step, in order to quit the distant recess where the barricade lay. "Monsieur Marius," repeated the voice. This time he could not doubt that he had heard it distinctly. He looked, and saw nothing. "At your feet," said the voice. He bent down, and saw in the darkness a form which was dragging itself towards him. It was crawling along the pavement. It was this that had spoken to him. The fire-pot allowed him to distinguish a blouse, torn trousers of coarse velvet, bare feet, and something which resembled a pool of blood. Marius indistinctly made out a pale head, which was lifted towards him, and which was saying to him, "You do not recognize me?" "No." "Éponine." Marius bent hastily down. It was, in fact, that unhappy child. She was dressed in men's clothes. "How came you here? What are you doing here?" "I am dying," said she. There are words and incidents which arouse dejected beings. Marius cried out with a start. "You are wounded! Wait, I will carry you into the room. They will attend to you there. Is it serious? How must I hold you in order not to hurt you? Where do you suffer? Help! My God! But why did you come hither?" And he tried to pass his arm under her in order to raise her. She uttered a feeble cry. "Have I hurt you?" asked Marius. "A little. But I only touched your hand." She raised her hand to Marius, and in the middle of that hand Marius saw a black hole. "What is the matter with your hand?" said he. "It is pierced." "Pierced?" "Yes." "What with?" "A bullet." "How?" "Did you see a gun aimed at you?" "Yes, and a hand stopping it." "It was mine." Marius was seized with a shudder. "What madness! Poor child! But so much the better. If that is all, it is nothing. Let me carry you to a bed. They will dress your wound. One does not die of a pierced hand." She murmured, "The bullet traversed my hand, but it came out through my back. It is useless to remove me from the spot. I will tell you how you can care for me better than any surgeon. Sit down near me on the stone." He obeyed. She laid her head on Marius's knees, and without looking at him, she said, "Oh, how good this is! How comfortable this is! There, I no longer suffer." She remained silent for a moment. Then she turned her face with an effort and looked at Marius. "Do you know what, Monsieur Marius? It puzzled me because you entered that garden. It was stupid, because it was I who showed you that house. And then I ought to have said to myself that a young man like you—" She paused, and overstepping the sombre transitions that undoubtedly existed in her mind, she resumed with a heartrending smile, "You thought me ugly, didn't you?" She continued, "You see, you are lost. Now no one can get out of the barricade. It was I who led you here, by the way. You are going to die, I count upon that. And yet, when I saw them taking aim at you, I put my hand on the muzzle of the gun. How queer it is. But it was because I wanted to die before you. When I received that bullet, I dragged myself here. No one saw me. No one picked me up. I was waiting for you. I said, 'So he is not coming.' Oh, if only you knew. I bit my blouse. I suffered so. Now I am well. Do you remember the day I entered your chamber, and when I looked at myself in your mirror, and the day when I came to you on the boulevard near the washerwomen? How the birds sang. That was a long time ago. You gave me 100 sous, and I said to you, 'I don't want your money.' I hope you picked up your coin. You are not rich. I did not think to tell you to pick it up. The sun was shining bright, and it was not cold. Do you remember, Monsieur Marius? Oh, how happy I am. Everyone is going to die." She had a mad, grave, and heartbreaking air. Her torn blouse disclosed her bare throat. As she talked, she pressed her pierced hand to her breast, where there was another hole, and whence there spurted from moment to moment a stream of blood, like a jet of wine from an open bunghole. Marius gazed at this unfortunate creature with profound compassion. "Oh," she resumed, "it is coming again. I am stifling." She caught up her blouse and bit it, and her limbs stiffened on the pavement. At that moment the young cockscrow executed by little Gavroche resounded through the barricade. The child had mounted a table to load his gun, and was singing gaily the song then so popular. On beholding Lafayette, the gendarme repeats, "Let us flee, let us flee, let us flee." Éponine raised herself and listened. Then she murmured, "It is he." And turning to Marius, "My brother is here. He must not see me. He would scold me." "Your brother?" inquired Marius, who was meditating in the most bitter and sorrowful depths of his heart on the duties to the Thénardiers which his father had bequeathed to him. "Who is your brother?" "That little fellow." "The one who is singing?" "Yes." Marius made a movement. "Oh, don't go away," said she. "It will not be long now." She was sitting almost upright, but her voice was very low and broken by hiccoughs. At intervals the death rattle interrupted her. She put her face as near that of Marius as possible. She added with a strange expression, "Listen, I do not wish to play you a trick. I have a letter in my pocket for you. I was told to put it in the post. I kept it. I did not want to have it reach you, but perhaps you will be angry with me for it when we meet again presently. Take your letter." She grasped Marius's hand convulsively with her pierced hand, but she no longer seemed to feel her sufferings. She put Marius's hand in the pocket of her blouse. There, in fact, Marius felt a paper. "Take it," said she. Marius took the letter. She made a sign of satisfaction and contentment. "Now, for my trouble, promise me." And she stopped. "What?" asked Marius. "Promise me." "I promise." "Promise to give me a kiss on my brow when I am dead. I shall feel it." She dropped her head again on Marius's knees, and her eyelids closed. He thought the poor soul had departed. Éponine remained motionless. All at once, at the very moment when Marius fancied her asleep forever, she slowly opened her eyes, in which appeared the sombre profundity of death, and said to him in a tone whose sweetness seemed already to proceed from another world, "And, by the way, Monsieur Marius, I believe that I was a little bit in love with you." She tried to smile once more, and expired. Chapter 7. Gavroche as a profound calculator of distances. Marius kept his promise. He dropped a kiss on that livid brow, where the icy perspiration stood in beads. This was no infidelity to Cosette. It was a gentle and pensive farewell to an unhappy soul. It was not without a tremor that he had taken the letter which Éponine had given him. He had immediately felt that it was an event of weight. He was impatient to read it. The heart of man is so constituted that the unhappy child had hardly closed her eyes when Marius began to think of unfolding this paper. He laid her gently on the ground, and went away. Something told him that he could not peruse that letter in the presence of that body. He drew near to a candle in the tap-room. It was a small note, folded and sealed with a woman's elegant care. The address was in a woman's hand, and ran, "To Monsieur Marius Pontmercy, at Monsieur Courfeyrac's, Rue de la Verrerie, No. 16. He broke the seal and read, "My dearest, alas! My father insists on our setting out immediately. We shall be this evening in the Rue de l'Aumarme, No. 7. In a week we shall be in England. Cosette, June 4th." Such was the innocence of their love that Marius was not even acquainted with Cosette's handwriting. What had taken place may be related in a few words. Éponine had been the cause of everything. After the evening of the 3rd of June, she had cherished a double idea: to defeat the projects of her father and the ruffians on the house of the Rue Plumet, and to separate Marius and Cosette. She had exchanged rags with the first young scamp she came across who had thought it amusing to dress like a woman, while Éponine disguised herself like a man. It was she who had conveyed to Jean Valjean in the Champ de Mars the expressive warning, "Leave your house." Jean Valjean had, in fact, returned home, and had said to Cosette, "We set out this evening, and we go to the Rue de l'Homme Armé with Toussaint. Next week we shall be in London." Cosette, utterly overwhelmed by this unexpected blow, had hastily penned a couple of lines to Marius. But how was she to get the letter to the post? She never went out alone, and Toussaint, surprised at such a commission, would certainly show the letter to Monsieur Fauchelevent. In this dilemma, Cosette had caught sight through the fence of Éponine in men's clothes, who now prowled incessantly around the garden. Cosette had called to this young workman, and had handed him 5 francs and the letter, saying, "Carry this letter immediately to its address." Éponine had put the letter in her pocket. The next day, on the 5th of June, she went to Courfeyrac's quarters to inquire for Marius, not for the purpose of delivering the letter, but, a thing which every jealous and loving soul will comprehend, to see. There she had waited for Marius, or at least for Courfeyrac, still for the purpose of seeing. When Courfeyrac had told her, "We are going to the barricades," an idea flashed through her mind. To fling herself into that death, as she would have done into any other, and to thrust Marius into it also. She had followed Courfeyrac, had made sure of the locality where the barricade was in the process of construction, and quite certain, since Marius had received no warning, and since she had intercepted the letter, that he would go at dusk to his trysting place for every evening, she had betaken herself to the Rue Plumet, had there awaited Marius, and had sent him, in the name of his friends, the appeal which would, she thought, lead him to the barricade. She reckoned on Marius's despair when he should fail to find Cosette. She was not mistaken. She had returned to the Rue de la Chanvrerie herself. What she did there, the reader has just seen. She died with the tragic joy of jealous hearts, who drag the beloved being into their own death, and who say, "No one shall have him." Marius covered Cosette's letter with kisses. So she loved him! For one moment the idea occurred to him that he ought not to die now. Then he said to himself, "She is going away. Her father is taking her to England, and my grandfather refuses his consent to the marriage. Nothing is changed in our fates." Dreamers like Marius are subject to supreme attacks of dejection, and desperate resolves are the result. The fatigue of living is insupportable. Death is sooner over with. Then he reflected that he had still 2 duties to fulfill: to inform Cosette of his death and send her a final farewell, and to save from the impending catastrophe which was in preparation that poor child, Éponine's brother and Thénardier's son. He had a pocket-book about him, the same one which had contained the notebook in which he had inscribed so many thoughts of love for Cosette. He tore out a leaf, and wrote on it a few lines in pencil. "Our marriage was impossible. I asked my grandfather, he refused. I have no fortune, neither hast thou. I hastened to thee, thou wert no longer there. Thou knowest the promise that I gave thee, I shall keep it. I die. I love thee. When thou readest this, my soul will be near thee, and thou wilt smile." Having nothing wherewith to seal this letter, he contented himself with folding the paper in 4, and added the address: "To Mademoiselle Cosette Fauchelevent, and Monsieur Fauchelevent's, Rue de l'Homme Armé, No. 7. Having folded the letter, he stood in thought for a moment, drew out his pocket-book again, opened it, and wrote with the same pencil these 4 lines on the first page: "My name is Marius Pontmercy. Carry my body to my grandfather, Monsieur Gillenormand, Rue des Filles du Calvaire, No. 6, in the Marais." He put his pocket-book back in his pocket. Then he called Gavroche. The gamin, at the sound of Marius's voice, ran up to him with his merry and devoted air. "Will you do something for me?" "Anything," said Gavroche. "Good God! If it had not been for you, I should have been done for. Do you see this letter? Yes? Take it. Leave the barricade instantly. Gavroche began to scratch his ear uneasily. And tomorrow morning you will deliver it at its address to Mademoiselle Cosette at Monsieur Fauchelevent's, Rue de l'Homme-Armé, No. 7. The heroic child replied, Well, but in the meanwhile the barricade will be taken, and I shall not be there. The barricade will not be attacked until daybreak, according to all appearances, and will not be taken before tomorrow noon. The fresh respite which the assailants were granting to the barricade had in fact been prolonged. It was one of those intermissions which frequently occur in nocturnal combats, which are always followed by an increase of rage. Well, said Gavroche, what if I were to go and carry your letter tomorrow? It will be too late. The barricade will probably be blockaded, all the streets will be guarded, and you will not be able to get out. Go at once. Gavroche could think of no reply to this, and stood there in indecision, scratching his ear sadly. All at once he took the letter, with one of those bird-like movements which were so common with him. All right, said he, and he started off at a run through Mondétour Lane. An idea had occurred to Gavroche which had brought him to a decision, but he had not mentioned it for fear that Marius might offer some objection to it. This was the idea. It is barely midnight. The Rue de l'Homme-Armé is not far off. I will go and deliver the letter at once, and I shall get back in time. End of Book 14, Chapter 7. Chapter 1 of Book 15 of Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Eastman. Les Misérables, Volume 4 by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel Florence Hapgood. Book 15. The Rue de l'Homme-Armé. Chapter 1. A Drinker is a Babbler. What are the convulsions of a city in comparison with the insurrections of the soul? Man is a depth still greater than the people. Jean Valjean, at that very moment, was the prey of a terrible upheaval. Every sort of gulf had opened again within him. He also was trembling, like Paris, on the brink of an obscure and formidable revolution. A few hours had sufficed to bring this about. His destiny and his conscience had suddenly been covered with gloom. Of him also, as well as of Paris, it might have been said, two principles are face to face. The white angel and the black angel are about to seize each other on the bridge of the abyss. Which of the two will hurl the other over? Who will carry the day? On the evening preceding this same 5th of June, Jean Valjean, accompanied by Cosette and Toussaint, had installed himself in the Rue de l'Homme-Armé. A change awaited him there. Cosette had not quitted the Rue Plumet without making an effort at resistance. For the first time since they had lived side by side, Cosette's will and the will of Jean Valjean had proved to be distinct, and had been in opposition at least, if they had not clashed. There had been objections on one side, and inflexibility on the other. The abrupt advice, "Leave your house," hurled at Jean Valjean by a stranger, had alarmed him to the extent of rendering him peremptory. He thought that he had been traced and followed. Cosette had been obliged to give way. Both had arrived in the Rue de l'Homme-Armé without opening their lips, and without uttering a word, each being absorbed in his own personal preoccupation. Jean Valjean so uneasy that he did not notice Cosette's sadness. Cosette so sad that she did not notice Jean Valjean's uneasiness. Jean Valjean had taken Toussaint with him, a thing which he had never done in his previous absences. He perceived the possibility of not returning to the Rue Plumet, and he could neither leave Toussaint behind nor confide his secret to her. Besides, he felt that she was devoted and trustworthy. treachery between master and servant begins in curiosity. Now Toussaint, as though she had been destined to be Jean Valjean's servant, was not curious. She stammered in her peasant dialect of Barneville, "I am made so. I do my work. The rest is no affair of mine." In this departure from the Rue Plumet, which had been almost a flight, Jean Valjean had carried away nothing but the little embalmed valise, baptized by Cosette, the Inseparable. Full trunks would have required porters, and porters are witnesses. A fiacre had been summoned to the door on the Rue de Babylone, and they had taken their departure. It was with difficulty that Toussaint had obtained permission to pack up a little linen and clothes and a few toilet articles. Cosette had taken only her portfolio and her blotting book. Jean Valjean, with a view to augmenting the solitude and the mystery of this departure, had arranged to quit the pavilion of the Rue Plumet only at dusk, which had allowed Cosette time to write her note to Marius. They had arrived in the Rue de l'Homme-Armé after night had fully fallen. They had gone to bed in silence. The lodgings in the Rue de l'Homme-Armé were situated on a back court, on the second floor, and were composed of 2 sleeping rooms, a dining room, and a kitchen adjoining the dining room, with a garret where there was a folding bed, and which fell to Toussaint's share. The dining room was an antechamber as well, and separated the 2 bedrooms. The apartment was provided with all necessary utensils. People reacquire confidence as foolishly as they lose it. Human nature is so constituted. Hardly had Jean Valjean reached the Rue de l'Homme-Armé when his anxiety was lightened, and by degrees dissipated. There are soothing spots which act in some sort mechanically on the mind. An obscure street, peaceable inhabitants. Jean Valjean experienced an indescribable contagion of tranquillity in that alley of ancient Paris, which is so narrow that it is barred against carriages by a transverse beam placed on 2 posts, which is deaf and dumb in the midst of the clamorous city, dimly lighted at midday, and is, so to speak, incapable of emotions between 2 rows of lofty houses centuries old, which hold their peace like ancients as they are. There was a touch of stagnant oblivion in that street. Jean Valjean drew his breath once more there. How could he be found there? His first care was to place the Inseparable beside him. He slept well. Night brings wisdom. We may add, night soothes. On the following morning, he awoke in a mood that was almost gay. He thought the dining-room charming, though it was hideous, furnished with an old round table, a long sideboard surmounted by a slanting mirror, a dilapidated armchair, and several plain chairs which were encumbered with Toussaint's packages. In one of these packages, Jean Valjean's uniform of a National Guard was visible through a rent. As for Cosette, she had had Toussaint take some broth to her room, and did not make her appearance until evening. About 5 o'clock, Toussaint, who was going and coming and busying herself with the tiny establishment, set on the table a cold chicken, which Cosette, out of deference to her father, consented to glance at. That done, Cosette, under the pretext of an obstinate sick headache, had bade Jean Valjean good night, and had shut herself up in her chamber. Jean Valjean had eaten a wing of the chicken with a good appetite, and with his elbows on the table, having gradually recovered his serenity, had regained possession of his sense of security. While he was discussing this modest dinner, he had twice or thrice noticed in a confused way Toussaint's stammering words as she said to him, "Monsieur, there is something going on. They are fighting in Paris." But absorbed in a throng of inward calculations, he had paid no heed to it. To tell the truth, he had not heard her. He rose and began to pace from the door to the window and from the window to the door, growing ever more serene. With this calm, Cosette, his sole anxiety, recurred to his thoughts. Not that he was troubled by this headache, a little nervous crisis, a young girl's fit of sulks, the cloud of a moment, There would be nothing left of it in a day or two. But he meditated on the future, and, as was his habit, he thought of it with pleasure. After all, he saw no obstacle to their happy life resuming its course. At certain hours everything seems impossible, at others everything appears easy. Jean Valjean was in the midst of one of these good hours. They generally succeed the bad ones, as day follows night, by virtue of that law of succession and of contrast which lies at the very foundation of nature, and which superficial minds call antithesis. In this peaceful street where he had taken refuge, Jean Valjean got rid of all that had been troubling him for some time past. This very fact, that he had seen many shadows, made him begin to perceive a little azure. To have quitted the Rue Plumet without complications or incidents was one good step already accomplished. Perhaps it would be wise to go abroad, if only for a few months, and to set out for London. Well, they would go. What difference did it make to him whether he was in France or in England, provided he had Cosette beside him? Cosette was his nation. Cosette sufficed for his happiness. The idea that he, perhaps, did not suffice for Cosette's happiness, that idea which had formerly been the cause of his fever and sleeplessness, did not even present itself to his mind. He was in a state of collapse from all his past sufferings, and he was fully entered on optimism. Cosette was by his side, she seemed to be his. An optical illusion which everyone has experienced. He arranged in his own mind, with all sorts of felicitous devices, his departure for England with Cosette, and he beheld his felicity reconstituted wherever he pleased, in the perspective of his reverie. As he paced to and fro with long strides, his glance suddenly encountered something strange. In the inclined mirror facing him which surmounted the sideboard, he saw the 4 lines which follow. "My dearest, alas! My father insists on our setting out immediately. We shall be this evening in the Rue de l'Homme-Armé, No. 7. In a week we shall be in England. Cosette, June 4th. Jean Valjean halted, perfectly haggard. Cosette, on her arrival, had placed her blotting-book on the sideboard in front of the mirror, and, utterly absorbed in her agony of grief, had forgotten it and left it there, without even observing that she had left it wide open, and open at precisely the page on which she had laid to dry the 4 lines which she had penned, and which she had given in charge of the young workman in the Rue Plumet. The writing had been printed off on the blotter. The mirror reflected the writing. The result was, what is called in geometry, the symmetrical image, so that the writing, reversed on the blotter, was righted in the mirror, and presented its natural appearance. And Jean Valjean had beneath his eyes the letter written by Cosette to Marius on the preceding evening. It was simple and withering. Jean Valjean stepped up to the mirror. He read the 4 lines again, but he did not believe them. They produced on him the effect of appearing in a flash of lightning. It was a hallucination. It was impossible. It was not so. Little by little, his perceptions became more precise. He looked at Cosette's blotting-book, and the consciousness of the reality returned to him. He caught up the blotter and said, "It comes from there." He feverishly examined the 4 lines imprinted on the blotter, the reversal of the letters converted into an odd scrawl, and he saw no sense in it. Then he said to himself, "But this signifies nothing. There is nothing written here." And he drew a long breath with inexpressible relief. Who has not experienced those foolish joys in horrible instants? The soul does not surrender to despair until it has exhausted all illusions. He held the blotter in his hand, and contemplated it in stupid delight, almost ready to laugh at the hallucination of which he had been the dupe. All at once his eyes fell upon the mirror again, and again he beheld the vision. There were the 4 lines, outlined with inexorable clearness. This time it was no mirage, the recurrence of a vision is a reality. It was palpable. It was the writing restored in the mirror. He understood. Jean Valjean tottered, dropped the blotter, and fell into the old armchair beside the buffet, with drooping head and glassy eyes, in utter bewilderment. He told himself that it was plain, that the light of the world had been eclipsed forever, and that Cosette had written that to someone. Then he heard his soul, which had become terrible once more, give vent to a dull roar in the gloom. Try then the effect of taking from the lion the dog which he has in his cage. Strange and sad to say, at that very moment, Marius had not yet received Cosette's letter. Chance had treacherously carried it to Jean Valjean before delivering it to Marius. Up to that day, Jean Valjean had not been vanquished by trial. He had been subjected to fearful proofs. No violence of bad fortune had been spared him. The ferocity of fate, armed with all vindictiveness and all social scorn, had taken him for her prey and had raged against him. He had accepted every extremity when it had been necessary. He had sacrificed his inviolability as a reformed man, had yielded up his liberty, risked his head, lost everything, suffered everything, and he had remained disinterested and stoical, to such a point that he might have been thought to be absent from himself like a martyr. His conscience, inured to every assault of destiny, might have appeared to be forever impregnable. Well, anyone who had beheld his spiritual self would have been obliged to concede that it weakened at that moment. It was because of all the tortures which he had undergone in the course of this long inquisition to which destiny had doomed him. This was the most terrible. Never had such pincers seized him hitherto. He felt the mysterious stirring of all his latent sensibilities. He felt the plucking at the strange cord. Alas, the supreme trial, let us say rather the only trial, is the loss of the beloved being. Poor old Jean Valjean certainly did not love Cosette otherwise than as a father. But we have already remarked above that into this paternity the widowhood of his life had introduced all the shades of love. He loved Cosette as his daughter, and he loved her as his mother, and he loved her as his sister, and as he had never had either a woman to love or a wife, as nature is a creditor who accepts no protest. That sentiment also, the most impossible to lose, was mingled with the rest, vague, ignorant, pure with the purity of blindness, unconscious, celestial, angelic, divine, less like a sentiment than like an instinct, less like an instinct than like an imperceptible and invisible but real attraction. And love, properly speaking, was in his immense tenderness for Cosette like the thread of gold in the mountain, concealed and virgin. Let the reader recall the situation of heart which we have already indicated. No marriage was possible between them, not even that of souls. And yet it is certain that their destinies were wedded. With the exception of Cosette, that is to say, with the exception of a childhood, Jean Valjean had never, in the whole of his long life, known anything of that which may be loved. The passions and loves which succeed each other had not produced in him those successive green growths, tender green or dark green, which can be seen in foliage which passes through the winter, and in men who pass 50. In short, and we have insisted on it more than once, all this interior fusion, all this whole, of which the sum total was a lofty virtue, ended in rendering Jean Valjean a father to Cosette. A strange father, forged from the grandfather, the son, the brother, and the husband that existed in Jean Valjean. A father in whom there was included even a mother. A father who loved Cosette and adored her, and who held that child as his light, his home, his family, his country, his paradise. Thus, when he saw that the end had absolutely come, that she was escaping from him, that she was slipping from his hands, that she was gliding from him like a cloud, like water, when he had before his eyes this crushing proof. Another is the goal of her heart, another is the wish of her life. There is a dearest one. I am no longer anything but her father. I no longer exist. When he could no longer doubt, when he said to himself, "She is going away from me," the grief which he felt surpassed the bounds of possibility. To have done all that he had done for the purpose of ending like this! And the very idea of being nothing. Then, as we have just said, a quiver of revolt ran through him from head to foot. He felt, even in the very roots of his hair, the immense reawakening of egotism, and the I in this man's abyss howled. There is such a thing as the sudden giving way of the inward subsoil. A despairing certainty does not make its way into a man without first thrusting aside and breaking certain profound elements, which, in some cases, are the very man himself. Grief, when it attains this shape, is a headlong flight of all the forces of the conscience. These are fatal crises. Few among us emerge from them still like ourselves and firm in duty. When the limit of endurance is overstepped, the most imperturbable virtue is disconcerted. Jean Valjean took the blotter again, and convinced himself afresh. He remained bowed, and as though petrified, and with staring eyes, over those 4 unobjectionable lines. And there arose within him such a cloud that one might have thought that everything in this soul was crumbling away. He examined this revelation, athwart the exaggerations of reverie, with an apparent and terrifying calmness, for it is a fearful thing when a man's calmness reaches the coldness of the statue. He measured the terrible step which his destiny had taken without his having a suspicion of the fact. He recalled his fears of the preceding summer, so foolishly dissipated. He recognized the precipice. It was still the same. Only Jean Valjean was no longer on the brink. He was at the bottom of it. The unprecedented and heart-rending thing about it was that he had fallen without perceiving it. All the light of his life had departed, while he still fancied that he beheld the sun. His instinct did not hesitate. He put together certain circumstances, certain dates, certain blushes and certain pallors on Cosette's part, and he said to himself, "It is he." The divination of despair is a sort of mysterious bow which never misses its aim. He struck Marius with his first conjecture. He did not know the name, but he found the man instantly. He distinctly perceived, in the background of the implacable conjuration of his memories, the unknown prowler of the Luxembourg, that wretched seeker of love adventures, that idler of romance, that idiot, that coward, for it is cowardly to come and make eyes at young girls who have beside them a father who loves them. After he had thoroughly verified the fact that this man was at the bottom of this situation, and that everything proceeded from that quarter, he, Jean Valjean, the regenerated man, the man who had so labored over his soul, the man who had made so many efforts to resolve all life, all misery, and all unhappiness into love, looked into his own breast, and there beheld a spectre. Hate. Great griefs contain something of dejection. They discourage one with existence. The man into whom they enter feels something within him withdraw from him. In his youth their visits are lugubrious. Later on they are sinister. Alas, if despair is a fearful thing when the blood is hot, when the hair is black, when the head is erect on the body like the flame on the torch, when the roll of destiny still retains its full thickness, when the heart, full of desirable love, still possesses beats which can be returned to it, when one has time for redress, when all women and all smiles, and all the future and all the horizon are before one, when the force of life is complete? What is it in old age, when the years hasten on, growing ever paler, to that twilight hour when one begins to behold the stars of the tomb? While he was meditating, Toussaint entered. Jean Valjean rose and asked her, "In what quarter is it? Do you know?" Toussaint was struck dumb, and could only answer him, "What is it, sir?" Jean Valjean began again. "Did you not tell me that just now, that there is fighting going on?" "Ah, yes, sir," replied Toussaint. "It is in the direction of Saint-Merry." There is a mechanical movement which comes to us, unconsciously, from the most profound depths of our thought. It was, no doubt, under the impulse of a movement of this sort, and of which he was hardly conscious, that Jean Valjean, 5 minutes later, found himself in the street. Bareheaded, he sat upon the stone post at the door of his house. He seemed to be listening. Night had come. End of Book 15, Chapter 1. Chapters 2 and 3 of Book 15 of Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Eastman. Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel, Florence HAPGOOD. Book 15, The Rue de l'Homme-Armé. Chapter 2, The Street Urchin, an Enemy of Light. How long did he remain thus? What was the ebb and flow of this tragic meditation? Did he straighten up? Did he remain bowed? Had he been bent to breaking? Could he still rise and regain his footing in his conscience upon something solid? He probably would not have been able to tell himself. The street was deserted. A few uneasy bourgeois, who were rapidly returning home, hardly saw him. Each one for himself in times of peril. The lamplighter came as usual to light the lantern, which was situated precisely opposite the door of number 7, and then went away. Jean Valjean would not have appeared like a living man to any one who had examined him in that shadow. He sat there on the post of his door, motionless as a form of ice. There is congealment in despair. The alarm bells and a vague and stormy uproar were audible. In the midst of all these convulsions of the bell mingled with the revolt, the clock of St. Paul struck 11, gravely and without haste. For the tocsin is man, the hour is God. The passage of the hour produced no effect on Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean did not stir. Still, at about that moment, a brusque report burst forth in the direction of the Halles. A second yet more violent followed. It was probably that attack on the barricade in the Rue de la Chanvrerie which we have just seen repulsed by Marius. At this double discharge, whose fury seemed augmented by the stupor of the night, Jean Valjean started. He rose, turning towards the quarter whence the noise proceeded. Then he fell back upon the post again, folded his arms, and his head slowly sank on his bosom again. He resumed his gloomy dialogue with himself. All at once he raised his eyes. Someone was walking in the street. He heard steps near him. He looked, and by the light of the lanterns, in the direction of the street which ran into the Rue aux Archives, he perceived a young, livid, and beaming face. Gavroche had just arrived in the Rue l'Homme-Armé. Gavroche was staring into the air, apparently in search of something. He saw Jean Valjean perfectly well, but he took no notice of him. Gavroche, after staring into the air, stared below. He raised himself on tiptoe, and felt of the doors and windows of the ground floor. They were all shut, bolted, and padlocked. After having authenticated the fronts of 5 or 6 barricaded houses in this manner, the urchin shrugged his shoulders, and took himself to task in these terms. "Party!" Then he began to stare into the air again. Jean Valjean, who an instant previously, in his then state of mind, would not have spoken to or even answered anyone, felt irresistibly impelled to accost that child. "What is the matter with you, my little fellow?" he said. "The matter with me is that I am hungry," replied Gavroche frankly. And he added, "Little fellow yourself." Jean Valjean fumbled in his fob, and pulled out a 5-franc piece. But Gavroche, who was of the wagtail species, and who skipped vivaciously from one gesture to another, had just picked up a stone. He had caught sight of the lantern. "See here," said he, "you still have your lanterns here. You are disobeying the regulations, my friend. This is disorderly. Smash that for me." And he flung the stone at the lantern, whose broken glass fell with such a clatter that the bourgeois in hiding behind their curtains in the opposite house cried, "There is 93, come again!" The lantern oscillated violently, and went out. The street had suddenly become black. "That's right, old street," ejaculated Gavroche. "Put on your nightcap." And turning to Jean Valjean, "What do you call that gigantic monument that you have there at the end of the street? It's the Archive, isn't it? I must crumble up those big stupids of pillars a bit, and make a nice barricade out of them." Jean Valjean stepped up to Gavroche. "Poor creature," he said in a low tone, and speaking to himself. "He is hungry." And he laid the 100-sou piece in his hand. Gavroche raised his face, astonished at the size of this sou. He stared at it in the darkness, and the whiteness of the big sou dazzled him. He knew 5-franc pieces by hearsay. Their reputation was agreeable to him. He was delighted to see one close to. He said, "Let us contemplate the tiger." He gazed at it for several minutes in ecstasy. Then, turning to Jean Valjean, he held out the coin to him, and said majestically to him, "Bourgeois, I prefer to smash lanterns. Take back your ferocious beast. You can't bribe me. That has got 5 claws, but it doesn't scratch me." "Have you a mother?" asked Jean Valjean. Gavroche replied, "More than you have, perhaps." "Well," returned Jean Valjean, "keep the money for your mother." Gavroche was touched. Moreover, he had just noticed that the man who was addressing him had no hat, and this inspired him with confidence. "Truly," said he, "so it wasn't to keep me from breaking the lanterns?" "Break whatever you please." "You're a fine man," said Gavroche. And he put the 5-franc piece into one of his pockets. His confidence having increased, he added, "Do you belong in this street?" "Yes, why?" "Can you tell me where number 7 is?" "What do you want with number 7?" Here the child paused. He feared that he had said too much. He thrust his nails energetically into his hair, and contented himself with replying, "Ah, here it is." An idea flashed through Jean Valjean's mind. Anguish does have these gleams. He said to the lad, "Are you the person who is bringing a letter that I am expecting?" "You?" said Gavroche. "You are not a woman." "The letter is for Mademoiselle Cosette, is it not?" "Cosette," muttered Gavroche. "Yes, I believe that is the queer name." "Well," resumed Jean Valjean, "I am the person to whom you are to deliver the letter. Give it here." "In that case, you must know that I was sent from the barricade." "Of course," said Jean Valjean. Gavroche engulfed his hand in another of his pockets, and drew out a paper folded in 4. Then he made the military salute. "Respect for dispatches," said he. "It comes from the Provisional Government." "Give it to me," said Jean Valjean. Gavroche held the paper elevated above his head. Don't go and fancy it's a love letter. It is for a woman, but it's for the people. We men fight, and we respect the fair sex. We are not as they are in fine society, where there are lions who send chickens to camels. Give it to me. After all, continued Gavroche, you have the air of an honest man. Give it to me quick. Catch hold of it. And he handed the paper to Jean Valjean. And make haste, Monsieur What's-your-name, for Mademoiselle Cosette is waiting. Gavroche was satisfied with himself for having produced this remark. Jean Valjean began again. Is it to Saint-Merry that the answer is to be sent? There you are making some of those bits of pastry vulgarly called brioches. This letter comes from the barricade of the Rue de la Chanvrerie, and I'm going back there. Good evening, citizen. That said, Gavroche took himself off, or to describe it more exactly, fluttered away in the direction whence he had come, with a flight like that of an escaped bird. He plunged back into the gloom as though he made a hole in it, with the rigid rapidity of a projectile. The alley of l'Homme Armé became silent and solitary once more. In a twinkling, that strange child, who had about him something of the shadow and of the dream, had buried himself in the mists of the rows of black houses, and was lost there, like smoke in the dark. And one might have thought that he had dissipated and vanished, had there not taken place, a few minutes after his disappearance, a startling shiver of glass, and had not the magnificent crash of a lantern rattling down on the pavement once more abruptly awakened the indignant bourgeois. It was Gavroche, upon his way through the Rue du Chaume. Chapter 3. While Cosette and Toussaint are asleep. Jean Valjean went into the house with Marius' letter. He groped his way up the stairs, as pleased with the dark as an owl who grips his prey, opened and shut his door softly, listened to see whether he could hear any noise, made sure that, to all appearances, Cosette and Toussaint were asleep, and plunged 3 or 4 matches into the bottle of the fumade lighter before he could evoke a spark, so greatly did his hand tremble. What he had just done smacked of theft. At last the candle was lighted. He leaned his elbows on the table, unfolded the paper, and read. In violent emotions one does not read. One flings to the earth, so to speak, the paper which one holds. One clutches it like a victim. One crushes it. One digs into it the nails of one's wrath or of one's joy. One hastens to the end. One leaps to the beginning. Attention is at fever heat. It takes up in the gross, as it were, the essential points. It seizes on one point, and the rest disappears. In Marius' note to Cosette, Jean Valjean saw only these words: I die. When thou readest this, my soul will be near thee. In the presence of these 2 lines, he was horribly dazzled. He remained for a moment, crushed, as it were, by the change of emotions which was taking place within him. He stared at Marius' note with a sort of intoxicated amazement. He had before his eyes that splendor, the death of a hated individual. He uttered a frightful cry of inward joy. So it was all over. The catastrophe had arrived sooner than he had dared to hope. The being who obstructed his destiny was disappearing. That man had taken himself off of his own accord, freely, willingly. This man was going to his death, and he, Jean Valjean, had had no hand in the matter, and it was through no fault of his. Perhaps, even, he is already dead. Here his fever entered into calculations. No, he is not dead yet. The letter had evidently been intended for Cosette to read on the following morning. After the 2 discharges that were heard between 11 o'clock and midnight, nothing more has taken place. The barricade will not be attacked seriously until daybreak. But that makes no difference. From the moment when that man is concerned in this war, he is lost. He is caught in the gearing. Jean Valjean felt himself delivered. So he was about to find himself alone with Cosette once more. The rivalry would cease. The future was beginning again. He had but to keep this note in his pocket. Cosette would never know what had become of that man. All that there requires to be done is to let things take their own course. This man cannot escape. If he is not already dead, it is certain that he is about to die. What good fortune! Having said all this to himself, he became gloomy. Then he went downstairs and woke up the porter. About an hour later, Jean Valjean went out in the complete costume of a National Guard and with his arms. The porter had easily found in the neighborhood the wherewithal to complete his equipment. He had a loaded gun and a cartridge box filled with cartridges. He strode off in the direction of the markets. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Book 15 of Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by HAPGOOD. Les Misérables, Volume 4, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel, Florence, HAPGOOD. Book 15, The Rue de l'Homme Armé. Chapter 4, Gavroche's Excess of Zeal. In the meantime, Gavroche had had an adventure. Gavroche, after having conscientiously stoned the lantern in the Rue de Chaume, entered the Rue de Vieilles Haudriettes, and not seeing even a cat there, he thought the opportunity a good one to strike up all the song of which he was capable. His march, far from being retarded by his singing, was accelerated by it. He began to sow along the sleeping or terrified houses these incendiary couplets. L'oiseau me dit dans la chemise, et prétend qui attela, avec une rousse et là, où vont les belles filles là. Mon ami Pierrot, tout babillé, parce que l'autre jour là, cogne sa vitre et met pas là, où vont les belles filles là. Les drôles sont fort gentils, les poisons qui me sont là. Griselet, monsieur, au fila, où vont les belles filles là. J'aime l'amour et les bisbilles, j'aime Agnès, j'aime Pamela, lisons l'amant, c'est brûlant, où vont les belles filles là. Jadis quand j'ai vu les mentis, des osettes et des élas, mon âme le plus aimée-là, où vont les belles filles là. Amour, quand dans l'ombre où tu brilles, tu coiffes tes roses là. Je me donnerai pour cela, où vont les belles filles là. Viens à ton miroir tout habillé, mon cœur un beau jour s'envola, et crois que ces gens qui là, où vont les belles filles là. Le soir en sautant des quadrilles, je montrai aux étoiles celle-là, et je le dis, regardez-la, où vont les belles filles là. Gavroche, as he sang, was lavish of his pantomime. Gesture is the strong point of the refrain. His face, an inexhaustible repertory of masks, produced grimaces more convulsing and more fantastic than the rents of a cloth torn in a high gale. Unfortunately, as he was alone, and as it was night, this was neither seen nor even visible. Such wastes of riches do occur. All at once he stopped short. "Let us interrupt the romance," said he. His feline eye had just descried, in the recess of a carriage door, what is called in painting an ensemble, that is to say, a person and a thing. The thing was a handcart, the person was a man from Auvergne who was sleeping therein. The shafts of the cart rested on the pavement, and the Auvergnat's head was supported against the front of the cart. His body was coiled up on this inclined plane, and his feet touched the ground. Gavroche, with his experience of the things of this world, recognized a drunken man. He was some corner errand man who had drunk too much, and was sleeping too much. "There now," thought Gavroche, "that's what the summer nights are good for. We'll take the cart for the Republic, and leave the Auvergnat for the monarchy." His mind had just been illuminated by this flash of light. How bully that cart would look on our barricade! The Auvergnat was snoring. Gavroche gently tugged at the cart from behind, and at the Auvergnat from the front, that is to say, by the feet, and at the expiration of another minute, the imperturbable Auvergnat was reposing flat on the pavement. The cart was free. Gavroche, habituated to facing the unexpected in all quarters, had everything about him. He fumbled in one of his pockets, and pulled from it a scrap of paper and a bit of red pencil filched from some carpenter. He wrote, "French Republic. Received thy cart." And he signed it, Gavroche. That done, he put the paper in the pocket of the still snoring Auvergnat's velvet vest, seized the cart shafts in both hands, and set off in the direction of the Halles, pushing the cart before him at a hard gallop with a glorious and triumphant uproar. This was perilous. There was a post at the royal printing establishment. Gavroche did not think of this. This post was occupied by the National Guards of the suburbs. The squad began to wake up, and heads were raised from camp beds. 2 street lanterns broken in succession, that ditty sung at the top of the lungs. This was a great deal for those cowardly streets, which desire to go to sleep at sunset, and which put the extinguisher on their candles at such an early hour. For the last hour that boy had been creating an uproar in that peaceable arrondissement, the uproar of a fly in a bottle. The sergeant of the banlieue lent an ear. He waited. He was a prudent man. The mad rattle of the cart filled to overflowing the possible measure of waiting, and decided the sergeant to make a reconnaissance. "There's a whole band of them there," said he. "Let us proceed gently." It was clear that the hydra of anarchy had emerged from its box, and that it was stalking abroad through the quarter. And the sergeant ventured out of the post with cautious tread. All at once, Gavroche, pushing his cart in front of him, and at the very moment when he was about to turn into the Rue des Vieilles Haudriettes, found himself face to face with a uniform, a shako, a plume, and a gun. For the second time he stopped short. "Hullo!" said he, "it's him. Good day, public order." Gavroche's amazement was always brief and speedily thawed. "Where are you going, you rascal?" shouted the sergeant. "Citizen," retorted Gavroche, "I haven't called you bourgeois yet. Why do you insult me?" "Where are you going, you rogue?" "Monsieur," retorted Gavroche, "perhaps you were a man of wit yesterday, but you have degenerated this morning." "I ask you, where are you going, you villain?" Gavroche replied, "You speak prettily. No, really, no one would suppose you as old as you are. You ought to sell all your hair at 100 francs apiece. That would yield you 500 francs." "Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going, bandit?" Gavroche retorted again, "What villainous words! You must wipe your mouth better the first time that they give you suck." The sergeant lowered his bayonet. "Will you tell me where you are going, you wretch?" "General," said Gavroche, "I'm on my way to look for a doctor for my wife, who is in labor." "To arms!" shouted the sergeant. The master stroke of strong men consists in saving themselves by the very means that have ruined them. Gavroche took in the whole situation at a glance. It was the cart which had told against him, it was the cart's place to protect him. At the moment when the sergeant was on the point of making his descent on Gavroche, the cart, converted into a projectile and launched with all the latter's might, rolled down upon him furiously, and the sergeant, struck full in the stomach, tumbled over backwards into the gutter while his gun went off in the air. The men of the post had rushed out pell-mell at the sergeant's shout. The shot brought on a general random discharge, after which they reloaded their weapons and began again. This blind man's buff musketry lasted for a quarter of an hour, and killed several panes of glass. In the meanwhile, Gavroche, who had retraced his steps at full speed, halted 5 or 6 streets distant and seated himself, panting, on the stone post which forms the corner of the Enfants Rouge. He listened. After panting for a few minutes, he turned in the direction where the fusillade was raging, lifted his left hand to a level with his nose, and thrust it forward 3 times, as he slapped the back of his head with his right hand, an imperious gesture in which Parisian street urchindom has condensed French irony, and which is evidently efficacious, since it has already lasted half a century. This gaiety was troubled by one bitter reflection. "Yes," said he, "I'm splitting with laughter, I'm twisting with delight, I abound in joy, but I'm losing my way. I shall have to take a roundabout way. If I only reach the barricade in season." Thereupon he set out again on a run, and as he ran, "Ah, by the way, where was I?" said he, and he resumed his ditty as he plunged rapidly through the streets, and this is what died away in the gloom. Mais il reste encore des pastilles, et je vais mettre les holà dans l'ordre public, et voilà où vont les belles filles là. Quelqu'un veut-il jouer au cuit, tout l'ancien monde s'écroula, quand la grosse brûla. Où vont les belles filles là? Vieux bon peuple, coup des péquilles, que sont ces Louvres où j'étais là? La monarchie, on falbala, où vont les belles filles là? Nous en avance, force la grille, les Rachel dit ces jours-là. Tenez mal et c'est décolla, où vont les belles filles là? The post's recourse to arms was not without result. The cart was conquered, the drunken man was taken prisoner. The first was put in the pound, the second was later on somewhat harassed before the councils of war as an accomplice. The public ministry of the day proved its indefatigable zeal in the defence of society in this instance. Gavroche's adventure, which has lingered as a tradition in the quarters of the Temple, is one of the most terrible souvenirs of that elderly bourgeois of the Marais, and is entitled in their memories, "The Nocturnal Attack by the Post of the Royal Printing Establishment." End of Book 15, Chapter 4. Recording by Algy Pugg, Perth, Western Australia. End of Les Misérables, Volume 4 of 5, by Victor Hugo. Translated by Isabel, Florence, Hapgood.